welcome to the 6th season of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We've had an exciting season filled with dramatic upsets and exciting matches. And this will definitely be the case with this new season, where it starts off with the Mobile Open, where teams from APAC, LATAM, and EMEA will compete for their spot in the respective Regional Mobile Challenge. Winning teams will qualify for the Regional Mobile Challenge, where teams will have to go up against even better teams for their spot in the next and final phase, the Mobile Masters. Only the top 12 teams split across APAC, LATAM, EMEA, and China will qualify for this prestigious event. Which teams will represent their region and claim the title of being the best of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and who will ultimately be crowned the champion of it all. It's a long but exciting road ahead, so stay tuned and follow us for the latest information and updates.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
As we say goodbye to 2024 with an unforgettable M6 World Championship, we welcome 2025 Mobile Legends Arena with Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Today, 8 teams from Eur&Mena and Turkey will return to the Land of Dawn to kick off SPS Challenge Season, forging fresh beginnings and chasing their path to power. New year, new dreams, and brand new road to greatness. I'm your host Liz, and you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome to SPS Season 6 for Mobile Legends, the challenge season for Eur&Mena and Turkey. I'm your host Liz. I'm so excited to jump into the new year with a new season and to be back with our wonderful casters, Private Dancer and Steph Weezy. We're all matching today.
Yeah, Brack, new year here to reigning in the new year with 8 amazing teams here qualified, and who better to reign that in than with the lovely Liz and the great Steph Weezy at my side.
Definitely a pleasure to be back for another season for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Like you mentioned, 8 teams ready to fight it out. 4 from Turkey, 2 from MENA, and 2 from Europe. So it's definitely going to be a lot of excitement.
And for all of you guys watching at home, make sure to join us on our social medias. Follow us on X, Facebook, and Instagram at ESL Mobile. It's pretty easy to remember, ESL Mobile. And while you guys are at it, make sure to join us on our Discord channel. And that is Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, especially if you can't make it to all the matches, you're going to be able to get all of the updates, all of the exciting action that you might have missed. You can go ahead, check out the socials, check out the Discord to see where you left off.
Yeah, definitely check out all the highlights, the latest and greatest. Definitely going to be some today as well. So pay close attention as these teams are getting ready to step into the Land of Dawn. We have a lot to cover today.
Yeah, let's take the seat back to memory lane, freshen up on how we got here into the challenge season.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 for Europe, Middle East, and Turkey delivered a season filled with epic battles, standout performances, and unforgettable moments. From the upper bracket dominations to the fierce lower bracket fights, every stage of the tournament showcased the immense skill and determination of the competing teams. In Europe and MENA, EK Esports and Team Falcons emerged as the titans of the upper bracket. Their flawless strategies and teamwork made them the teams to beat. Similarly, in Turkey, Incendio Supremacy, previously known as Fireflex Esports, and S2G Esports proved their dominance. Incendio Supremacy played with precision and composure, while S2G's aggressive style earned them a clear path to the finals. The lower bracket was where teams fought tooth and nail to survive. Twisted Minds and Birthright in Europe and Mena, alongside Papara Supermassive and Beşiktaş Esports in Turkey, gave it their all. Twisted Minds displayed relentless determination, while Birthright pushed their way through the tough matches. Over in Turkey, Papara Supermassive and Beşiktaş showcased grit and resilience, refusing to bow out without a fight. The grand finals in both regions were an unforgettable experience. GK Esports went head-to-head with the Team Falcons in a thrilling showdown. GK Esports secured a flawless 2-0 win, sweeping their opponents with ease. In Turkey, Incendio Supremacy faced S2G Esports. Incendio Supremacy's consistency and aggression crowned them champions of the Turkish Open Finals in a quick victory. GK Esports, Team Falcons, Incendio Supremacy, and S2G Esports, ready to take on each other, and are joined by Elevate, Birthright, Papara Supermassive, and Beşiktaş Esports.
And that, guys, is our 8 teams for this challenge season. 4 teams from Eur&Mena joined hands into 4 teams of Turkey, and they will battle it out in a fierce competition. Now, taking a look at the format, we jumped into the open qualifiers and open finals in September and October, and now we're in January for the challenge season. The challenge season will feature double elimination style matches, best out of 5s for each series, and only the upper bracket finalists and lower bracket finalists will make it to the challenge finals.
Yeah, an exciting amount coming on here, right? Kicking off the new year so quickly. I mean, you never get a break here from Mobile Legends with Snapdragon. We're going to have all these teams clashing here. We already talked about a best of 5, and we're going to have a lower bracket as well.
And a lot to look forward to, not only for us, but for the teams as well, as we look at the prize pool. First place, taking home $2,200. And then right behind them, right below that mark, $1,650. For third place, a little bit above $1,000. And then $550 for the fourth place contender.
Yeah, that's going to be some hefty red pocket money for all the teams and the players. And just to refresh for this tournament, we all the open finals in October, and January now we are in the challenge season, which will take place on the 11th and 12th and 17th to the 19th, and in February we'll close the season with the challenge final on February 8 to 9.
Yeah, I mean, we've already, like we talked about it, it's carried in from last year. And we could take a look at the bracket. What you're going to be seeing here today, the Group A here, is going to be GK taking on Papara Supermassive, and then Birthright will be taking on S2G.
That's right. It's going to be best of 5s, and then we see one team move forward, the other one drop down to the lower bracket for a best of 5 and a chance to still claw their way up into those grand finals and semifinals positions. But nonetheless, the difference is we've got 4 teams from Turkey, 2 teams from Mena, and 2 teams from Europe competing it out with this blended region challenge season.
Yeah, and today we will see the Group A matches, GK Esports versus Papaya Supermassive in the top half, and for the bottom half we'll have Birthright versus S2G Esports. Which of the 2 teams will come on top? We'll find out. Casters, let's take us into the first series.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing a matchup here, especially for this first one. Actually, I want to say for both of them, you've got a very experienced team that has that world stage presence that will be going up. I want to say, dare I say, an underdog team, GK Esports versus Papara Supermassive. We've talked about it before. Just because you have that experience doesn't mean that you are infallible. And Papara Supermassive is going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, like you mentioned, powerhouse team, GK Esports, definitely a crowd favorite in a lot of teams, and also everybody in the audience keeping a close eye on them. So you have Sam on the XP lane, Zeno as the jungler, mid lane, Costa Rica. You're going to see Shin in the roam position, and Carvey in the gold lane. Carvey now joining the team. You know, he's had the international experience, previous contender in the World Series, and now a pocket pick for the side of GK.
And on the other side of the map, Papara super massive. Wasa bringing up the XP lane. The jungler, Mohi. Mid lane will be taken by Shizuka, and Blotzfet taking up the roam position. Zhao taking up the gold lane, and then in the sub position, Kutsi and After Dark sitting there ready for action.
They've got a full roster ready to go, so this is going to be fun. Our best of 5 for today, the very first one for the challenge season as we step into the new year. Speaking of stepping into things, now stepping into the very first draft as well. GK on the blue side, Papara Supermassive on the red.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I mean, we've talked about this before, especially after the little bit of a layover when it comes to M6. We've seen a little bit of the Snapdragon coming out when it comes to Southeast Asia to see what their picks up. I want to know, what have these teams picked up when it comes to MENA, when it comes to EU, when it comes to Turkey? What have these teams picked up from that? Or maybe they've developed their own type of meta that they want to. Some familiar bands coming out. I mean, Matilda, it has been a huge opportunistic hero when it comes to that roam position, and we see some very familiar bands coming out from Papara as well.
Yeah, definitely going to be a treat to see. I mean, especially right after the World Series, you're seeing how much meta has shifted for 2025, and now everybody's going to be keeping a close eye on this draft. There goes that Hilda being banned out. There goes the Lucas as well, so that's going to not be stepping into 2025. Already banned out in game number 1 of the challenge season. I think this is foretelling the future for SPS. We may not even be able to see him showcase, but typically this happens when a brand new hero comes out.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to somebody like Lucas. My biggest thing, it's already out there. Joy has been a force to be reckoned with when it comes into that jungle position. For me, does that open up the Granger, or how will this gold lane? Because that has been the big thing for me has been the jungle and that gold lane position, which really right now, while the gold lane isn't as flexible, there aren't a lot of pool for it. It has this huge role when it comes into a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and I mean, a good read on the Granger, right? Especially with the Bruno getting a nerf, doesn't have the range anymore. On top of the Malefic Gun getting a nerf as well for the range, so it's not going to be heavily prioed. And Granger has rose the mantle after the M series, and definitely a wise decision. The Badangdo sneaking into the scene. This will be a fun one to see, right? I mean, he just recently got a buff on his first skill, so now he can reduce the time on that force swing for it by 25%. And the Fist Crack also has a longer duration on that control, and a slightly less of a cooldown. So we'll see how this plays out. A little bit of crowd control on the side of GK as they pick up the Aurora.
Yeah, really interesting too, because I want to say when it comes to that mid lane, Joy has been such a menace for some of those less than mobile type of mages. So you pick up the Aurora. Now you don't really have a threat from the Joy because you're on the same team. But on the other side, where are you going to go with this? Are you going to try to maybe get that Sicilian, try to get some range, maybe even like an Xavier to try to get you more far back into the back line so that Joy won't be able to reach you? It's going to be very interesting as we move into the second banning phase of this match.
Yeah, we're going to have to see a little bit more from the side of Papara Supermassive, specifically for that Joy, right? I mean, they don't go in for the Fredrin, which we see more in the M series, to kind of get the crowd control effect to slow this Joy down in the tracks, but instead they go in for that Agata Kachka, which is still an excellent read. It's an excellent pickup, especially in the first half of the phase, because you don't really know which way it's going to go, right? It could be in the XP lane, it could be in the roam position as well, but both options are very viable. But I think in this situation, I would probably flex it into the XP lane, maybe get something like a Cho, maybe get something, if not a Cho, maybe even the Tig if it walks. Some crowd control effect to help them stop GK Esports in their tracks.
Ooh, very interesting bans coming out, especially from Papara. They're kind of closing down that marksman lane. I think I talked about this before with you offline when it comes to those top 3 marksmans right now. Granger, the Harith, at the gold lanes. Granger, the Harith, and the Irithel have been like the big top 3 there because those are the ones that kind of go over each other. The only 2 that really counter Granger, maybe Clint on the outside is a viable pick here as well because his burst damage can still deal with Granger and his early game, but it's going to be a heck of a fight in that gold lane when you have some of the prime pickups taken off the board. Hylos also taken off the board for Papara Supermassive.
This is an interesting run, right? I mean, you have this Katat, most likely going to be in the XP lane going up against this Bedang. But the thing about it is that with the Bedang with the longer control effect, that's a lot of crowd control to work inside of GK's favor. I mean, you imagine the Aurora walking in with the Frigid Glacier and then the Fist Crack right behind it. You're not going anywhere. And I think that's going to be the game plan, especially on these neutral objective plays for GK, on these turtles, on these invasions, possibly for the buffs. And that's something that Papara Supermassive is going to have to watch out for because they don't really have the heavy crowd control aspect. Yes, you have the Avatar, the Guardian over there with this Gadakacha, but it's not enough, right? And taking out the Tig, taking out the Lu Yi as well. They're on to the same thing that we are, right? They're looking for more crowd control, and we have to limit that capability.
And as we talked about before, Sicilian, going to want that range. You're going to want to be as far back and as separated from Joy as possible. Sicilian fills that role, and he's just become this big, huge nuisance, not just to the end game, but even with those sanguine claws when it comes into that early and mid game, when it comes to these objectives, being able to group the opponents. It just depends on how well GK is going to be able to play around that. Is Joy going to be able to close the distance during these objective fights to be able to take him down, especially in the early game where it is so crucial?
And, you know, I'm keeping a close eye on the Sicilian as well. I mean, he did recently just get a nerf with the recent patch, right? His mid to late game is not as strong anymore. I mean, they nerfed his bat impact. It does a little bit less of that damage, which could lean inside of GK's favor. But maybe the nerf is not really too much that Papara Supermassive is worried about. There goes the Belleric play, though. You know, that's a pick for the Joy, right? You use that Wrath of the Dryad, you have a little bit of that slow, and there goes the Cho we were looking out for as well for the other side. It's a full locked-in draft for the first series of the day, Papara Supermassive and GK, and I think it's looking good so far.
Yeah, really interesting. I want to say a big chunk of the side of Papara Supermassive has these counters to auto attacks, and the amount of auto attacks there when you have the Belleric and you have the Gadakacha out there as well. So you're going to have two. I want to say that GK is going to be very careful when they start popping off a lot of this damage because it could be turned around on them, especially with two Vengeances potentially on the enemy team.
Yeah, but there's some isolation players that can get the job done. You have the Cho on one side to be able to use the knockups for the Jikendo, the Way of the Dragon as well. But then you have the Gadakacha on the other side who can use the Avatar, the Guardian, to be able to drop down on a selected member as well. So there's a lot of mobility and a lot of things working on both teams' favors. But one thing's for certain, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game number 1 of the challenge season in this amazing best of 5 GK Esports up against Papara Supermassive.
Man, I just love to say that Papara Supermassive just rolls off the tongue. It's very elegant. I'm actually kind of rooting. We do have the Grangers, one of my favorite players. We take a look at some of these emblems.
Yeah, you've seen the emblems pop up on the board really quickly. Now, there is a little bit of a commonality, right? We have 3 Impure Rages over there from the side of Papara Supermassive, so it's looking like they are trying to go in for a little bit more of that damage aspect. When you look at the side of GK, it's kind of a blend of multiple things, right? You have the Temple of Rain, you have the Quantum Charge, you have the Impure Rage, you have everything on their side. So damage is definitely the main focus for Papara Supermassive, whereas GK is going for more of a blended draft.
Well, then, yeah, as well as Shizuka. Well, actually, Shizuka already took a little bit of a death there. GK actually putting 1 on the board very quickly, and that's not where you want to be. And another one up at mid. Looks like there was a fight coming out, but was able to get away quickly. I mean, they're already starting off with the action. GK just not going to take their foot off the pedal right now.
Yeah, and that's a little dangerous for Papara Supermassive, considering Shizuka's running on the Sicilian, right? He needs those stacks. He needs to really play passive in the early game, especially with the mid to late game being nerfed in the recent patch. It already has a little bit of an upscale battle, and when you take some early deaths, it's definitely going to hurt you toward that mid game.
Ooh, Mohi goes, tries to get himself some damage, even hits with an evil queller, but not able to finish the job. Lots fast coming in, getting some vision there, really doing a good job trying to protect this turtle to get and secure this first objective. Shen comes in, looking for a fist crack, potentially dancing around the turtle right now. Mohi has the evil queller out, is able to find the retribution. Frigid Glacier is out, does not catch any enemies, and just like that, Papara gets a free turtle and an escape.
All right, so they found a lifeline, right? Yeah, you saw Shizuka fall in the beginning, but able to pick up this turtle should equalize this economy, and now they're leading by about 300 gold. I mean, I'm keeping a close eye on Samo, right? It looks like he's just waiting He drops that wall, but he's waiting to use the fish crack because he wants that frigid glacier from Costa Rica, but he wasn't able to pull it off.
Yeah, and a little bit of a fight here. Now Bloxfest actually in a little bit of trouble. Does have that Wrath of the Dryad come out. It is not able to save him. That is 2 down for Papara Supermassive. The second death for Papara's mid, Shizuka.
And I just want to highlight that, right? The second death on Shizuka, the Sicilian, and the Belleric not able to slow down young Zeno in his tracks. Able to get the electrifying beats to get the pick off too. And that's going to not only lead him in the jungle, but also limit Shizuka even further than that one death he had in the beginning of this game.
Yeah, and you bring up a great point too. I want to say that was kind of perfect placement for Blotsvet on the Belleric. Ooh, another fight here comes off. We do have the ultimate coming out from Shizuka. Big pop-up, and he does find the way of the dragon. Not able to take care of there. Mohi finds a kill onto Costa Rica. There is madness in the mid lane, trying to lock onto Samo. Not able to finish the job, and a disengage from Papara. 3-1, a GK lead.
Yeah, definitely a major lead. Young Zeno finding Shizuka. Electrifying Beats goes out, though. Right now, Young Zeno, 2-0-1 on this Joy. And I don't feel like Papara Supermassive has found a way to stop him, right? He's able to get what he wants. He's able to get some kills and then disengages. So now he's going to be leading in the jungle compared to Mohi. I mean, you're looking at the economy, though. Papara Supermassive still ahead. They're up by just a few hundred, so it's about equal. Definitely this turtle play is going to be the decider factor on who's leading the momentum.
Yeah, but when it comes to the team fights, I mean, GK is just doing so much better, and they've kind of shown already Papara has a problem trying to protect their backline. Joy's able to kind of dive into Shizuka. Belleric was unable. Blotsfest had no way to stop young Zeno from trying to get to that backline and shutting him down immediately. Now we're dancing around the turtle. GK Esports, you see Zeno with some good positioning there. Zhao finds him out. Turtle is now reset. I want to say GK, they're dancing around this turtle, but they don't want the turtle. They want the fight. And Blotsfet and the rest of Papara Supermassive are looking for an opportunity to actually be able to get this turtle. They don't find it, and they're gonna reset on the map.
Yeah, not able to find the objective they were looking for, and that is going to possibly be costly. They need to hurry up and get this turtle. You're looking at some good placement over there from Shin with the frontline presence, and there goes the Costa Rica combination, waiting to get that fist crack and that frigid glacier.
Yeah, turtle fight now has started. Avatar the Guardian comes in wide, misses, zones out the rest of GK, but still not able to use it as an opportune item. And this is something about when it comes to Gatakacha. He cannot be the initiator because of how long that Avatar the Guardian takes. Ooh, coming in there, Samo finds the turtle, able to get himself out, but Mohi on the back end, able to find him with a kill. Shen taken down as well, 4-3. Carvey finds himself a tower at the bottom as well.
Ooh, young Zeno almost picked off at making the most out of the mobility, but a big play from Samo, rushing in with the G-Kondo to get the turtle, but the mid turret will fall. Papara Supermassive not even phased, able to pick up 2 kills on top of that. Even though they lost the turtle, still able to find their rhythm and control this match.
Yeah, really interesting. You lose the turtle, you take a kill, and you lose tower at the bottom, but you've gotten a bunch kills yourself. You were able to take mid tower, which I want to say is probably the most important tower of the game. So, I mean, we're kind of edging towards Papara, even though these team fights aren't exactly the prettiest for them.
Yeah, and even though they're not winning, you know, all the team fights, you're looking at Papara Supermassive winning on the map, and overall, wait a second. Now GK on the top side, they're going to get a little bit of a push as well. Carvey able to take down that tier 1 turret, and now off to a good start to turn this back around, right? But they need to take this mid turret because that's going to help them invade into the jungle of Papara Supermassive. Speaking of invasions, young Zeno.
That was pretty brave, especially going into 3 members. Here comes the backup, Shen and Samo from the top, looking for an opportunity. You see Costa Rica dropping some bombs there onto Papara Supermassive, and everybody can go ahead and disengage.
Yeah, gonna disengage right now. I still say Papara Supermassive has the map advantage. Holding on to that mid turret is going to allow them to still move around more comfortably. But GK, when it comes to the team fights, as long as they're together, they're starting to find their rhythm. Right now, it's a little bit of a lead for Papara Supermassive in terms of the economy, though. Sitting at 3,000 and now working on this turtle. Some great zonage.
Yeah, great block sweat. Oh, on the back, Wrath of Dryad is out, zoning out the team. Samo and Costa Rica in a little bit of trouble here as Mogi pushes in to the enemy purple buff. We have the Avatar of the Guardian comes out. Playboy Carvey might be in a little bit of trouble. Gets taken down. Zhao with the damage on that Granger. They're going to find themselves a tower as well. And just like that, the game swinging very, I want to say very dominantly for Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, definitely a good push for them. And now you're going to see 4-4 on the scoreboard. Both teams even in kills, but you got to look with where the kills are going, right? Mohi picking up 2 over here. And Fishcrack coming out.
Oh, catches 2 of them, but I mean, look at how tanky they are. Wasa barely even took any damage, gets frozen there, and they are powerless. Now looks like Mohi might be in trouble. Way of the Dragon comes out there and able to find the Soul Sever to find the kill. Papara Supermassive on the rise right now. Minions at the bottom. They're going to make short work of that tower, and they are almost knocking at GK Esports gates.
They said they're not no underdogs. They're big dogs in this game. GK not able to win these trades, and Papara Supermassive inching their way up the map, stripping them down to their inhibitor turrets. Not only that, but also able to take down Playboy Carvey, right? He's now 2 deaths, no kills. And you know that Melissa is going to be that mid to late game marksman. I'm still keeping a close eye on Shizuka too, though. With Papara Supermassive, with this lead, he's going to be able to get more comfortable in getting these stacks, especially how he was falling so early in this game to kind of speed up that pace and be able to hit like a truck toward that mid to late game. You're already seeing the Elegant Gem. You're already seeing the glowing wand on him as well. He's going to have that burn damage effect and also the life bane on top of that. But for GK, they need this map presence. They need to be able to seize that turret in the mid lane, and this just showcases how important it is. Papara Supermassive, a lot of insurance, right? They can invade into the jungle of GK. They don't have to really worry about too much punish because they have a lot of turrets to be able to rush back to, but not the same for GK.
Ooh, nobody has eyes on Samo up at the top, looking for an angle to kind of get in here. They spot him out. Still Mogi able to pick up the retribution. Avatar the Guardian comes out. They do find a kill on this Samo. Shen running for the hills is going to activate that conceal to try to get himself away from Wasa, and Mohi and them are on the chase. They're going to go ahead and capture this orange buff for their efforts.
Yeah, man, what a game so far. A massive lead for Papara Supermassive. A shocker, a bold statement as well to jump into the challenge season. You're going against one of the heavily favored competitors, GK Esports, and it's starting to turn into a domination. They got this Lord March through the mid lane, bot side.
Oh man, Zeno gets taken out. Wasa and Mohi there just watching, not able to do much to add to that fight. You see Wasa on the side here. They're looking to try to push their way in. Samo, Lord at mid, minions at bottom and top. In comes the Avatar of the Guardian, immediately hit with a Frigid Glacier and away of the Dragon. Zhao coming in, takes on the tower, finds himself a kill onto Shen. Knocking at the core is the Lord. Papara Supermassive going to take game 1 from GK Esports.
What a statement. Papara Supermassive showcasing to the world they're ready to take it to another level for the challenge season, and now up 1-0 against GK. They pulled out the Katat, they pulled out the Belleric, they had the Sicilian, and able to get the job done. Now, the question is, where do you go from here, right? Can they keep that momentum? Can they keep it rolling? Up with a 1-0 deficit is definitely a great place for them. And, oh man, GK, what a match.
Yeah, a very good match. Even especially because Shizuka had a couple of hurdles in that early game on that Sicilian. They were able to find him twice, especially in that early game where Sicilian's going to be the most susceptible, but eventually able to round that corner. Zhao was able to take off in that gold lane we've been talking about. I've been mentioning this ad Newman right now. That gold lane is so important. As you can see, MVP here, Xiao on that Granger.
And the thing is, I love how you kind of highlighted the gold lane, right? Samo not able to find the way of the Dragons, not able to get the isolation plays to the back line to take down Zhao. He went through that entire game deathless, and not the same for Cardi, right? He's seen a lot of times where Wasa would rush in there with the AOG, the Beloric would get around with Blastfet, and then also Mohi just able to deal some damage and pick up those kills alongside Zhao. And with Cardi not able to get online, they were lacking in the damage department, right? I mean, even though they had Xeno, the Beloric's right there. You have the Wrath of the Dryad to catch him in his tracks, and they needed a little bit more oomph.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the replays here, I feel like the team had kind of split priorities with who they were going for. You see Xeno here getting caught. They had to execute that electrifying beats, but still not able to get the retribution. It was just so much as it got to the mid game. There really wasn't much that they were able to do. Electrifying beats there again. They do find a kill, but eventually, I want to say most of this game starting to go over, going over to their enemies.
And it started right here, right? Able to get the turtle to equalize this economy when they were down 4-1 initially. Blastfet's taking down Shin as well. And this is where you start to see signs of life from Papara Supermassive, and GK starting to kind of be more reactive than pushing away and being proactive. And that is something that Papara Supermassive sniffed out. Able to get this finish as well. A fast finish, too. It wasn't too late of a game. You see the double bladed despairs for the damage as well. I mean, we talked about it, right? Mohi and Zhao, both of them have the Impure Rages. And then on top of that, some heavy DPS as well to be able to burst down GK, and they were not able to sustain the damage against them.
Yeah, and as we say here, MVP Zhao on that Granger. Right now, man, Granger is at a very comfortable position in that gold lane. For me, I almost wonder how much of an impact does he have to have on a game before we decide maybe we want to take him off of the table. Right now, I mean, only 4-0-4 here, but I mean, kill participation 80% there. It does not really do justice to the amount of effect he was having on the game, the amount of suppressive fire he was able to lay out during a lot of those objective fights.
Not to mention, he has the Sky Piercer, he has the lethality. You know, when they get low, he's able to pretty much get the as well and get those stacks. So it's a problem. He went deathless that entire game, which means that he was able to create that separation. Especially on Granger, I'm like, Granger's not even really the most mobile marksman. Yeah, he has a dash in his arsenal, but it's not the most mobile marksman. And to be able to get the job done showcases that he's able to play at a little bit of a higher caliber so far for at least game number one. And he's not just going up against anybody, right? He's going up against Carvey. He's going up against a former contender in the M series who's went even further than he has on the international scene. So off to a good start for the side of Papara Supermassive. And now, you know, we raise the question, what are some of the things that GK Esports did wrong? Was it Samo on the show not being able to find the isolation plays? It's just a lot that we can kind of dive into with it.
Individually, I feel like they were some strong picks. Samo on the Cho, we had the Joy out there. However, collectively, as a team fight, I feel like each one of these characters had different goals that they were trying to achieve in a team fight. Whereas Joy wants to dive into that back line, get the electrifying beats on there. Cho wants to go in. He wants to isolate somebody out from the pack. That's not really what Joy wants. She wants to be inside all of them. She wants to kind of get all of that damage out on as many people as possible. And then I want to say, like, when it came to the early game, their individual kits really started to shine through, where you had the Way of the Dragon, you had the electrifying beats, the fist crack out there. But it didn't synergize in the team fight because each of these ultimates kind of accomplishes in a different way that wasn't conducive to another player when it came to those group fights, which I want to say the side of Papara really had down. They had an immense amount of taunting when it came to Beleric to kind of get that aggro onto him. Same thing with Gatakacha. You saw a few times I was questioning whether Gatakacha was going to be able to lock down Joy, and he was able to find those opportunities where Joy wasn't able to kind of get and close the distance onto that back line.
And, you know, I got to also ask you the question. I love how you kind of broke that down, and it feels like for GK, they were trying a new recipe, right? When you put a different combination of heroes together that we don't traditionally see as a unit in the international scene or the competitive scene, it raised the question, does it work? How do you feel about the Bedang and the roam position? Do you feel like there would have been a more effective answer? Do you think they kind of leaned a little too heavily into it? I mean, they did have the Aurora, I guess, the combo with it.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I was kind of wondering, I probably have to look back over the matches because I'm kind of wondering, on paper, it seems like, I mean, once you get the CC down, the Aurora would be a huge hit, but I did notice some of the targeting wasn't, once we got into those team fights, the side of Papara was doing a great job of having that Gatakacha, that Beleric up in front. They were the ones getting caught with the fist crack. They were the ones getting caught with the Way of the Dragons, so that the rest of the team was able to kind of rain down damage. And when you're wasting all of your abilities, all of your CC on those heavy hitters, it's going to be a problem once that's over and once they've kind of wiped the dust off of their shoulders and you still have those damage dealers to deal with in the background.
And now, speaking of wiping the dust, wiping into game number 2 of this best of 5 for the first series of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season. Papara Supermassive able to do a little bit of a shockwave, kind of a surprise to me on how well they orchestrated game number 1 against GK, especially when in the beginning they were down, right? They didn't find the first few kills, but they were able to secure these objectives. And it just seems like as they're rotating around, the synergy is just growing as the later the game goes for them. And I do agree with you. I think having the Wasa and also Blatchfet to be able to frontline a lot of that damage and waste that utility was one of the major things that helped them in that game. As we see in the draft on the way, though, a lot of assassin prio for the side of Papara Supermassive, taking out the Fanny, taking out the Hayabusa.
Man, can I just say that on Papara Supermassive, Shizuka and Zhao are looking directly into my soul. They're definitely looking through us into GK Esports to tell them to bring it. Look at that intensity there. 2 assassins taken off from Papara there, Fanny and Hayabusa. And we've talked about it before. There's still play here for assassins right now, especially when you take out some of those big hitters. Suyu taken off there. We saw Joy, maybe not the unkillable or ultimate pickup that everybody thinks it is just yet, as having a little bit of problems trying to break through the line of what Papara Supermassive set out there. That Gatakacha, that Beleric, it was a pretty big wall for her to try to cross.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting when you talk about the Joy because it was heavily prioed in the first phase of the draft. And I feel like Xeno was able to get a lot of kills in the beginning, right? He was able to get those pickoffs, but I feel it was Samo and Shin not able to provide the frontline presence and to provide the crowd control to allow the kills to go over to players like Carvey and Costa Rica. I feel like the Joy was getting its job done, but when you have all of those elements not working on your side, minus what you're providing, and then you have on the other side some great frontline players like Wasa and Blatchfet to be able to bait out all that utility, it makes it challenging, right? I feel like you could still go the Joy in this situation, even against the same lineup, but I think the difference has to come from Samo and Shin, right? They need to find some setup potentials. I'm not really a big fan of the Bedang. I think maybe they go for something a little bit more traditional. I mean, even trying to maybe sneak in a Hylos or sneak in a Gatot here could be a possible game plan. But Papara Supermassive will be first in the draft this time around for game number 2 against GK. So GK will be on the red side with a 2-pick swing.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up the Bedang because I want to say when it comes to that type of composition that GK had, you had the Cho kind of out there trying to dive into the back line, and you had Bedang trying to look for the forward set like right in front, and you didn't really have anything that was able to kind of protect the lines. Not a lot of CC for them. They were looking to be the initiator, and if they couldn't initiate, they didn't really have anything to fall back on. They had no peel, not a lot of CC to stop the enemy team from coming in, so it was a real issue. This time, Wasa, or this time Papara, Supermassive, going to go ahead, pick up that Joy. We're going to see what maybe changes. GK kind of comes in as they were kind of just shown possibly how to deal with the Joy.
Ooh, and speaking of changes, now with the 2-pick swing, GK gonna go ahead and pick up this Mathilda alongside the Phoveus, and I'm actually a pretty big fan of this, right? Phoveus' main problem is when he starts to engage, he doesn't really have any disengage. He can't get out of the heart of the battle once he's in there. But when you have the Mathilda with the Guiding Winds, you have a get out of jail free card after you're wreaking all that havoc. So a really good 2-pick swing going on their side, but they are going to be going up against this Joy, and they don't really have anything to stop it in its tracks, which means they are going to be forced out to use maybe a Fredrin in the jungle or something, because they need to be able to stop that Joy. The Bruno, though, we were just talking about this, Private. How do you feel about the Bruno in today's meta?
I was about to say, in this economy, Bruno, but he has taken...
Stocks are down.
Bruno's stocks are down right now. He took some heavy nerfs after M6. They nerfed Bruno. They nerfed the Malefic gun. He's lost a lot of range that he used to have. But that doesn't mean he's absolutely useless, especially if you have a decent front line that is going to be able to hold the enemy at a distance for him. My biggest problem with Bruno has always been his range. You get the Malefic gun on him, it used to be just automatic win-win. Here, I think we've evened it out. Now, if you have the Malefic gun, you're at like a normal marksman range for Bruno. You got a Kacha with they pair. I like that they paired this up this way. They didn't allow this to go into the second banning phase without them picking up something that will pair with Bruno, something that can kind of hold that line in front of them, something that can create that distance, allow him to get those crits and allow him to get those stacks. So I like the Bruno pick here.
And I also like the Fredrin pick to go up against Papara Supermassive, right? We were talking about when you have this Mathilda and this Phoveus, you're lacking in the crowd control department, and going up against a hero like Joy, that's not something you can really afford, or that Joy is just going to go crazy with the electrifying beats. So picking up this Fredrin is a strong pickup for GK Esports to kind of counteract that. Now, we have yet to really see the marksman go up against the Bruno. I'm right there with you. With Bruno lacking the range, he's going to need a strong frontline presence to be able to really pop off, right? If GK can close that distance and be aggressive, it may be a little bit of a threat. So far, though, we need to see something from GK in the crowd control department. When we're looking at what they still have available, they still need to pick up their mid laner and also their marksman as well. For the mid lane, Lu Yi is still a viable option. It could be a little bit of a problem, especially going up against this Joy, but as long as you're kind of by the Fredrin, then you don't really have to worry about it too much. And then not to mention, I guess you have the Mathilda too. So, I mean, Lu Yi lacks mobility, but if you have the Guiding Wind, then you can go back to safety as well. But they're going to ban it out themselves.
Yeah, really interesting thing here. I mean, we do have, when it comes to Prio, when it comes to the mid lane, I was about to say Vexana. We still have Farja out there because, I mean, you're not going to stop them from getting to you. You just need to have a plan now. So might as well just go for some of those picks that don't really have a lot of mobility. Vexana being one of those. Farja's another one with a feathered airstrike. She's kind of a sitting duck, but I mean, any mage right now is going to be a sitting duck when you have a Matilda. So it's better for us to kind of plan around that. Are we going to maybe be able to use the Avatar of the Guardian defensively to be able to kind of cover that? When you see that Matilda kind of using that circling eagle, use the Avatar of the Guardian, create that space. Sicilian out there for the side of Papara.
Seems like a comfort pick for Shizuka. Going to pick it up again now. When we were watching game number 1, it didn't have the hottest start, right? It took a little bit of time for that engine to get revving up, and it could be a wise decision. I was just going to say, maybe they picked the glue here, and the reason why is, I mean, it's a good read to the Phoveus, right? You're going up against the Phoveus in that XP lane. You're not going to let him dominate as much. You get a little bit of sustainability too with the split, and then you also can find some isolation plays, get to maybe that Vexana, who is going to drop that internal guard down to be a possible threat. And that's what I was going to say about the Vexana. Yeah, they don't go for the crowd control department. I guess that's fine. You have a little bit of crowd control with the Vexana, not as much as some other heroes, but the main focus on it is to drop that eternal guard down to defend against that Joy.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Vexana wouldn't be my pick against the Joy, but she's not there for the Joy. She's there for the Gatakacha. She's there for the glue to try to kind of offset these, maybe even try to get a pick off before the some of these fights begin, and then they're gonna go ahead round out their draft with the carry pickup. Now, when it comes to this, I want to say carry's gonna have a little bit of a problem in the early game, but as we start getting into the mid and late game, she's a great counter for the Joy. She's going to be a great counter for a lot of these tanky heroes. It's just, are they going to be able to close the distance and be able to take down that carry?
And I'm right there with you. I feel like with the Mathilda, they're putting a lot into the Mathilda bank right now, right? You're going with a lot of heroes who don't have mobility. You have the Phoveus, you have the carry, you have the Vexana as well. Man, you're gonna have to be putting in some work over there on this Mathilda with those guiding winds, because if one player is out of position, it could be costly. But if they're able to find that distance and stick together, they may be able to turn this around. As you are now seeing us jump into game number 2 of Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 Challenge Season. Papar Supermassive up against GK Esports.
Yeah, it's a very interesting, I want to say, a very interesting, like, counter-based compositions that we have. On one side, you have a counter for this, you have a counter for that. So it's going to be very interesting to see how well this kind of goes out, because Joy is going to have, I want to say, a few problems when it comes to kind of dealing with trying to get into these objectives. Is Xeno going to be focused on the objective, or is he going to be trying to peel for his team? You talked about Shen on the Matilda. Is he going to be able to kind of get some of these guiding wins to get his team in and out of harm's way? Because I want to say it's going to be very interesting once you get locked on. We'll take a look there as we take a look at some of these player emblems.
Yeah, you've seen the emblem, you've seen a couple of quantum charges, especially over there for Playboy Carby to help with the mobility, but I'm keeping a close eye on the battle spells as well. 4 flickers on the side of GK to be able to stop the push plays from Papara.
Ooh, speaking of wonders, a flicker expended there as well. Xeno comes in, putting on the damage. Mohi in trouble, taken down in the first minute and 30-second. Blotsfed might be the second on the list. Guiding Wind's going to bring in Xeno under the tower, looking for the damage, and Blotsfed taken down. Last hit there by Shen. Not a very different game than we saw from game 1 as well. GK was very dominant in that early game too.
Yeah, and the thing is, oh, man, I feel like Mohi's scratching his head right now. Where did I go wrong? And it's that Fredrin, right? That energy eruption for that crowd control effect is very hard to deal with and able to stop him in his tracks. And you just need that little moment of opportunity to be able to burst down a hero like that Joy. And a good read for GK Esports, now leading the way 2-0. Now, they were leading in kills in game number 1, and we were in this same exact situation. But this is where Papara Supermassive turned it around. The first turtle play, they were able to take this objective, and then they started to form that snowball. But this time around, GK more on the defense, not going to be as risky, and has a well-compensated draft when it comes to the pickups from Papara Supermassive, and the turtle will go on their side.
Yeah, one thing I kind of have to question, though, is you had Mohi was definitely not in a position to contest that turtle. So why were 2 other members from Papara sitting there on that turtle, like trying to show themselves to GK? Was there ever going to be an opportunity? Or maybe would their presence in another lane have been maybe a better touch? It's some of these little things you have to kind of consider. If you're not going to be able to take a turtle, try to make it or punish them for it. Find maybe a gank in another lane, but just sitting there watching them take the turtle, it's kind of not a cost-effective solution.
Yeah, and these little things might not seem major until you're almost to that mid game and you're like, oh, had we had found the trade-off in the early game, we could have probably won this fight when it comes to the minor differences in gold. But right now, GK looks like they're pretty much in control of this game. Up 2 kills, able to find the first objective. And this is really good for them considering, they have this carry who's going to scale really well as the game goes to deal massive damage. The healing from Shin is and these guiding winds is going to be crucial as well. And right now, Papara Supermassive, I feel like they're testing the waters, but they're trying to find a mistake.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job putting a ton of pressure onto this gold lane. They want to make sure that they are laying every single brick for that path of the carry success into that mid and late game. So we're not getting any ganks on her. Even if they don't find a kill, we do have the demonic force coming out there. Does miss the energy eruption from Azino, not able to find the kill, but it is successfully able to push away the rest of Papara, who are having a heck of a time trying to even get their own minions from their own jungle, as this, I want to say, it was a 3-man from GK. Now they're going to come in. We do have Blatzvet diving away, a big worldy coming out from Zhao. Turtle, are they going to be able to get it again? A second objective coming from GK Esports, unanswered by Papara.
Yeah, able to find that objective yet again, and now possible counterplay on the way. It looks like they want a little bit more. They're going to go in for the siege on the bot side, possibly. You see a lot of presence from GK down there, not trying to give Papar Supermassive any breathing room. Speaking of breathing room, Carvey picking up the corrosion scythe, now going to have that slow effect as he does hit with those speedy light wheels up against Papar Supermassive, something that they're going to have to watch out for. Looking at Shizuka on the Sicilian though, right? He needs to get these stacks. He needs to scale to that late game to be able to have a major impact. But wait a second.
Yeah, they are just so quick. Whatever they had from the first game, they use that as a lesson. GK immediately goes to mid, clears out mid, immediately rotates back to gold without hesitation. They don't even give a tiniest bit of breathing room to Zhao to even be able to maybe find himself a little bit of presence here. You're going to see them go back to mid, and maybe probably even look for the rotation at bottom.
Yeah, and I think the difference is Shin, right? He's not running on this Bedang, he's running on this Mathilda, so he's able to provide a little bit more opportunity and a lot easier than trying to get that fist crack off in the heart of the battle. Speedy light wheels.
Oh, we lose Blitz. Actually, no, we don't lose Blitz. He's able to get away. A taunt on Zhao. He's looking for an escape. He's able to find it. Zeno in trouble. They do lose a tower. Split is out. Energy eruption pauses him in his tracks. He's going to turn away from this fight, but the damage has been done. GK loses a tower in the gold lane.
Yeah, able to find that objective, able to take that tower. Both teams giving a good fight. Low kill game, 2-1 at the 6-minute mark, but GK, they were able to take these turtles, which helped them a little bit in the economy. But you're starting to see Papar Supermassive, the fight come alive, right? You're starting to see them punish on some of the mistakes, the overextension after taking that tower, and they were able to find some kills, and now the turtle on the way.
Yeah, we do have a demonic force into the back line. Samo trying to put the damage onto Suzuka, who uses the flicker to get away. The turtle has been taken. Big energy eruption lands onto Wasa, who's gonna have to use that split to get away. Right now, a little bit of a lead for GK, but I want to say the macro going very steadily in the favor of Papara Supermassive. Now they're going to go ahead, zone out Supermassive to try to take this mid tower, and a successful take of that as well.
Yeah, to take that turret, and this is definitely different than what we've seen in game number 1, where Papar Supermassive was the one to take that first turret in the mid lane, and that's going to allow map pressure this time around to go in favor for GK for the early phase. So now they're going to have more of invasion plays, right? They're able to kind of proxy these lanes, get the cutoffs, maybe invade the buffs as well, and you're already seeing just how effective it is. I mean, look at the rotations now to the bot side.
Yeah, they go in there looking, and Playboy Harvey's going to have to back up here a little bit. Zhao came in there. The little bit of, I want to say, time that Blotzfett was able to get them. He did die for it, but they are able to narrowly protect this tower a bit. And I want to say, macro-wise, they're kind of even, except I want to say GK just a little bit ahead, even though they're under when it, I mean, it's one tower to one tower, but the most important tower, that mid tower, the one that opens up the map, has been taken by GK. So it's going to be a little harder for Papar to answer some of these calls or to be able to retreat. And that's going to do it for the gold lane tower.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and take that. A good play from Carvey, and not even something that Papar wanted to defend. They realized that it was a failed cause on the bot side. Berserker's Fury picked up by Xiao is going to have a lot more crit now. He has the Hawes Claws as well for the sustainability, but he lacks in the range department on this Bruno, so needs to be careful on his spacing.
Yeah, we saw a circling eagle out there by Shen, locked onto Zhao, but not able to seal the deal. They're going to go ahead and back off. Protection up at the top. Lord is out right now, and I'm wondering if Papar is actually in a position to go ahead and possibly contest that. Energy Eruption misses just wide of Blotzfett. The rest of the team, I mean, we were talking about it, that guiding wins from Shen, doing a great job of kind of keeping this team together, keeping them grouped in a nice way to get them out of harm's way and pull them in a direction that GK wants them. Right now, looking for a good position onto this Lord.
Yeah, but top side, you are looking at Mohi. We talked about it earlier, right? They need to find the trade-offs, and he's going to go ahead and take the turret on the top side, but a play for the Lord.
Yeah, they're going to go in there. And we don't have joy for this fight. A big Appraiser's Wrath with the Retribution's going to go ahead, seal the deal, take Xeno, and get him this Lord. And a little Avatar of the Guardian almost costs Blotzfett. But I want to say a little bit of, not passivity, but patience coming from GK. They just say, hey, he comes in here. We've got a Lord coming. Let's hold out a second, guys. We still have this game under control. We don't need to try to extend to get this kill.
And this seems like something Papar Supermassive was okay with, right? They were okay with losing this Lord. They knew that Mohi wasn't even in the battle. He's on the top side, but he found the turret to try and open up the map just a little bit, right? And so, I mean, it's not the biggest advantage. Right now, Gold is definitely leading for the side of GK. You have the Lord on the bot side as well. Not to mention Playboy Carvey on this carry. You got to keep a close eye. He still hasn't fallen, so he's going to scale even later through the game and have a lot of damage with these speedy light wheels. But then on the other side, Shizuka, he hasn't fallen either on the Sicilian, and so maybe toward that late game we'll see both of them from opposing sides dealing that damage to burst out pretty much anybody on the map.
Yeah, big surround here. Xeno comes in with an Energy Eruption, circling Eagle on the back there. Flickering out is a Shen, but that's going to go ahead, give the distance that they need to be able to take this tier 2 tower from the side of Papar. Now a bunch of pressure at mid lane right now. Oh, they might have actually caught Mohi. They're coming up there to close the distance. Mohi looking for an escape. Are they going to be able to find it? Xeno in a chase. Shen just a little bit too far to lock on. So they aren't able to go ahead and punish. But I want to ask, like, what was the effect of Mohi up there? Oh, we do have a flicker coming out. Split from Evansar. Wasa is going to be able to find himself an escape. Avatar the Guardian just wide.
I feel like Mohi, they're taking what they can get, right? He wasn't able to get the Lord, so he takes the turret. Even though he gets, he's separated from the team, he gets a solo pick off on Asamo. He's just trying to get whatever he can here to keep in this game. I mean, mind you, we're at 11 minutes now. We have 6 kills with both teams combined on the board right now, 4-2, which means this is more of a strategic match, right? This is objectives. This is tit for tat. This is going for the turrets, going for the Lords. A very chess-like game from both sides. But right now, GK is still having a little bit of that edge. As you are going to go ahead and see the Malefic gun still picked up by Zhao. It is limited in range. We'll have to see how effective this will be in this game. But like I said, Playboy Carvey on this carry, he's going to be hitting hard too. But there's a lot of burst potential from Supermassive, not only with Zhao, but also Shizuka on the Sicilian.
Mohi's going to have his work cut out for him when it comes to being able to join some of these fights. Because right now his team isn't engaging without him. But he can't really join these fights because you've got Xeno on the Fredgen. You've got Carvey right now on the carry. 2 heroes that can absolutely hold down and shred a Joy player. So when it comes to some of these objective fights, I'm kind of wondering what is going to be the plan. You see him going ahead, locking on to Samo. Electrifying Beats is out. And we do have an Energy Eruption. That might be all she wrote for Xeno, who's going to be able to get out with the guiding wins. But down goes Shen. Carvey finds a kill onto the enemy marksman and the mage. That's a double kill for Playboy Carvey on the carry. And on the back end, we can see the demonic force is going to put another one down. While Mohi finds a kill, electrifying beats come out there. He's able to find a kill. Oh, it might be a little low. Samo's on the line looking for the kill, flickers in, but not able to finish the job. That is a travesty there at the objective. So many bodies.
Yeah, like we said, tit for tat. And now 8-5 on the scoreboard. The Lord wasn't even taken in that engagement. It looked like it was going in Papar Supermassive's favor, right? They were zoning out GK. GK finds a way around. A good play from Playboy Carvey to find Zhao and Shizuka. But then you see Mohi wrap around and they get the pick off, and both ADCs will fall, which means they lose the kind of damage they're looking for to be able to siege this Lord, and becomes a stalemate play. 8-5 right now, 13 minutes. We're getting toward that late game, and now this is where we want to see just how effective the Bruno is with the Malefic Gun, just how effective the Sicilian is with the recent nerfs on both of these heroes for Papar Supermassive, going up against some heroes that really didn't take a heavy hit, such as this carry.
Oh, Mohi tries to go to the back. Avatar of the Guardian catches Vexana. Is that going to be enough? Down goes the mage. Zhao with the final hits there. Playboy Carvey running for the hills. We do have a split that has landed onto Samo, trying to use that demonic force to get away, and he is into the back line. Wasa's going to have to give up that split. All the while, Zhao is trying his best to keep the damage onto this Lord. In comes the circling eagle. Finds a little bit onto two members onto the back end. Looking like Mohi setting up electrifying beats, backing up the whole of GK Esports, and that is going to be a Lord for the side of Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, able to take that Lord on their side. GK, a miscalculated play. And that's the problem, right? When you don't have Shin on this Mathilda to be able to get you out with the guiding winds, a lot of their heroes lack the mobility, and they didn't expunge any of their flickers as well. I'm kind of looking, I'm like, when are the flicker plays going to come in? You can use it as a defense mechanism, but you can also be offensive with it as well, but they haven't really used it at all. And now you've seen the Lord on the top side for the siege into the base for GK.
Yeah, they're going to storming the gates right now. Ooh, do have a little bit of damage coming out there. Pulls back a Xeno. They are going to have to back off. Ooh, and this tower might survive the night. A little bit of a sneeze of health left up on that top high ground tower. The mid, not so lucky. Zhao going to put the finishing touches up at the top. This is an amazing push for Papara right now. Coming in, you do see a little bit of a circling eagle on the Mohi. Electrifying beats is out. We do have the Ice Crown out there. Mohi in trouble, taking some tower shots, does not make it out. Immortality has been procced, but the finishing touches from Carvey on that carry are going to lay out Supermassive's jungler.
Yeah, I was going to say, when did they push back, right? They got what they came for, able to take 2 inhibitor turrets, but at some point you got to push back. You don't have the minions on your side, and overstaying their welcome, Mohi will pay the ultimate price for that. But still, a good read for Papara Supermassive. We're now at 16 minutes, though, and they could find a quick punish if they're not careful. I mean, the respawn rates are going to take a lot of time to be able to get back in this game, and it's going to be a huge impact if you're caught out of position, as we are now seeing majority of members getting to full build. Sicilian with the Wishing Lantern, the Glowing Wand, Divine Glaive. Looking at the other side, the Winter Crown picked up by the Costa Rica for a possible save before these engagements. But like we said, Shin has to be alive. He has to be in proximity for the guiding winds, because you're going to expect Papara Supermassive to try and get to your backlines, to try and find Playboy Carvey, and try and find Costa Rica.
Yeah, and a big thing too, Mohi found a great position, found a great slot when it came to that last objective fight on the flank to surprise Costa Rica at an opportune moment. So many things had to go right. Costa Rica had to show himself to the team so that Supermassive knew where he was. Mohi had to find a great position, and Shen had to be out of position to save Costa Rica from the electrifying beats. So it just all went well, and I'm wondering if GK is going to make that same mistake again, because that really flipped this. That's a huge amount of damage taken off the field before the objective fight even starts.
Well, with the Lord spawned in, I feel like we're going to find ourselves inside of a 50-50, right? It's really going to boil down to who can get the micro over the other, right? Who will be able to play better as a team when it comes to synergy on the 5v5 skirmishes. They're not even going for the split plays on the lanes, right? They're not even going to try and create some separation. So it looks like it's going to possibly be a bloodbath as the Lord does evolve at the 18-minute mark.
Yeah, really interesting. Oh, clutches an energy eruption onto Blitz. Is that going to be enough? Look at the damage. He has to almost procs that immortality out on the backside, has the split, finds himself onto Carvey. Is that going to be enough? We do have the Winter Crown, and down goes Samo. Mohi with the pick up there. Avatar the Guardian comes out, does not catch anybody from GK Esports. Mohi finds the Lord Shen, finds a kill onto Mohi. The rest of GK taking flight right now, trying to run away. Playboy Carvey taken down by Shizuka. Is this it for GK Esports?
It just may be, right? With the Lord behind you and still holding on to 4 members and also having the advantage in numbers, not to mention Carvey's out of the game for the defense. It may be a game winner.
Yeah, we do have a Circling Eagle comes out, finds 2-member. Blotzfett in a little bit of trouble. Well into the back end. No health there. Costa Rica finds the kill, but another core secured by Papara Supermassive. That's 2 games.
2 games for what many would have considered the underdogs. But now they're writing their own story. The pen is on the paper and it is rolling. Right now, with the 2-0 lead, they have a chance to get a sweep up against GK Esports, who have more, I would say, opponents on their side who are known on the international level, but it seems to not affect Papara Supermassive in the slightest. 1 more victory to go, and they potentially could find their first victory in the challenge season. What a statement they are making today.
Yeah, there's a dog inside Papara Supermassive. It's just not an underdog. I mean, it's a bad dog. That's like a garage dog. It's a big dog. Yeah, it's a big dog coming out for Papara. I mean, a great game, especially being able to maintain their composure through a lot of the early game that they knew weren't going to do very well. Mohi had a lot of trouble trying to kind of close the distance, find his way around, and then they finally realized when it came, they're like, we're not going to be able to kind of just go in through the middle. We're going to have to split push. We're going to have to put Mohi to kind of clear out some of these lanes, and then finally they were able to kind of find their momentum when it came to some of these team fights, to be able to kind of find those targets that they wanted, either onto Costa Rica. Wasa did such a great job on the glue, getting into the back line, getting the split in finding those not just targets, but the correct targets onto Carvey, onto Costa Rica, onto those squishier lines of the side of GK.
And this game was a lot closer than match number 1, right? It was back and forth the entire way, down to the wire and down to the micro mechanics, which made the difference and overall worked more in Papara Supermassive's favor. Speaking of micro plays, a lot of tit for tat, a lot of back and forth. This game in the beginning was very low in kills, right? I want to say for at least the first 12 minutes, I think we were under 10 kills completely. And you started to see life from the side of Papara Supermassive on the micro plays just overwhelm when it came to GK trying to find these opportunities. I mean, look at these plays. Shizuka gets 1. They overextend, though. They're able to possibly get the turret, but then they find a death. This play right here as well, it was a lot of back and forth, right? You find the taunt on the Xeno. He's able to sustain himself. But then, look at the dive with the Circling Eagle. Playboy Carvey here, he gets the double kill to find the pickoff, but then he falls himself, and this Lord ultimately ends up becoming a stalemate. That's how close these games are. But like we said, it's the minor things. It's the quick step you allow Papara Supermassive to have to give them the slightest advantage, and they're able to capitalize on it. Now with a 2-0 lead, you got to figure out what do we need to do. We played better than game number 1 for GK, but GK, they need to play even smarter, right? They need to find a way to, I would say, maybe even split the lanes. I feel like the problem on these late game Lord plays was they didn't split onto the top or bottom side, and they really couldn't because they lacked the mobility. They had to stay by Shin.
Well, and that's kind of, it's just when it comes to some of these recipes, especially having a Joy on your team, you've got some good split lane prio, which isn't really able to be answered. We saw even the Phobius tried to go meet Joy and got taken down one of those, and that's why we had to kind of send the entire team up there. But MVP Papara Supermassive once again gracing the board, this time, this time with the Bruno.
Yeah, and we also asked the question, how effective is the Bruno with the recent nerfs, right? Not just to him with his basic attack range, but also with the Mlbb gun with the limited range on that now, but still able to get the job done. It's not like Bruno's lacking in the damage department. All the damage is still there. He just has to be a little bit closer to be able to pull it off, and he was able to get that done in this game. Is it bannable? Time will tell as we progress through the challenge season, but right now I don't really feel like it was the heaviest threat. I just feel like overall the micro as a team from Papar Supermassive was slightly better than GK, which made the difference for that game.
When I try to think back to the matches, I'm trying to think, what did GK have? What was their initiating factor when it came to some of these fights? What told them, all right, everybody, go in? For me, it kind of looked like Fredrin was sitting there, and a lot of these games were just waiting. When are they going to attack Fredrin? When are they going to attack Vexana? When are they going to be able to get to our back line onto our marksman? There wasn't ever anything on GK's side. All right, do we got the set? Everybody go in. And this is something that I've kind of been noticing from both games, where they have this great laning phase. They have these heroes that are able to kind of pick off when it's like 1v1 or when it's like these off-ended. But when it comes to the team fights, they don't have that factor that's going to tip the scales in their hand, that's going to give them the advantage. You can't really fight, like I've always said this before, a 50-50 fight is never a fight you ever want to take. It's never the opportune fight you want to take. You always want to have the advantage. You always want to have something in your favor that kind of signals, all right, guys, it's time for us to go in. We're going to be able to win this fight. And I just didn't see that factor on the side of GK.
And I feel like it could have been because they decided to sacrifice mobility. They put everything into the hands of Shin on this Mathilda to really be able to provide that for the team. And they stacked it up with a bunch of flickers. And like I said, there's a lot of moments where we didn't see a lot of the flicker plays even come out, right? Even on the engagements. And you don't have to only use it as an evasive maneuver. You can use it to be aggressive as well, but we just didn't really get to see it as often. So I think maybe jumping into game number 3, if GK wants to have a chance to turn this around, I feel like the recipe that they're building, right? They've been crafting up in game number 2. It's not that it's not working. They just need to add an additional ingredient. And I think they need to have some hero that can split with what GK is cooking up. But it would give that Hayabusa a lot of trouble, right? One of the main problems with Hayabusa or the assassins in general is the more aggressive XP laners and roamers can go for those denial plays on the buffs to stop them from getting started. But speaking about getting started, ladies and gentlemen, history in the making. Lucas has been slotted in for the first time in SPS.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how well he does in an XP lane. I kind of smelled that cooking when the Phoveus got banned out in the fray. I'm like, yeah, they're looking for something. They're looking for that, possibly that Lucas. And that's been the biggest counters for him in that XP lane. He hasn't been as successful as I've seen him when he sometimes jungles, but there's just too many counters and too many better picks in the jungle position for Lucas. So we'll see how well it deals up, especially since they're going to go ahead, pick up this CC, and we're going to have Cho out there again. I do want to say, though, Cho didn't have a bad game in the first match. It's just his target selection maybe needs to be a little bit better.
Yeah, and, oh man, it's okay. I see the idea, right? You go for the Aurora for Frigid Glacier, the AoE crowd control plan, right? But then you have a hero who has isolation pickoffs with this Cho, with the Way of the Dragon, the Jeet Do. But right there with you, right on the money, you mentioned a pivotal thing, right? Finding the right person in the right moment to go in for the isolation play was not working in GK's favor the last time they went with this strategy, and now there's a new element into this mixture for game number 3, and that's the Lucas, right? And seeing how effective it is. I know we have our doubts, but we also have things that we're looking forward to with it as well. Me personally, I just want to see that Shockwave Blast, man. I want to see it just go out and wreak some havoc, and it's definitely going to be a treat to see. Now, it's 2-0. Par Supermassive, they're in the lead. They need one game to sweep GK Esports. What does GK do? Can they turn this around? Can they find a way to remain in this series?
Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's 0-2 right now. It is all on the line for GK. Papara Supermassive actually sitting very pretty. But ladies and gentlemen, this could possibly be the last game. Game 3 of GK taking on Papara Supermassive.
I'm looking at Lucas, right? He has the Festival of Blood. Okay, he's going in for a little bit of that sustainability to work on his side. He's a beefy boy. He's going to have that vengeance on top of that. This is going to be interesting to see how this kind of plays into effect. We'll have to see just how aggressive he can be on a lot of these trade-offs. We'll see how it works out, but nonetheless, the Farza from Shizuka, we said he ran the Sicilian for both games, and now with that banned out, forces another hand.
Yeah, you can already see a little bit of an example of that damage. In comes Mohi, looks for the quad. Shadow finds the kill immediately onto Samo. Are we going to see the electrifying beats? We do have. Shadow kill is out. Xeno has to disengage there. Shen actually might be in a little bit of trouble. Look at the damage coming out from Wasa, pushing off 2 members of GK in that XP lane. And what a greeting to Luca in this tournament.
Yeah, Mohi picking up his first kill of the game nice and early. Definitely great when you're running on these assassins, right? You want to pave the way, bridge the path in the early game for your team, and that's exactly what Hayabusa is known for. And also the trade-offs to be able to get the 50-50s with the quad shadows is something that GK will have to watch out for as well. Turtle now spawning in. Look at Wasa already with this Lucas in effect. Gonna go ahead and pull that aggro. Bot side though, play Farza. Can he sustain himself? Shizuka very low, forced to use the wings by wings to safety.
Yeah, is actually very, very patient with that. I was expecting the wings by wings to come out right away, but actually being very patient, allowing Shen to put some damage on before he actually finds himself an escape, because he wanted to try to have some type of a role during this first turtle fight. You can see right there, Samo and Shen doing their best to kind of keep this turtle at bay, pulling it in their direction, and Mohi is going to go ahead and start on his purple buff. Ooh, we do have a feathered airstrike. Shen was waiting for it. Goes beelines for Shizuka, but gets caught by Blotsvet, doing a great job of protecting his mage. Now they're going to go in. Samo in a little bit of trouble. Way of the Dragon comes out, does not take down Evan Star. Xeno comes in onto the back line. Shen has to find an escape. Wasa taken down, and we do have a Frigid Glacier catches Mohi. Shadow kill is out. Even a Vengeance not able to protect Samo, and we do see the turtle taken by Mohi. Papara Supermassive up 3-1.
Mohi able to get Costa Rica 2-for-1 special with that turtle as well. Shizuka needing to get to safety.
Oh man, and just like that, I want to say every single, we do have another. We're gonna have a quad shadow. Are we gonna be able to see the shadow kill? Is out. Shen narrowly gets away down in the glorious pathway. I think that might not be enough to get away. Shen gets taken down now 2-5. But I want to say every single time Shizuka lays down a feathered airstrike, Cho is right there trying to find the kill, and another kill so quickly by Mohi.
My heart, man, Mohi, what is going on? He's trying to close this game out. 4-0-2 on the Hayabusa monstrosity in the land of Dawn. Right now, GK, it looks like they're falling apart. It's 6-2. This is way different than game number 2. We saw about, let's say, less than 10 kills before the, 12-minute mark. We're already at 8 combined. With both of these teams, we haven't even broke the 5-minute threshold.
Yeah, and the interesting thing for me is we banned out the Sicilian. Shizuka, I got 3 assists, so still putting on some suppressive fire. But, they have a plan to really try to nail into Shizuka, but it's just, we're not dealing with the rest of the team, which is the real problem here. We caught Shizuka, I think, once already here, and we're able to kind of take him down. You see Costa Rica getting some positioning here at the mid lane.
Yeah, looking for a possible play. We talked about Shin. Finding these setups has been a challenge for him, and he needs to be able to find that opportunity and fast, as right now you're starting to see Papara Supermassive claim a lot. Look at the top side. Mohi finding Carvey all by himself against the 4-man rotation, but look at the trade-off with the turtle.
And this is what I've talked about before. If you're not going to go for the turtle, at least make something happen there. They lost not only a member of their team, but a whole tower, and that kind of adds into the value of losing the turtle. So a great play there, but Papara super massive. Blotzvek goes in, and Shen forced to kind of push him away.
This is kind of, Costa Rica finding Wassa as well. That is going to be a kill to work in his favor. A turret will drop, though. Right now, map advantage, I guess both sides were able to claim a turret, so it's a little equal. But in terms of the economy, 1,600 advantage for the side of Papara Supermassive. Specifically, Zhao is still alive in this game. Keep an eye on the Granger, but wait a second.
Yeah, great way of the Dragon. Shen was able to find Shizuka, and then you found the freeze there from Costa Rica, and that's what we've been missing when it comes to these setups for the way of the Dragon. Push him back into your team, let your mage get the freeze on there, and then you have the finishing touch, and you've taken off a huge amount of damage from Papara Supermassive.
And that's what he needs to do, right? It just rinse and repeat. Find the back lines, find the isolated plays, especially when your team is in distance, and get that assist and provide that opportunity to lead the way for a possible advantage. But right now, Blotzvek may be in some trouble.
Ooh, does catch himself a little bit of a freeze. 4 members from GK. Ooh, we do have a feathered airstrike. Shen uses the way of the Dragon onto Wassa. That's not going to be the target he wants, so he's going to have to disengage.
Yeah, needing to disengage. Papara Supermassive now going to go in for this turret in the mid lane. Both sides able to hold on to it, but if they can seize this opportunity, they will be able to invade into the jungle of GK for a push. Glorious Pathway.
Well, Glorious Pathway goes out, but they don't have the minions to help out and push up onto the tower, so it was kind of a waste there. And while I say that, Mohi's down here at the bottom taking care of the next turret.
This is just Mohi's game. If anybody's getting MVP, it has to be him. I mean, he's 5-0-2. He's almost getting a kill per minute.
Ooh, Zeno is able to find a turtle. Frigid Glacier comes out, catches one member. Do we have a kill? Oh, look at the damage coming out from Zoe. Just a turret on that Granger, laying down the suppressive fire. Quad Shadows comes out onto Costa Rica with the shadow kill. Not enough damage to take him out, but it is enough to allow Papara Supermassive to collect that mid tower.
This is just Mohi's game. Quad Shadows in, creates some chaos, allows the minions to deal the final touches to the turret, and then gets out with little to no punish. And this just showcases why the Hayabusa is so effective. And without Shin able to find him and get the way of the Dragon, there's not really much GK can do in that situation. They do have a lot of heroes that can get to the backline, though. You have Samo on the CC. You have Zeno on this Joy as well. You have the Iritha, who's very mobile, but they still have yet to find that way. Maybe that's where the Glorious Pathway comes in, right? Because it slows them down as they do try to engage for an opportunity.
Ooh, locked on the Zeno with that shadow kill. He is going to be able to disengage. That Costa Rica lets out some damage, but does not catch the jungler of Papara Supermassive. And I mean, they're doing such a great job keeping on the pressure, going up, cleaning up lanes, putting on more pressure, looking for a kill. And then they just rinse and repeat, continually keeping up the pressure. And they're not giving GK any breathing room. As they're going to go ahead and put the pressure up at top, you're going to see at the bottom, Mo, he's going to go ahead and get the split lane. Oh, speaking of that, there might be a catch there. Suzuka gets caught again. Frigid Glacier is out. A little bit of damage goes down, takes down Wassa. Playboy Carvey finds the kill there, and GK have tied up this game.
All right, I'm scratching my head on that one because I just feel like they just gave it to them for free. It wasn't really worth the risk to be able to push, especially this close in game. Now it's 7-7, but GK, similar to game number 1, not able to find that turret in the mid lane was what stopped them from being able to be the aggressor, stopped them from being able to gain the control in this game. They need to take this, but the pressure, the macro from Papara Supermassive to be able to clear out these waves, even when they do lose a couple of members in the engagements, is overwhelming GK from pushing this back.
Oh, we do have an early feathered airstrike. I wonder if that's going to cost them because they're not even able to get this lore down. CC coming from the side, Quad Shadows lands on the Samo. You do have the shadow kill coming out too. Now the rest of GK Esports forcing themselves forward. Glorious Pathway is out. Samo into the back line, finds a kill. Zhao is down. Young Zeno with the kill there. And now Papara Supermassive on the back foot as GK going ahead, starting on this Lord, looking for a little bit of an opportunity. Great front line feathered airstrike being used by Shizuka, and the Lord has been reset.
Yeah, but it's still taking some hits, and now Papar Supermassive force out the Lord Pit.
Yeah, Shizuka got caught. Zeno finds the kill onto 2. Mohi is down. That is a jungler down. GK Esports with signs of life at the 10-minute mark.
That's right. Able to find this opportunity, but can they turn this into an advantage to push up this map? They need to take the turret in the mid lane. They need to find a way to stop the defense from Papar Supermassive, but they're so great at picking up the pieces when they drop on the floor. You are looking at the Lord on the bot side, quickly pushing, and a turret will drop in the top lane. GK able to seize that opportunity. Now GK is coming alive. Now they're finding their composure. 10-7, leading in kills as well.
Now, I want to say, too, maybe a little bit of a problem with Shizuka not having a Gatakacha to be able to protect him from a lot of these engagements. See right there, he almost caught again, had to use that wings by wings to get away. But I want to say the big problem, 0-4 for a mage right now, kind of points out to your positioning out there, especially because, like I was saying, you don't have the Gatakacha to get that they kind of landed it up there again. Chen in a little bit of trouble down at the bottom lane. Playboy Carvey comes in to dish out some damage with that heavy crossbow. Oh, you saw that shockwave blast coming out from Wasa, but it only serves to back up GK Esports. And now things have turned into their favor. 35K to 32K.
Yeah, right now, 10-8 on the board, 2 kill advantage for the side of GK, able to open up a couple of turrets. They take the mid turret, so now they have a little bit of breathing room to be able to invade onto the side of Papar Supermassive, and will be costly now if Papar Supermassive decides to invade themselves. Blatchfed forced to use the glorious pathway to safety. A little bit of that utility baited out from GK. Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one. We just passed 12 minutes. We're getting toward that mid to late game, and this is where you're going to start to see Playboy Carvey deal a lot of damage. You're going to start to see maybe even Zhao be able to hit like a truck on this Granger. Now it's going to be a battle of the ADCs, right? You're not really going to be banking on Costa Rica. Maybe I would say Shizuka because he has the range, he has the artillery effect. But when it comes to Costa Rica, I feel like he just has to get some great placement on the Frigid Glacier. But the damage is going to be coming from Zeno. It's going to be coming from Samo rushing to the back lines. They need to find Shizuka. And this starts with Shin. Shin getting these isolated plays, getting the way of the Dragons. And there's been a difference in this game, right? We mentioned it. Like in game number 1, he was not finding the way the Dragon sets onto the back line. But I want to say at least 2 times he's gotten it with game number 3.
Yeah, I also kind of want to point out that Mohi has found himself some quad shadows, but they've been onto the wrong targets. He locks on the Samo, executes himself a nice shadow kill, but you're dealing with a vengeance there, and then you wasted that. As soon as that's down, GK know that they don't have to worry about that. See right here, he's caught on the Shen. They're not going to be able to put him down with that. Rest of the team, Glorious Pathway coming in. We do have a feathered airstrike out as well. Passive, Samo finds a kill onto Mohi. Zhao finds a kill of his own, but Zeno finds himself a kill on to the Lord. That is 2 down for Papara Supermassive. Another fight going over to GK. Blotsfed actually might be in trouble here as he's looking for an escape. And now deeper into enemy lines and being gunned down by Samo. He chooses turret for a death.
All right, well, I guess we're going to game number 4. The way this is looking, I mean, they're pushing on forward, making the most out of the situation. A lot of mistakes coming out from Papara Supermassive. The positioning from the feathered airstrikes from Shizuka, not really hitting the mark. I feel like they're a little premature.
Yeah, and as you say that, down goes Shizuka, gets taken. Oh, actually a shadow kill. Mohi comes in, able to put enough damage onto Carvey to find the kill there with that shadow kill. Lord at bottom, pressure at mid and top. They're going to go ahead and try to lock on the Joe, but on that Granger, he is just a mass of dashing ability. Frigid Glacier comes out, catches 2 members, down goes Show.
Yeah, will fall. You're going to lose 2 members from both sides. Does GK continue on this push? I mean, they have Shin, but they don't have Playboy Carvey, and they really need that ADC to be able to get in there. for the push potential. So they're going to go ahead and retreat on the situation, which will be a stalemate. But this is a little risky, in my opinion, right? I mean, we're past the 15-minute mark. We're now in the late game. And this is where it's really going to boil down to the micro plays and the macro plays, right? It's really going to boil down to these little engagements, either getting the split push on the side lanes or winning in the team fights. And both of those objectives, literally for the last 2 games at least, we're working more in Papara Supermassive's favor. So it's going to be a little tricky, right? They're going to have to keep a tight shot group if they want to extend this series into a game number 4 and not allow the sweep from Papara Supermassive. And we know Papara Supermassive is a team that knows how to play from behind when they don't have the advantage. So they're playing ball. Right now, GK up 3,400 gold as well. We've got about 50 seconds until the Lord spawns in. So both sides trying to gain control of the map, trying to be able to lead the way in the jungle, but you got to be careful with the overextensions. There's a lot of mobility from both sides. You have the high boots with the quad shadows, but you also have Xeno on the CC. You have Samba on the CC, Xeno on the Joy. Any mistake is costly, and the respawn timers are high.
You see Shen going out there trying to get some vision, get some information for his team. 23 seconds left for this Lord. Man, Mohi and Shizuka need to kind of put their heads together. Shizuka needs to be able to kind of, maybe hold the trigger on some of these feathered airstrikes, because I want to say the first few have kind of come out without. Oh, see here we have a shadow kill go out, but now what has that done? Now you do not have a shadow kill. You're trying to take this purple buff. You were going to be able to take it anyway, but you're not going to have that shadow kill when it comes to this Lord fight. And extends very far. Feathered airstrike comes out, takes a little bit of damage down onto Samo. Glorious Pathway is out, diving into the back line, being kited. Frigid Glacier comes out, catches 2. Down goes Owasso. Prabler Carvey with the kill there. Another onto Blotsfet, and that is a double kill for Carvey, and looking like a easy Lord for GK. If they don't see Mohi, they sense something is amiss in the bushes, and they're pulling out the Lord until they can see what's going on right now. Now clearing out the mid lane, trying to put some pressure out there, and I'm wondering if Mohi's going to be able to find it. You can see right there, Samo's going to be able to check that bush. He does find both of them, and down goes Shizuka. We do have a shadow kill out there, not able to find it. Mohi in trouble. 3 members closing the distance on him up at the top. He has the quad shadow, gets caught by the way of the dragon. And that is going to be the next Lord for GK Esports.
Man, a lot to break down from that engagement, but we're going to start off with these feathered airstrikes from Shizuka. Boy, what are you doing? You got to slow down on that trigger finger, man, as you are going to go ahead and see GK take this Lord and now work their way toward the base of Papara Supermassive, possibly their first win in this series.
Yeah, they Papara fighting for their lives here, trying to protect these towers. They don't even have the Lord at their gate yet, and the top high ground tower has been whittled down to 10%. You can see GK trying to do the best that they can to try to manage these waves. They want everything crashing at the base at once. This is going to split up Papara Supermassive's control. It's going to mean that we do have a concealed play out here. Sensing it, Mohi dashes himself out to safety, but the top high ground tower gets taken out. Lord down at the bottom. Feathered airstrike is out, but wasn't able to take out all of these minions. This might be it for the side of Papara Supermassive. GK can smell victory out there. Are they going to be able to find it? Locking on the back end. Mohi tries to take down the enemy mage. Is he going to be able to find it? They both trade their lives while Papara Supermassive lives to fight another day.
The defense from Papara, we talked about this earlier. They're just able to somehow find a way when the advantage is not in their favor. Able to hold off the Lord, still holding on to the inhibitor in the mid lane as well, has given them another moment to possibly take this game away from GK. But GK, they're starting to tighten up their shot group. They're starting to play together as a unit. Speaking of units, speaking of shot groups.
Yeah, a lot of damage goes on. A big ice crown comes out. Samo with an immortality switch out, able to find the escape. What a play from Samo. CC the unkillable right now in this late game. They've been doing a lot to try to focus onto him and not being able to get that job done.
This is starting to become a challenge for Mohi, right? I mean, a lot of the heroes on GK's side kind of counter this Hayabusa. And now, without being able to really traverse across the map for the turret plays, this just comes down to the team fights. And they're going to get pretty beefy for the side of GK, especially for a Hayabusa. But he's going to be good for the 50-50 trades if they do go in for this Lord that spawns in the next 30 seconds. But they got to watch out for the overextensions. Another thing is Shizuka on this Feathered Airstrike. He's 0-6-6. I mean, he has to slow down a little bit, play in the back line, find, not waste the Feather Art. Like, save it. Hold on to it. Just wait. A matter of seconds could be the difference when it comes to these two teams. But this is the longest game we have had so far. We have now passed the 20-minute mark, 21-12 for GK, and they are hovering around the Lord Pit, ready to take this objective. Does Papara Supermassive fight this? I feel like they have to. I don't feel like they can afford to allow this one to go.
The problem with the Feathered Airstrike right now is we don't have a setup for it. It's either GK Esports diving heavily onto your team or the small amount of CC and setting potential that Papara Supermassive have, trying to hold them down. See Samo taking a decent amount of damage. Zhao on the back end trying to get away. Ooh, Blotzfett actually in a little bit of trouble. We do have a shadow kill onto the mage. Is that going to be enough? Costa Rica with the Frigid Glacier does find one. Zeno finds a kill onto the back end as well. It is a trade. Both mages down for both teams. Now Waso might be the next one on the line as they close ranks around Papara Supermassive. And that is 2 down for Papara. Mohi looking for an opportunity, looking for an angle, still has immortality, still has a vision. Nobody's checking that bush. Zhao coming in. He wants to try to get some kind of distraction out here.
No way.
He wants, Superlight comes in. Shadow kill is going to be able to take down Carvey. It is not, and that might be some wasted potential as Shen comes in. Way of the Dragon, and down goes Papara Supermassive. Oh, he tries. Winter Crown, he's trying to elongate this, but that is going to be a wrap. Minions crashing at the core. GK Esports going to find their first victory of the series.
Where there's a will, there's a way. No, wait a second. There's a GK able to take game number 3 and remain in this series. No sweeps today. Looks like they found their momentum and off to a possible comeback if they can keep that going. There's a lot of things that went right for GK in this match, but there was a lot of things that went wrong for Papara Supermassive as well. As we do dive into a little bit of a breakdown from what we've seen between both of these heavy contenders, there is some things that definitely stand out. Shin on this show was able to find the isolated plays, able to find the setups with the way of the Dragon into the backline, able to constantly catch Shizuka out of position. On the other side, Papara Supermassive, Shizuka not able to get those Feather Airstrikes he was looking for. Private mentioned it, right? There's just, once you go in for the Feather Airstrike, there's so many heroes that can get to the backline to cause disruption. And these are things that GK did to punish Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, and not just that, but Zeno had himself an amazing game. 10, 2, and 6 right there. I mean, a great game. You can see there MVP with 10 kills up there, and the damage was just immeasurable for the side of GK. 25-13, a very dominant game for Papara. And actually a flip from what we've been used to seeing, where Papara, where GK usually has that early game advantage, and then they lose it throughout the mid to late game. This time, it felt like Papara, man, Mohi was finding the kills on the Hayabusa. He was like 4-0 at one point, and then finally GK were able to find the pickoffs that they needed to go on there. And then I want to say a great game. Even when they were able to dive into the back line, they were able to catch Costa Rica, able to use that Winter Crown, able to use that passive to be able to survive. Same with Samo on the CC.
It's a little bittersweet over there for the Lucas as well. The debut not able to get the victory, which means it now has a 0% win rate. A lot of engagements, though, from both sides. The longest game we've had so far. Both teams fighting over that 20-minute mark. But overall, it came down to the macro plays, right? It came down to both teams using their kits. A lot of times, Shizuka with the Feathered Airstrike, it was either too early or it was out of range to deal damage. While on the other hand, you got to see Shin with the isolated plays, the setup, Zeno being able to get to the back line. There was a moment, a brief moment, where I felt like this could have been a victory for the side of GK, especially toward the end when you saw Mohi he was hiding in the bush at the Lord. But as soon as he saw, I believe it was Shizuka go in, he decided to give up his element of surprise instead of trying to trade a Lord for the 50-50 and getting picked off himself as well, is what ultimately led to the side of GK finding their victory so far. But another great game in the books for the challenge season, and now we're going to be moving on to another match between both of these teams.
Man, I kind of have to put my hat off to whoever made the decision to ban out the Sicilian. We take a look here. MVP Zeno. It's no surprise there. 10, 2, and 6, 64% kill participation, and 673 gold per minute. A great effect in there to be able to get to the back line, especially once Cho was able to get those Way of the Dragons, landing it on the Farja. Zeno was able to kind of come in there, scoop up a lot of those kills. But on the side of GK, whoever made the call to take out Sicilian and put Shizuka onto the Farja, and not just that, but I want to say they got a Kacha ban too as well, because that was what was really helping to get the peel away from their mage.
Right, we've seen the Granger play well. We've seen the Iritho. Both of them been some wise decisions. May be able to see them both here again. There's only really a couple factors. Oh, they're going to first pick the Granger over the Joy here. Okay, this is different. Not bad, but different. I guess because both teams, they know how to work around the Joy, and they'd rather just have the gold lane prio. But I mean, you still have heroes like Iritho, who are still very good as well. So is that worth it?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Iritho, while a counter for Granger, I mean, early game still kind of goes to Iritho, and God forbid you start putting pressure onto that lane to back up Iritho, you're going to have some big problems. Pretty strategically, they're going to go ahead and pick up that Joy. They're going to take that off the board very quickly. And I'm wondering, what do you answer that with? Do we possibly pick up the Fredrin on the Papara side? Oh, and you see Hilda actually getting put up as well. So that's going to be a lot. That's going to maybe stave off an assassin pick. And yeah, just like that, you're going to pick up the Suyu.
And the TIG. We talked about the TIG as we were jumping into the draft. The Papara's main issue was they did not have a way to stop the backline from rushing into Shizuka. But now when you have this TIG in effect, that's gone. You can count that out. If you want to rush in, hey, by all means, that's a free kill for my mage with the implosion plays and the setups. So I think it's a good read from Papara's Supermassive. The Hilda is interesting. This may be a challenge for the Hilda, though, because considering there's a TIG, right? So you still can't be overly aggressive. And not to mention, we have yet to see the mid lane pickup from the side of Papara's Supermassive. I mean, you could even go in for something like in this situation, technically a Valentina, which would even deny the Joy even further with the Terrified. It'll deny the Hilda from being able to rush into you, and then you combo that with the implosion play. Not to mention, you can take the real world manipulation away from the Eve as well. That could be something that Shizuka picks up, but the only problem with that is it requires you to play up close with that Valentina to get those ultimates.
Interesting here. We pick up the Eve, who's had man, it's an interesting role that she's kind of had when it comes to five mans at the top of like competitive play. She does do very well, but like I want to say it's a very niche pick sometimes. A great early game, though, by GK Esports when it comes to the Joy, when it comes to having that Hilda on the team. We're actually, from what they have right now, there isn't much to stop a Hilda and a Joy on Papara's side, especially if they're going to try an early game invade. So I'm wondering if that's going to be something that they're going to try to come out with. The Ganakacha's taken off the board. They're not going to have that. You see Hylos is in the next one from the side of GK Esports. There's going to need to be something that can protect them, because I want to say both of these heroes are actually going to do very well to be able to kind of burst down a Tigreal, maybe burst down a Suyu. And depending on what lane Granger is at when they invade, he might not be able to provide a lot of support in the early game.
Yeah, I want to see what's going to be slotted in the gold lane as well up against this Granger. I mean, you have heroes like the Moskov, which may be able to go in there. Could be effective, but right now I'm getting the idea behind the Eve. Right, you have the setup with the RWM. You can control, entire zone. And then you also have the Hilda who can rush in for the pickoffs. I mean, again, when it comes to GK, they've been effective on backline dive. And that's where the Joy is going to be able to do some work. That's where the Hilda is going to be able to do some work as well. The Hilda, we still don't know if it's XP or roam position. It still can be flexed to either side. I mean, they can pick up, the Katat and the Hylos are gone. So maybe not. May not be the wisest decision. But nonetheless, right now, the draft for both sides is looking pretty solid. There goes the Bedang again. Oh, man.
You could just tell from your side that you are a huge fan of the Bedang.
Time to clock out.
It didn't really have such a great effect in game one, but I mean, it depends on how some of these fights go. We have a huge initiation type of chase composition coming from GK. You've got the Joy, you've got the Hilda, and then you're hoping that you can surprise the enemy, that they're gonna back up themselves up against the wall to where you can lay down the real world manipulation, and then Bedang will be able to come in. The only problem is if the side of Papara are able to turn this around and they are the initiators, then you might have some problems here. We do have the Valentina being picked up there. It's going to have some great scaling in the early game for them. And I'm not going to lie, from the first composition where I thought it looked like everybody had kind of a different goal in mind with the heroes they have, from GK, there is a lot of potential here in the team fight capabilities of this type of composition.
Yeah, the only problem for this for me is the idea is there, but it's the player's play style that I'm a little worried about, right? It hasn't been consistent enough for me, especially when it comes to Shin on these isolated plays, right? I mean, we saw him run the fist crack before. It required way too much of him to be able to dive in and find the perfect moment, and his team couldn't afford that, and that's when you started to see Papara Supermassive win on the trades. But we'll have to see how it goes. I mean, maybe he's a little bit more comfortable now. He did have a way better game with that Cho, with the way the Dragon setups into the backline, so I think maybe he just needed to warm up a little bit, and possibly we'll see a new and improved version as we jump into our possible final game or possible tie to this amazing series. Papara Supermassive up against GK.
Yeah, we can see that. I mean, the signs of life coming out from GK Esports here now, not going down with a clean sweep from Papara Supermassive, trying to see if they can kind of double that and mimic and mirror that potential from the last game into now. Blotzfett doing a good job trying to keep that vision onto Shen, who's playing the roam position. I think we talked about this before. We'll see how well this kind of goes out there. Ooh, Shen with a good little push there onto Suzuka. Gets the little bit of damage out there as well. And that's going to be a Litho Wanderer going over to GK Esports.
I still think the Valentina was such a good pick here because you're denying a lot of the backline presence from rushing into you, and then you have Blotzfett to be able to rely on with the implosion plays. And then not to mention Zhao. I mean, you talked about it, right? There's multiple times when Papara Supermassive was able to claim a victory, we kind of felt like he carried the situation if Mohi wasn't popping off. And so with that at their arsenal, with Shizuka having a lot of protection to not be picked off, I mean, this should be the perfect recipe for them to be able to win this game. But for the side of GK, there's the X factor for me, right? It's the Bedang. I mean, you saw my reaction to it, man. I'm still a little iffy on it, but signs of life from that show from the previous game may be different.
Oh, we'll see. First kill already. Shizuka caught again. The first blood for GK Esports. But I want to say this is not unfamiliar territory for Papara Supermassive. They've dealt with this before. They've been on the back foot. It's that mid and late game where they really seem to shine. As we can see right now, Zeno doing a good job starting on this turtle already. Suzuka coming up from the side. We do have a Blotzfett looking for a positioning. Wasa out there. Real world manipulation is down, and Zeno gonna pick up a clean turtle. Sama in a little bit of trouble, is gonna be able to find an escape.
Not able to push in and deny GK. They get a kill, they get a turtle as well, and lose nothing in the process, which means they are going to be leading the way in the economy. Not by much, but definitely off to a good start. But we know Papara Supermassive is a team, even when the odds are not in their favor, they find a way to quickly turn this around and equalize it. So for GK, if they want to keep this rhythm, they got to continue to slowly climb up on these objectives to where they pile up enough to form that snowball.
Ooh, demonic force is out. Is Mohi going to be able to come in time? Samo senses something in the air and disappears into the night, right back into those bushes. And look at how he's able to keep up the health. And that is why Hilda is so, sought after when it comes into this XP lane. The amount of regen they have. Ooh, we do have a fist crack out there. Shen has to go ahead and flicker out. Playboy Carvey with the barrage. Is that going to be enough? Zeno comes into the back end, finds another kill onto Suzuka. Another real world manipulation IMU and trying to trap out Zhao. Actually, I think that was the actual real world manipulation that coming out from Costa Rica. They don't find the kill, and it does look like this tower lives to fight another day as they're continuing to put on the suppressive fire. Minions crashing in onto that tower. Costa Rica looking for an opportunity. Blitzfit comes in, finds the push and the pop-up, but Zhao not able to find the damage, and now taking a heap of damage. Two more members come in for the flank. Fist crack is out, finds a kill on the Zhao and Blotzfet, and that is two members down for Papara Supermassive.
We just talked about this, right? Take it piece by piece, inch your way up to where that snowball starts to form, and it's starting to roll. 4-0 at the 4-minute mark, able to take the first turtle, and now controlling the second turtle as well, and looking at an invasion play may not be the wise decision.
Wasa actually coming in with that demonic force, but is taking a heap of damage. We do have RWM out, and the ultimate coming out from Carvey is going to be enough, keeping away a lot of the members. That's going to be a second turtle for the side of GK Esports, taken there by Zeno.
Yeah, another turtle in their hands, but a member did fall. Shin, Zhao, the one to pick up that kill. If anybody gets it, it's definitely important that it goes to him, which is going to help him, especially on this Granger, the most dominant marksman so far on the competitive scene, as we are starting to see some of the items pick up for him as well. He did get the Hunter Strike, so he's going to have that additional speed boost, that additional pin for a low price as well to have a slight advantage. But the Corrosion Scythe picked up over there by Playboy Carvey on this Ixia for the slow, and then also the additional damage from the Legion Sword. So when it comes to damage, yes, there's more pin over there for Zhao, but there's going to be a little bit more damage from Playboy Carvey.
I hate to harp on a single player, but Shizuka really just... Okay, now we're going to have some actual damage going down. They go ahead, put some damage on Asama, who's kind of coming in. Dude, right now, the Hilda, this is the problem with the Hilda. Even if Samo's not getting the kills, even if Samo's not able to do much, he's still able to exert pressure, exert abilities out there. We do see a little bit of a push going on the Blotzfed, but this is doing a great job of keeping away the team. Look at all the damage going up onto that top tower. And we're talking about somebody, real manipulation is out. Zhao taking a heap of damage. Fist crack on the side as well. From the flank comes Waso, does catch a pop-up. Decides against using the demonic force just yet. Doesn't like the opportunity he has with his team, but look at the pressure mounting up at top. And we don't have that same pressure anywhere else on the lanes for Papara Supermassive.
A little unfortunate too for Blotzfed. I like what he did. He found the play with the implosion onto Carvey. But Zhao lacking the damage, now he has the Sky Piercer, so it will be a little bit of a different situation, but not able to get the kill and the flicker out the safety from Carvey. Not only wasted the utility from the side of Papara Supermassive, but also is keeping GK in the lead as now they're going in for the turtle.
Mohi able to find himself a tower off there. 10% left onto this turtle, but Zeno able to find the retribution. That's going to be another turtle, the third and final one for GK Esports. And I'm wondering what Papara can do here. The pressure that had been mounting up at top. Wasa is even up here right now, trying to help out. We're about to have 3 or 4, and it does look like we have even teams here, but the pressure is too much. Costa Rica going to find the final touches on that top tower.
Oh, wait a second. Zeno need to get out to safety. Private, I hope you have your jacket, because there's a snowball heading to the Land of Dawn as we speak. And I don't know if Papara Supermassive has the kit to stop it. You're looking at 3 turtles for GK and 3 kills, and it's not even at the 10-minute mark, and they've already have the 2K advantage. What is working in Papara Supermassive's favor, though, is Zhao, right? He did find a kill, but he found a death as well. So, you get what you get. But right now, GK definitely leading the way, trying to even out this series. And off to a possible start to do that and begin a reverse sweep if Papara is not careful. Look at the folks on the bottom side. Look at Samo trying to put on some pressure to kite these minions, but some good rotations, keeping Shizuka alive on this Valentina, who Samo really cannot dive into. I mean, look at that. You got Shizuka diving into Samo because he knows he has to Terrify, and there's nothing Samo can do about it.
One interesting thing here is Mohi is 2 levels. Well, he was 2 levels over Xeno. So he's doing his job. He's farming. He's not part of a lot of these fights, but he's going around the map, trying to farm up, trying to get himself ahead. So maybe when Mohi starts to join the fights on Tsuyu, we might start to see a little bit of a change in these group ups. But right now, I mean, like I said, GK doing a great job holding the line against Papara right now, trying to keep on that pressure. Towers are about even for both of them right now. The big thing here is the laning phase has ended. We're going to have group ups here, and this is where it all comes down to. Oh, Blobsman takes a heap of damage. Real world manipulation is out. They find a kill onto Shen Shizuka, coming back, able to repay some of those deaths in the early game. Now it is a 4v5. Xeno looking for an opportunity on the back end, catches an implosion, and down goes GK's jungler, just like that. And the rest of GK looking for an engagement. Samo comes in, finds a kill, and we do have the full barrage coming out. But on the back end, Wasa with the demonic force finds the marksman. Samo might not be long for this world. Shao trying to clean up here with that barrage, and the Rhapsody does in Samo.
Papara Supermassive able to find their momentum and now able to turn the disadvantage in their favor, now leading in kills and a Lord on their side. And it started with a misplay on the fist crack coming out from Shin. As soon as he got caught out of position, they didn't have that utility, and then down goes the RWM from Shizuka with the IMU to be able to control that entire grid, and he just couldn't escape. He lacked the mobility, and a big punish onto GK, and now Papara Supermassive with his advantage should be able to open up this map. You are seeing a lot of items on the board as well. Queen's Wings picked up, War Axe as well from Suyo. You talked about Mohi, you know, even though he didn't have all the objectives, he's been going around finding a lot of the turrets, not finding the neutral objectives in the jungle, but finding the turrets across the map and pickoffs to keep him pretty much tied up when it comes to levels. Actually, he's above Xeno. He's 2 levels above Xeno.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. He's kept himself, he's kept his gold, he's kept his levels up there. So the one X factor that Papara Supermassive has had is that they haven't had him in a fight. And once he is in these fights, he provided just enough leverage to be able to kind of find that burst, to really surprise GK. Blotzfett went ahead, put himself into a position where GK Sports pulled the trigger a little fast, wasted a lot of abilities on the roam, and then that was where they were able to find the opportunity onto Shenmue. He finds a kill onto GK's jungler as they are putting the boots onto this mid tower. Zhao gets the last hit there, and there is a lot of pressure. This went from an even game to now Papara Supermassive knocking on the high grounds of GK Esports.
Yeah, Papara, they're standing up now, ready to try and close out the series. And yeah, it was such a domination in the beginning, but one slight mistake quickly piled against GK, and Papara was able to take every single turret minus the inhibitors from that. And now look at the gold lead. They're up 7,000 gold. Keep in mind, they lost every single turtle this entire game, but still not stopping them. Even look at the leaderboard. Look at Mohi. We talked about it, right? He didn't get the neutral objectives, but he was all around the map finding everything else, and it added up. This is a time where the math is definitely mathing.
4,000 gold lead on one player is insane, especially when it's your jungler. This is what we were talking about, and I was talking about this before too. His smartness when it comes to being behind and knowing what he needs to do. He doesn't need to be part of these fights. He doesn't need to take a death in the early game for some of these objectives that he doesn't think are going to matter that often. He needs to make sure that his skill level is up, that his levels are up, that his gold lead is up there, so that when he does join the to fight. When it matters, when it's on these Lord fights, he's going to be there to be able to turn the tables, and he's doing just that. And GK need to be able to figure something out, because I want to say some of these picks are very great when you're ahead, namely the Hilda, but once you start getting onto your back foot, Hilda has a problem trying to find targets.
Speaking of finding the target, Gino, a bullseye from Zhao as he takes him down. That's a little bittersweet, especially when the Lord is in play for GK. Now they don't have the retribution, so the odds are more in Papara Supermassive's favor. But it looks like GK still wants to go in for the contest.
Yeah, we do have a full barrage coming out from Playboy Carby. He quickly decides against that, cancels it, and is going to have to try to find himself some new positioning. And I want to say Shen and Costa Rica powerless to do much. They're getting vision, but they really can't have an effect on this because it's been turned around so quickly. 5K gold lead total for Papara Supermassive. We saw it before when it came to the actual gold lead. 5K isn't huge, but 4K on one player is absolutely insane when it comes to this. Ooh, Blotsvet in a little bit of trouble, does get caught behind the wall. Shen taking some damage from Zhao on the back end, decides against engaging and is going to back off.
Now, we know Papara Supermassive likes to get aggressive. They may actually try and end this game with this Luminous Lord. I don't think they will be able to. Typically, you just see them take at least 2 inhibitors from it, but they're known to overstay their welcome, and GK needs to be careful because they may be running out of time.
Yeah, we do put some damage onto this mid-tower Lord up at top. Mohi trying to clear out the minions from the bottom. That is 2 high ground towers down. Zeno comes in, tries to get some damage off, not successful with it. Now the team needs to take care of this Lord while the rest of Papara looking to put some damage onto this bottom high ground tower. They're starting to group up around it. Are they going to be able to protect it? Suzuka comes in. Real world manipulation is out. The fear coming out. Zeno onto the back line. Electrifying Beats is going to be able to find Suzuka on the back end. The full barrage catches Blotsvet as Costa Rica takes the final hit there as well. 8-7 right now. They are not able to get the bottom high ground tower. But I mean, I'm not even sure if this is like, they lose 2, but is this really a failure on the side of Papara?
Now, I would say yes and no. Yes, they took the 2 turrets, but there's no the 2 inhibitors, but there's no reason why they couldn't have pushed back right there. They lost 2 members, and now look at the punish from GK in the mid lane. They gain the mid turret because of that, and this all happened because they overstayed their welcome. And when you're getting to the 15-minute mark, when you do these things, it's so easy to be able to turn the tide back in your favor. Keep in mind, GK, they were leading the way for majority of this match against Papara Supermassive. They definitely don't want to give them the opportunity to turn this back around.
Yeah, and on the other side of the sword of having one player with a 4K gold lead, that means that if that player is not part of some of these fights, you're going to have very different team fights on your hands. So it's something that you really need to pay attention to. Ooh, on the back end, you can see a little bit of a skirmish there between the roams there. Fist Crack is out. Real world manipulation does find a kill onto Suzuka. Mage is down for Papara Supermassive. Shen taking a fist full of demonic force from the enemy team. Costa Rica looking for an escape as Wasa disengages there. Both teams not too worse for wear, but 1 down for Papara Supermassive. Shizuka getting taken out. Oh, they do find Samo hiding in the bush. The rest of the team trying to engage. Samo running for the hills as Shen comes in from the backside. Blotsfeld looking for a little bit of CC. Zhao finds the kill onto Shen. Look at the pop-up onto the back end. 2 down for GK Esports. Zeno has to run, wants to get back to the base. Are they going to be able to close it? Look at the pressure being mounted onto him. Zeno not going to be able to protect the base. This is looking like the close for Papara Supermassive, and that is going to be game 4 going to Papara.
And the first winner of the challenge season for our very first series. Some may have said they're the underdogs, but others will now tell a different story as they take down GK.
Yeah, they're not the underdog, they're the junkyard dogs. They were in there for the fight, able to find it and come away with a resounding victory over a very experienced team in GK. What a match.
Yeah, definitely a lot to talk about, and one I will not forget for a while. Specifically, a couple of players that stood out for me when it comes to Papara Supermassive was Mohi. He did it on the Hayabusa. Yeah, they didn't get the victory, but just the potential that he has as a player, it seems limitless. All the time he finds the opportunities and he creates it for the side of Papara Supermassive, but it's up to them to keep up with that pace to make sure that they can make the most out of it, specifically Shizuka. But this game around, yeah, he got picked off a couple of times, but overall he got the job done by picking up that Valentina with the Terrifying, using the RWM against Costa Rica. I just think overall it was a wise choice in the draft and some great gameplay.
Man, I want to say with this meta, because we have kind of harped on Shizuka a little bit here, I want to put this out there too, because I am a mid lane main myself.
Oh!
And this meta has been so punishing for mid lane, to the point where I've been trying to experiment with different lanes, because there's so many heroes that can close the distance on you, that can put the boots to your neck very quickly, that can get that CC. The meta right now is all about engage, get to that back line, burst them down, and then get onto the objective. And that is just not conducive for a mid. Shizuka here, you can see just how quickly they're able to shut him down. I want to say then you have a fist crack here, a resounding amount of damage going up into the top lane. But here, this is when Shizuka actually comes in and gets the kill onto Shen there. So able to come back even with their own real world manipulation. So Shizuka not exactly like a non-factor when it comes to the team here. But Mohi was the big damage dealer for me when it came to this kind of fight. I mean, doing his best to kind of keep on. And then back there you saw Wasa doing such a great job. That was just the first real world manipulation he countered. There was a fight at the end where there was a real world manipulation and a full barrage where he was able to come onto the back line again. I want to say one of the hidden heroes there, Wasau, found a great angle. I think it's right here where that real world manipulation comes out. We have the full barrage. See, we have an implosion come out, a big pop up, and the rest of the team just jumps on the opportunity with Wasau there putting on the boots as well. A great game by all of actually Zhao again with the MVP, sneaks in 75% kill participation, 5-1-4 for the team.
Just look at that face, man. He's ready for it all. He's able to get that victory yet again, and also the MVP, rocking in the gold lane. What can't this man do? Great for Papara Supermassive, able to find that victory as well. Some great moments. I feel like there were some hot and cold moments for both sides, but I feel like overall for the entire longevity of the series, Papara Supermassive was just the more dominant. And now we have our beautiful host Liz joining us back on the desk again. Man, how'd you feel about the series?
We were so close to having us end the day early. I'm just kidding. We'd love to see the series go the distance, but it just seems like Badane badoned the team to the lower bracket. So like Weezy mentioned, I don't know how I feel about the Badon in this series, but definitely Papaya showed themselves as not just the underdogs, but they got the dogs in them. And now they have made their mark in the challenge season and in Snapdragon Pro Series history.
All right,
now, guys, let's take a look at the updated bracket with that series. Papaya Supermassive went into the upper bracket, and next we will see Birthright versus S2G.
Yeah, some exciting games there. I mean, man, Papara Supermassive taking down the more experienced veteran team GK, and that just tells you at the beginning of the season, the beginning of this year, that there are a lot of surprises still yet to come.
Yeah, and a big step for Turkey as well, right? Having one of their teams that are representing their region able to push on forward for another step to getting closer to the challenge finals, as this is what all these teams are competing for so far. I'm excited to see where this goes. Nonetheless, it's best of fives. I always say it, and I'm going to say it for you guys as well. We hope it goes the distance, all 5 games. We got 4 this time around, but hopefully for our final series of the day, we can see 5.
Yeah, and Weezy is saying that because he's not going to be here for the last series. But overall, that was some exciting match, and I'm really grateful that that is how we start the year for Snapdragon Pro Series EMEA. And moving forward, we have Birthright versus S2G in the second half. What do you feel about this matchup, Weezy, since you're leaving?
Well, when it comes to Birthright and S2G definitely has a little bit more of the favoritism. I mean, you see S2G, they competed in MTC. They competed in the group phase for M6 as well. They passed the wild cards. So they're definitely going to be a heavy contender. They didn't even go to the wild cards. They automatically qualified. So I think it's a similar situation to what we see with the first series, right? But the difference with this one is they have even more international experience as a team as a whole compared to just looking at one player like Carvey. So yeah, Birthright's gonna have a run for their money.
Yeah, and we'll have to see which team will come on top. And once again, guys, we're gonna take a short break and we'll be back for the second series of the day.
It's better with you, better with you, better with you. It's better, it's better, it's better, it's better. It's better with you, it's better with you, better with you, better with you. It's better. What I like, clouds above, up in the sky, smiling, 'cause we're so high. You and me were meant to be together. You and me, everything is better. Give me all the sunshine.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 as we open the doors up into the challenge season. My name is Steph Weezy. I'm a caster from North America, and I'm joined by Johnny, a caster from the MTC. And today, we're going to give a little bit of an overview on how we feel the current teams are standing. We're going to talk about just briefly what you can expect to see as we open the doors for the challenge season. The first team we're going to jump onto the board with, it's going to be Geeky, right? Geeky, a lot of eyes are on them. And now they have the addition of Carvey on their team as well. I feel like with the addition of Carvey, they can become a formidable contender against the teams in EU and also Turkey, and definitely somebody to watch out for.
Let's go with S2G because they were the last champion of Turkish region. They have a good stability and experience. I think you may rate them as one of the favorites, but not the top two teams of the tournament.
I guess I'll jump over to Team Falcons now. I mean, they're backed by a major organization, right? A strong support system, and they typically place well when it comes to their region.
maybe they just have a heavy line that they're kind of going for. They'll probably, maybe they don't go with the Joy first pick. They go with something to bait out the Joy from the side of Birthright, and then they go with something like the Fredrin, something heavier, that where a Lu Yi would shine against them. And it's just, I mean, it's the first pickup. It's some very heavy hitters taken off here. We've seen that Lu Yi can be just a huge presence for a team, not just because of the damage, not just because of that yin yang passive that she has, but with that ultimate, the ability to get around the map to surprise the enemy team, especially when used to the factor that we've seen a lot of these. And there, finally, we see the Joy taken off there for the side of S2G Esports.
Yeah, but this is quite interesting here. We don't really see this often. 5 bans already towards the Magic side. It just means things like the Farsa, Vexana, even the Sicilian, which had a very, very strong presence in the very first series, is just even better here. So I'm interested to see what these teams are going to be looking to prioritize. We talked about the Granger. Granger has not been banned out here. The Fanny is still available. Very annoying hero, but you know, I'm not sure if both of these teams are ready for it. I'm just going to assume S2G definitely is going to pick that up if it is available.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we've got things like Suyu still available. I'm not sure if Lucas, I'm a little underwhelmed by how Lucas has done in the pro scene. I mean, in ranked games, apparently he's one of those immediate bans, but in the pro scene, they seem to have the lockdown for him. We still have, Granger is out there, and I think we may have missed it. Birthright missed a ban, or maybe one that we can't see. Either way, Granger going to be the prioritization. You've talked about it before, man. He needs to be taken off the board, but S2G very quick to scoop him up.
Yeah, I think, you know, the strongest response is going to be the Rithel, although they're not deciding to take it right away, which I think is quite good, right? Levi comes out with the Matilda here. Matilda did have a pretty significant win rate over in the C area for the SPS, but after yesterday's performance, it's back to 50%. So I don't think it's a very heavy priority. There's a lot of counters towards it. The Suyo did great, especially in the very first series. So I'm expecting Birthrights to take this on to another level. But dude, Wheezy was going to clock out on this Badang. I'm going to clock out too. I disagree with it completely.
For me, it's when you try to put him down and be like, what does Badang succeed in that other heroes don't do better? And that's kind of where I have a problem when it comes to the Badang, especially when it's him in a role like a roam position there. I think we're going to have the Lucas is going to be in the XP lane, which puts Badang into that roam position. I mean, he's got some CC, he's got some damage, but if you want CC, there's a lot better picks. There's Tigreal. There's literally an entire roster of roamers you can go with. If you want damage, there's an entire roster you can go with to kind of give you that still have the same type of squishiness that you get from a Badang that doesn't really shine in that position. But I mean, they might have something up their hand. Maybe it rolls well into what type of composition they're starting to think about.
You know, the Badang, I think a front to back works quite well. But in terms of like a direct counter, I like a Khalid going up against the Matilda for sure. And you talked about it in terms of the sets. Almost every set hero is available. Tig, Chow, every set hero is available. You could go for the chip. You could even go for an Angela if you want to go a little bit more of that Ube style. But they do go for the Badang. This is something we kind of have to watch out for. Again, S2G is going to be kind of the one that stands on top in this match. Birthright is going to be it's going to be a hard road up against him, but the Rithel is a solid pickup for that gold lane matchup. I think it sets them up quite well to at least have a very strong winning lane in the early game.
So the one thing here for me is, are we going to be taking out the Phobius on the side of S2G Esports, who I've seen has had a remarkable great games against Lucas when it comes to that laning matchup. Here, we're really focusing in on some of those assassins. Fanny, Hayabusa taken off the board there. We don't have a ton. Well, I mean, we have the CC from Badang, but I want to say setting potential coming out from them. I'm expecting a mage, possibly possibly like with some type of CC for S2G Esports, possibly the Vexana, possibly. I mean, Farja, not so much, just because we don't really have too much to protect her.
And I do think the Sicilian is going to be a great pickup for the side of Birthrights, but the interesting thing I feel like side of Birthright has set up is these assassin bans, right? Most of the junglers are taken off the board. S2G can opt to go for the alpha, which I think is going to be the best case scenario here. It's just that they picked up this Vadang so early that they could have picked up the Fanny themselves. They could have picked up the Hayabusa themselves. S2G is a team that has international experience. They should know these types of picks are, supposed to be meta, but they didn't really pick them up themselves here. They get it banned out. I feel like Birthrights might have S2G in a chokehold in this draft so far.
Yeah, and that's the interesting point too, because you've already picked up some of these picks like the jungler, so you're able to kind of focus down on that when it comes to the second banning phase, and you kind of put them in a corner for what they can pick up here. But I mean, we've talked about this before. S2G Esports, they've got the veterans on their team. They've got the international experience. So it's not like they haven't been at this type of, when it comes to building these kind of compositions, when it comes to answering drafts in their own way with what they want. Still looking for a mage for their side. Still looking for, I believe, no, we already have the XP laner. So, I mean, we have the assassin coming out there. And yep, the Vexana comes out.
And what's interesting about this draft is there was 5 mage bans in the beginning, yet both of these teams are kind of looking to pick up their magic damage dealer in their very, very last pick. It's quite interesting. It almost feels like they just don't want these picks to be pushed out early, or they're saving some sort of draft. They want to make sure their mid lane has a winning matchup. That's why they're kind of hiding it in the back. There's still Farsa. There's still that the Valentina has been banned out. The Faramis. I feel like the Sicilian is going to be a solid pickup here for the side of Birthrights, unless they go for some like weird draft, because Matilda can go in that like magic damage position, even in the roam. Oh,
I don't hate. Oh yeah, that's not bad. I was gonna say I don't hate an Aurora there, because you have a bunch of engagement that would be kind of coming in to kind of close in on you when it comes to how Lucas fights, how Badang fights, how Nolan is gonna come at you. But they are gonna go with the distancing. They're gonna go with the Xavier out there. It becomes even more and more lethal as the game goes on, especially with those dawning lights. He's able to just fire off ad nauseum.
And I mean, the Xavier is good in a sense where it can deal with the poke damage that the Granger has to offer, right? It's like Granger comes in and pokes, Xavier comes in with the poke. So it's just, both teams are looking to start the team fight really, really early on with these damaging spells, these ranged spells, and then, come in, especially if they get a few hits off. So I think both teams have what it takes. It's just that, I feel like for the side of Birthright, they have a little bit better early game, right? The Rithel is going to do well in lane, but coming out to the land of Dawn here.
Yeah, we got the first game of S2G Esports taking on Birthright. You talked about the early game here, especially for a Granger. I'm not sure how well Granger, I mean, he can just overwhelm in the early game. Irothel really starts to really have that menacing team fighting ability when it comes to the mid game. When it comes to the lane and lane, I'm just curious to see how well these guys are going to go at each other if there's no support going into that gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of interested to see what the Badang does as well here. It might just kind of be like an EU thing, because this is not something we see quite common. But at the same time, the Badang can go with that Thunderbelt, and it's doing quite well with the spells that he has. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they go. I still feel like Birthrights might have the slight upper edge here so far.
Yeah, a little bit of vision there from Mark on that Matilda to let Birthright know what's going on in S2G's jungle there. So I want to say good job for the roams there to kind of make sure that they're still gathering information, making sure that they're delivering that to the teammates.
And in terms of the priority for the first objective, I feel like S2G is going to have a little bit more of an edge here, right? The Vexana has a very significant amount of burst and lane clear speed early on, especially compared to that Xavier. And when we look at the Badong versus the Matilda, you know, has some damage early on, has a lot of the sustain, but it's not that frontline presence that maybe, especially in the very first few objectives, Birthright is looking for. But the interesting thing is, even when you take a look at the last series, right? Papara didn't even get any of the objectives early on. They were able to pull through into that late game, especially with their comp. So even if they do lose out on a very few first turtles from the side of S2G, I don't think it's going to be that bad.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I want to say on the side of S2G, you have a very heavy engaged type of composition where they're going to kind of try to run in, get those stuns, get that damage off. But on the opposite side, you're talking about facing a Matilda. You've got an Xavier out there, two heroes that excel in being able to kind of really stop that engage, that push forward, and be able to kind of pull back when it comes to like guiding wins in there. So it's going to be, those two are going to be the big factors that I'm going to be looking for when it comes to some of these engagements, and being able to maybe either stunt S2G esports, or is there maybe misalignment or non-synergy going to be what helps them be able to push into Birthright?
Yeah, and I think you're correct here. I think S2G definitely has the favor, especially in the early game for any of these objectives here. The Xavier, Irithel, Matilda, I feel like those are just the heroes that take a while to scale, and especially going up against a Nolan, right? Something that does have a lot of prio in terms of clearing out the jungle. S2G should have a pretty easy take on these objectives. Now, however, Birthrights do have this Hylos in their favor, and they get the stun off.
Ooh, Glorious Pathway is out, and the creator actually looks like he's in a little bit of trouble there. Damage comes out. Kazoo finds a kill onto Levi, and they're able to push back Birthright with enough room to very comfortably find the first turtle.
You know, I'm not really into that Badong pick, but that was a very impactful play coming out from Pagu here. But it's still going to take a little bit more than just one or two good hits for me to be a little bit more convinced, right? I still don't think the Badong is the right play here. I like the Matilda, I like the Xavier. However, S2G coming out with a small lead. Let's see if they're able to take this into a snowball.
Yeah, it is. It's not just about the picks, but it's also on the play style, which I want to say, like, I'm not able to just give Badong the credit, but S2G Esports were very quick. Immediately got Levi down. As soon as they got Levi down, they immediately turned on to the turtle. They had a focus in mind. They had the goal and perfect synergy within like the same 3 seconds. They found a kill and found the objective. It just speaks on how their rotations as a team go.
And you know, it's quite expected coming out from us, right? We see the Xavier, we see the Irithel, we see the Matilda. It's not a very early game heavy composition. So S2G definitely, they have to have these pressures early on, getting these objectives, getting these snowballs early on. And you can see a small invade looking to happen here. Birthright's able to get up that blue buff, no problem at all. You know, this is still like textbook game style. S2G has the early on, but ooh, small damage coming through.
You see those Death Sonatas landing onto Wicked. It takes a little bit of damage. He's going to have to back off. And I mean, we talked about how Wicked on the Irithel could be a counter for the Granger, but Sickybum, you wouldn't know it with how much pressure he is putting on into this early game, keeping Wicked pretty much wrapped around his own tower for defense. And you could see still trying to take out some jungle minions there from Levi. There's just an immense amount of pressure that comes from that gold lane when you're not able to kind of move around comfortably, when you have Sickybum on that Granger kind of continually keeping you at your tower, especially when these objective fights come.
Yeah, and second objective coming through, the engagement comes through, a lot of damage being pushed out for the side of S2G here. They do pick up one and the objective. S2G coming out ahead once again. This is something that we predicted quite early on, right, Private? There's just not enough damage, not enough early game for the side of Birthrights to be able to deal with the objective focus mindset that S2G has. They have the Hylos with the Glorious Pathway. They have the Suyo, but it's just not enough yet.
Yeah, and it's something that I've noticed sometimes when it comes to some EU teams, when it comes to laying that path to kind of secure that mid to late game. Yes, you've got these things that when you hit that 10-minute mark, when you hit that 12-minute mark, are going to be great. But if for the first 10 minutes you're having trouble getting kills, you're having trouble holding your lane, holding objectives, that 10 to 12-minute mark is going to be very bleak for your team. And Pagu actually doing a great job. You see here with the amount of CC he's able to kind of put down onto Mlbb and keep him separated from the team.
Yeah, and I mean he's trying quite hard to convince the casters. Again, my vote on the Badang is it's going to be a very tough one for me to agree on coming out from a roamer, but here we go. It looks looking pretty good here.
Yeah, he's going to go in there. Mlbb's going to have to go ahead and pop himself a little bit of health there to ensure that he survives there. Pagu actually came in with a great little set there. Ooh, looking for a fist crack there. Does not find it. Mlbb doing a great job. Does catch himself on the tail end of a guiding wind to get himself to mid. Now looking to go ahead and move on to the bottom tower. Right now, this is all S2G Esports. They are delegating the speed, the pace of this game, where they're moving, and Birthright is kind of stuck to just replying.
And 3K 6 minutes in, it's not a super lead coming off from S2G, but it's still quite decent. They're able to get the top and the bottom outer objectives, and now they're looking for the next turtle here. They decided to take it a little bit slower, maybe looking for potential Lord. Nope, they're gonna go for the turtle here, and Birthright's on the back foot of this. It's just kind of due to their comp, right? The Rithel, the Xavier, it's just not going to be that great in terms of the scaling, especially in the early on. But when they get to that mid and late game, if S2G drops off a kill or two, Birthrights should have a little bit of an advantage coming as late as the game goes.
Yeah, we're about a 2K gold lead for S2G Esports. That is the third turtle for their side, and just no signs of being able to take it from a Birthright. You saw that Levi was getting his purple buff, but not able to answer. Kazoo had enough time to clear top lane, to stop the push from up there, come all the way from top lane back to the turtle to help out to get that objective as well. And that just kind of tells you where it comes when it's coming to the rotations against Birthright and how well they are able to manage these waves.
And I will have to say that Birthright's actually looking quite good in my eyes at this 8 minutes. Right, 3K, they didn't let S2G snowball as heavy as S2G probably wanted to. They even got a top tower with the last objective. So Birthright's here, they're still able to kind of hang on the edge, but we need a little bit more signs of life from Birthrights, right? They're getting into these item power spikes where, you know, each of these carries, they're already on their second item. Matilda finished the flash. You got the Xavier looking to get that anti-heal. So Birthright is grabbing up these items quite quickly. I think SG has to put the pedal on the metal here.
Yeah, they're not really taking too many deaths. It's a very low kill game right now. So, I mean, you still have the power spikes coming from Birthright when it comes to the mid and late game. But we've talked about it. I mean, the more and later this game goes, your inaction may kind of turn against you. You're starting to see some pressure kind of coming onto this mid tower. So important for them to be able to get this mid. Ooh, nice little Levi actually might be in a little bit of trouble there. Nolan looking to try to put some damage. Actually burst Levi down to about half health.
Yeah, and I mean, Pagu did get that purple buff there, so it's a little bit of a deny coming out from the side of S2G. Now, with the objective coming on, I do think Birthright is just going to give this and trade for an outer tower on the opposite end. But is this going to be enough for Birthright to be able to kind of prolong the match if they just give up on every single objective? I feel like the side of Birthright, this is the time that they have to group up, find a good team fight, maybe get a positive trade in their favor, because if this just keeps going on, I think SUG is just going to take tower after tower.
Yeah, and that's the problem. When it comes to turtle fights, okay, yeah, you gave up the turtle. Maybe you could put some pressure somewhere else. But the Lord is a completely different story. Now you have like almost an entire another member at the bottom lane putting on pressure there. You're going to potentially lose some towers here, lose some map space, and that is going to be a huge cost for your team when it comes. You see, you're going to have to split up priority. You've got 2 at mid, 2 at bottom, 1 up at top. Your team is split up as Lord crashes down onto the bottom tower, still looking for an opportunity. Does look like Pagu picks himself up an item, and that is going to be the mid tower for Birthright going down.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's still a decent defense coming out from the side of Birthright. The gold lead is still getting a little bit more and more as each objective goes down, but you know, Birthright hasn't given up that much kills, right? It's just 1 on Hylos, 2 on the Suyu. And we have to kind of see how Birthrights look to come back onto this game, or is it just going to be a one-sided match?
Oh, they dove onto Levi. A lot of damage comes out there. Lunar having to find himself an escape from the back end. Mark, ooh, Glorious Pathway comes up. Siggy Bum able to take down the tower. Dawning Light comes out as Siggy Bum finds a kill onto Mark. Mlbb next on the docket. 5-0, a double kill for Siggy Bum there. And the 5th kill for S2G Esports without a single answer coming out from Birthright.
Okay, Pagu. You know, this is the time where I do have to kind of take back some of the things I said about this Badang. I still don't think it's that great, but 005, he's definitely proving that this Badang is a force to be reckoned with. He's pretty much the one that starts a team fight and ends the team fight. First in, last out. He had a great set in that little skirmish onto the mid side, pushing S2G's lead up to 8K. This is kind of the danger zone that Birthright does not want to be in, right? 3K, 6 minutes, you know, it's negligible. But 8K, 12 minutes, this is a danger zone. I think Birthright's completely in trouble here. They have to play off some of S2G's mistakes, and it's just based off if S2G is going to go over aggressive or if they're just going to be playing disciplined and calculated here.
Yeah, 8K gold lead for the side of S2G Esports. You mentioned it, and this is kind of the big thing, especially when it comes to a lot of the power out here. I mean, Danny's doing a good job on the Xavier, landing a lot of his shots, but they don't really do much damage. They're not really having a huge effect on some of these fights. Now it does look like they want to try to contest here. Levi tries to search the area with an evil Queller, but nobody in a great position to really come after this Lord. Another Dawning Light comes out, catches 2 from S2G Esports, but you could tell S2G Esports, they don't even want this Lord. They're looking for a fight. They want to lure out Birthright because they have such a commanding lead, and Birthright is looking for an opportunity. They need to find and catch somebody out. Here, Mlbb gets caught, gets ganked on. Siggy Bum comes in, finds the kill there, and that might be all for Birthright. And very quickly, we talked about this, S2G Esports, they don't even go in to try to finish off the team. They get one and they immediately turn their attention to the Lord, find that objective, and now we have Birthright waiting for a Lord at their base with a 6-0 deficit.
I mean, perfect game coming out from the side of S2G, 6-0 here. Completely, you know, just dominating Birthrights in this game so far. It's only game 1. S2G already shows that they have the experience, they have the discipline, and they're looking to take even another solo kill coming out from the side of Nolan before the Lord even hits. And now the Glorious Pathway has been taken off. This is going to be a hard defense coming out from Birthright.
Oh, from the back end, Pagu dives in with a flicker, catches a fist crack, finds 2, and this might be it for Mlbb. He's gonna have to go back. He doesn't even make it back to the core. Minions come out, but this is going to be the first and a dominant victory for S2G Esports over Birthright.
You know, after watching the M series, I felt like a lot of the underdog teams, I feel like they found some fire, right? And I felt like they had the opportunity, and especially a team like Birthrights, which they have done well in their regionals. In the international stage, they haven't found what they're looking for. But again, I felt like they had the opportunity to take to make this series a little bit closer. But S2G coming out with a dominating victory. I don't think they dropped a single kill here. And Badang coming out with a 0-0 and 10. I'm going to be surprised if he comes out on the MVP list.
From something that we weren't really too big on seeing, even when it came, I want to say, like, just from all fronts. And I feel like that's something that Birthright's going to have to kind of get accustomed to right from the get-go. We need to have a plan for that early to either to harass or to at least stave off. Because while Granger got the MVP on that last game, he wasn't even part of those first two fights. You're absolutely right. It was absolutely Pagu who came in there, was getting a great amount of sets and really kind of set up those first two engagements that really set the tone for Birthright. And right after that, there was nothing left for them. They lost the two first objectives. They were behind in gold. They were starting to be behind in rotations. They couldn't count on anybody on their lanes to kind of like, all right, we have Iritha who hasn't died yet, who might be able to do well, because she's facing a Granger and she's been sitting there hugging the tower the entire time, praying for somebody to come help her. So here we can see Birthright. They are going to take out the Granger for that first pick, and hopefully maybe have a little better over time. This is something I've been wanting to see, especially because I feel like taking out the Granger opens up a world for the gold lane where you don't have to focus on Granger and what counters Granger, which is what I've been seeing in a lot of C games.
Yeah, what counter Grangers is the ban hammer. Like, take that dude out of the game. That Granger is just too good right now. I feel like he just pokes too much, has so much mobility, and even in my ranked games, like, it's just something I do not want to deal with. Now, bans are on the table here. It's interesting we have both a Granger and a Harith ban. It means the Rithel and some of the, the lower tier marksmen. We saw the Bruno kind of come up, the Moskov, the Claude has a possibility, and even the carry. So those are going to be the marksmen that are going to be set in the game. But now the jungle, they pick up this Soyu. I'm wondering if S2G is willing to lean towards this Fanny. Didn't get to see it in the very first game. It did get banned out in the second phase. Does S2G have the Fanny, or are they going to go with something like the Alpha or the Hayabusa to counter this early game jungler?
Oh, Eve comes out. I'm guessing this is kind of and the Badang. Eve comes out, and I want to say the answer here immediately is going to be the Valentina. We've seen Badang has had a huge, big pick rate here when it comes to these games here. Valentina, the immediate answer for Eve, who has that real world manipulation. You're going to be able to answer it with the IMU as well, but still lacking the early game from Birthright. And I need to kind of see that because I know S2G is going to kind of have something out there, especially since Badang seems to have that early game down.
I will say against Suyo, one of the biggest counters, especially early on, is CC, right? In the beginning of Soyu days, we saw a lot of jawheads kind of tossing him around. So now it feels like the side of S2G has found something with this Badang pick. It's not very, often that I see the Badang, but it definitely feels like there is an opportunity here. He did well last game. You like the Gato Kacha pick, so I think you're quite happy with how Birthright is drafting this out. They have the IMU for the RWM, and now they have a Badang as a frontline set that they were desperately looking for in the last game.
Yeah, with that Haya pickup, though, you've got a few. Right now, you don't have very many targets. You've got the Valentina that you're going to try to lock on to. And it could be anybody's game. They do take out the Moskov, though. S2G Esports going to go ahead throw that out. So, there's a lot of interesting things here. They seem to be focusing on the gold lane here. I don't even know where you could go with the gold lane because like I said, there's so many options now that you've taken Granger out of there that, you can go with Beatrix. Heck, I think, Harith is taken off of the board there. Even Clint has gotten a decent amount of damage. And we've talked a little bit about Bruno. Received a decent amount of nerfs, but not exactly completely out of the meta just yet.
I think the side of S2G is really focusing on this gold lane to push out the Rithel from this side of Birthrights, right? They didn't do so well in the last series with it. They're kind of like baiting that pick out. I think the Bruno is going to be a very good early game marksman for the side of S2G, just to even put pressure on the gold lane that Birthrights has, right? Do they have the confidence to pick the Rithel back to back, especially since it didn't do so well in the last series? Something that they could try is the Sun. I'm not sure if you've seen the Sun in your daily rank games private, but the Sun has received quite a good amount of buffs, even to the possibility that he can take the Petrify onto the gold lane. What do you think about that?
It's interesting. Onto the gold lane might be a little more riskier than I feel like Birthright or S2G Esports might want to go with. I do know that I have seen Sun shine in the late game when it comes to like catching a squishy, boom, Petrify, it's over. I'm like, all right, we're gonna move on because I know that player is dead, just because of how quickly Sun. There's been some changes to him, but. I want to say there's some pretty CC-centric abilities out there right now that really kind of are not really conducive to like a Sun being out there. Even like a Granger, I feel like has problems with Sun because he's like a single target. But out here, I mean, you've got a Valentina, you've got Suyu out there. On the other side, you've got Hayabusa, Eve. There's just a lot of AoE abilities where Sun does not shine. Irithyll coming off the board though, that's going to be able to blend well with a lot of that piercing equipment like the Demon Hunter Sword, which will do well to kind of chunk down people like Atakacha with Suyu into that mid and late game.
I feel like this really just leaves Birthright with a Bruno if they want to go with the meta. If not, you know, there's other picks like Brody that does decently well. You talked about the Clint. That's going to be a pretty good matchup early on. But if they decide to go for something like a Claude or a Carrier, I think the Rithel's just going to dominate that lane. So Birthrights, I feel like they have to find a winning matchup in the gold lane. They're doing quite well. I like this Beatrix pick. You brought it up earlier. It has the early game available. I think it trades well with the Rithel. I think Birthright's draft this time around is going to be a lot stronger, especially compared to that game one.
Yeah, and they have a great, they have an answer to invades from the enemy. I want to say we're not really at the point of like invading S2G Esports and being dominant in the early game, but we have something to offset the dominance from S2G at least here that can kind of help to carry us into the late game. Ooh, a glue pickup by S2G.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a tricky pick. Glue does have his worth, especially in the C region. I think they have a success on a few games on Glue, but you know, it's not like a super meta pick, right? The Hilda is still available, and I think there's a lot of other picks that SG could, you know, bring us. Even the Lucas that did quite decently in a few series before was available, but SG here deciding to go with the Glue. However, I just kind of want to talk about Birthright's situation, right? They didn't get a single kill. It was like 0-11. They lost on the second Lord. That's a draft diff. This time around, Birthright is setting a two-front comp. They have the Tig, they have the Gato, both with huge amounts of CC, able to lock down essentially anyone that SG kind of throws, especially that Hayabusa that has kind of like that fast dashing mechanics. I think Birthrights might have something here.
And we're about to find out if that game two, which is so important for many teams to be able to pick themselves back up and brush off some of that dust. Birthright taking on S2G Esports and looking to reply in kind.
Yeah, both junglers start from the top side, heading into the bot here. You know, the Hayabusa decides to actually clear that green camp before heading down to the bot side. So both junglers should be able to hit that level 4 quite easily on that 1 minute and 30 mark into that gold lane. Mid seems like the side of SG has a little bit more prio, but Pyogoo already shot low. I'm a little bit of a hater on this Badong, but last game just proved me wrong here.
Yeah, Pagu actually going to have to go ahead and catch himself a quick ride home there as he caught himself an evil queller. Almost kind of a lucky evil queller coming from Levi there as he was kind of just scouting out the bushes, caught Pagu, and he's like, oh, well, looks like I got to go home. They are able to get that Litho Wanderer as well, and a much different game in the gold lane. As you can see, both gold laners being very careful about either pressing forward. Kazu for an opportunity on the Danny, catches a quad shadow, does not finish the job as you saw Mark just ready there to unholster some CC, and Kazu decides against the shadow kill.
Love it, right? You know, Mark already seeing the opportunity, already having an impact on this match. Last series on the Matilda, just didn't feel like there was too much going on, but this time around, already able to deny the Hayabusa on the first blood. Birthright's here looking quite good, already getting the priority over the first objective. This is a very big difference compared to that game one. They have the priority with the two frontline sets. They're not scared to counter engage SUG's comp. Birthright is on a good one here.
Yeah, not gonna lie, a much different game from the first one, and Birthright very much wants to show that this game two, that game one was a small hiccup with the draft, and they're actually able to draft better, they're actually able to play better once those picks are in their favor, as they are moving here into the 3-minute mark, not really falling too far behind, still doing very well when it comes to some of these rotations.
Yeah, man, it's the first lead for the side of Birthrights in this series here. Small pause coming through, maybe just a small technical difficulties. But again, Birthrights have a much better early game compared to that last series, right? And I feel like it's just due to the drafts that they have. Right, in the roam position, they have the Tigreal. That's 2 CCs early on. In the XP, they have the Gato Kacha. Gold lane, you know, it has the Rithel, it has the Beatrix to go against the Rithel. That's a decent matchup. You know, and especially in the mid, it's a Valentina versus Eve compared to the last game where they had the Xavier and Matilda. Both are just kind of like that late game poke heroes. So I think Birthrights came out much better on in the draft, but it depends on the execution. Right, S2G, they played a perfect game last series. I'm going to assume they're going to take that fire this time around. It's up to Birthright to see how they can deal with the aggressiveness coming out from S2G.
There's always that X factor when it comes to teams that separates the great teams from the pinnacle of the mountain, like top of the mountain type of pro teams that S2G has been competing with. And that's being able to keep the pressure up, to keep discipline up throughout the entirety of the game. Right now, Birthright is showing they have that discipline, they have that synergy, they have those rotations, but it needs to continue throughout the entire game for them to be successful. And that's what I'm going to be watching for here as we're moving into the 3rd minute.
Yeah, Birthright looking to go a little bit aggressive into the enemy's jungle territory here. Pagu is going to be kind of the start that I'm looking for to see if he gets a good engage or not, right? The Badong is just something that's a little bit more unconventional. It might just be what SUG has up in his tricks, but you know, it has to show its worth, right? It did show its worth game one, but can it continue, or was it just a fluke?
I kind of gotta ask, what are we doing with the top lane right now? do we just abandon that? Because you can see there pretty much is no gold left on there because minions are basically at the gate and just dying at it. So now you're not getting any type of farm from it. You're allowing S2G to kind of push up at the top. And right now, I mean, while you're able to hold the line because it's basically a 5v4, once we get into these team fights, it's going to be a different story. It's just very interesting strategy coming out from Birthright.
Yeah, it was kind of like an early game 4-1 rotation coming off from the side of Birthright. They're looking to go a little bit aggressive, as they should early on with the amount of CC that they have, but some damage onto that mid lane here.
Ooh, yeah, you see Wicked and Sickybum duking it out with their pistols of glory there, trying to offset the other one. We do have a split coming out from Lunar. Ooh, a nice snipe coming out from Wicked. Does catch Sensi as Mlbb trying to clear out some of the madness from S2G Esports. Levi comes in, is able to get Soul Sever out there, pulling out the turtle. This might be a second objective coming out for Birthright. Very different from the first game. Yep, that's going to be the second objective. Turtle number 2 going over to Birthright.
Yeah, but if you could look at the gold lead, it's pretty much nothing coming out from both these teams here. S2G, although they're not getting the objectives, they're still able to find some winning matchups throughout the difference of their lane, right? Birthrights, they're looking for opportunities to gank on this gold lane, but has not been that successful at all. I think they're going to continue the 4-1 strat, right? You can see the Gato Kacha already merging onto the mid side. This Suyo has to go to the top to defend that ASAP here.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing is, oh man, I just keep saying interesting because I don't know what it's something like this that I see when I see a lane abandoned, like every part of me just wants to scream. Is like, what are we doing? Are we just going to leave that open? You can already see a bunch of the damage kind of going on to that tower. Right now, Mark's gonna go ahead and check that bush. Pagu is there. Oh, we do have an ultimate coming out from Wicked. Is he gonna be able to clear it out? Avatar the Guardian clears out some of S2G Esports, but he is alone against 4 members looking for an angle. Lunar not able to put the boots onto Wicked as Mark flickers himself out to safety. Terrified is Lunar trying to get away. A snipe comes out, takes him down to 10%. He's gonna have to use that split. In comes Mlbb, gets juked out and baited as Lunar able to help his team find that first blood.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a little bit of a micro mistake coming out from the side of Birthrights here. They did kind of have a decent fight. They were just unable to execute it. Pagu, again, walking out alive here. And you know, I think both teams are trying to execute this 4-1 strategy early on, right? They're allowing the junglers to be able to get a full lane to farm on the opposite side while the XP merges with the gold and the mage with the roam onto, you know, the gold lane here. It's a 4-1 strategy opposite of the objective. Quite standard here, but Birthrights, again, they have the advantage in these objectives.
Ooh, we're going to go ahead and duke it out at the turtle. Kazu comes in, finds a kill on the Danny. Levi finds himself the 3rd turtle of the game. They do lose another. Oh, actually, that might be Mlbb down again as Lunar finds the split and takes him down. That is a 3-0, even with all 3 objectives so far going over the Birthright. The gold lead in S2G's favor.
You know, so far, Birthright have solved one issue. And the issue that they solved is not being able to get any objective in the very first game, right? They solved that. Now, the second issue, micro mistakes. How are they team fighting? Here, it's still a 0-3. S2G having a complete sweep and domination. They're playing so clean, and they're not giving any bit of kills onto the side of Birthright. That's something that they have to figure out, because even with getting all the objectives here, side of Birthright is still showing kind of no signs of life. They're getting dominated in terms of the macro across the map. In terms of the tower, it's even, but you can see S2G is already going aggressive on Pagu here.
Yeah, and the big thing for me, Pagu gets taken out by Wicked, but I was talking about this before. It's the discipline of being able to kind of keep up that synergy. Mlbb kind of jumped in a little willy-nilly onto Lunar on a glue. He got very low, but he immediately popped that split. Mlbb saw that as an opportunity, went in and put himself in harm's way. And that's the little type of discipline and the type of patience that I was talking about that you need to maintain throughout the entire game. Let that go. He gets away 10%. Oh, well, sorry. You know, don't let that kind of lure you out, because it did end up costing them a kill. It's a very low kill game right now. And so like those singular kills matter even more.
Yeah, and now it's going to be kind of up to how both teams are going to duke it out in terms of the late game. I feel like in terms of the late game, you know, Arithal does not have the Purify, so Birthrights have that. Ooh, a lot of damage.
Mark got put into a coma in that bush there. First it was Pagu, then the rest of them kind of come in to stockpile onto Mark and put him down. Now you don't have yourself a roam for this fight. It's taken the Lord down to about 50%. You do see two members of S2G do catch a pop-up. Oh, from the side, a split is out. Flicker comes out there as well. Danny tries to put on some damage. Are they going to be able to come in there? Mlbb looking for an angle, does not find it. And a quick pickup of the Lord for S2G Esports.
Yeah, I mean, S2G still playing it quite clean. They get another pick off onto the mid side here, and the Purifier counterplay.
Yeah, a big shadow kill there coming out from Kazoo. Does find himself a kill onto Danny. They're looking for one of their own. Mlbb finds a kill onto Sensei, but taken down by Siggy Bum as he is way too far into the back, and they're Wicked gonna bait out some kills. Oh, look at the damage coming out. Levi comes in with some damage, finds himself a double.
Yeah, we were just talking about how S2G is playing so extremely disciplined throughout this series so far, but with a few mistakes here, scoreboard 4-6, they're down a marksman, an XP, and the mid laner. Birthright's gonna have a very, very good time clearing this. I think this is something that Birthright desperately needs, right? They need S2G to kind of throw a little bit, and they're able to get some of that gold back into their favor. This is the time that S2G, Birthright has to kind of rise to the occasion. They didn't get this opportunity in game 1. 11 minutes in, they were already sitting inside their base waiting for the game to be over. This time around, Birthright is looking quite good here.
Oh, a big implosion catches two ults come out there. Danny finds a kill, finds himself a double kill, and now S2G Esports looking for the retreat. Pressure mounting at the mid tower of S2G. Wicked finds the final touches on there. Siggy Bum trying to defend here. Mark on the back end looking for an opportunity. Quad Shadow is out. Mlbb on the front line trying to keep that line hefty for Birthright. And just like that, you were just talking about it, Birthright in a much better position to be able to turn this around. They do find the mid tower. Danny comes in from the side, still trying to mount that pressure onto Siggy Bum, and Levi gonna find himself an escape.
Now, Birthright is in a okay position, right? You know, S2G also not bad. This is a 50-50 game, especially compared to the previous game here. This is much more closer. Birthright having the opportunity to take a lot more of these towers that they didn't get to in game 1, but how are they going to fight it out? The last two fights, it was just due to S2G's over-aggression, right? They didn't have the Purify available for the Eve and got bursted out completely. This time around, Sensei has that spell available. So even with the Flicker Implosion, it's still going to be hard to catch Sensei here. How is S2G going to fight this out? Birthright still have to find a good micro decision. They've done well in the last two team fights. Can they continue on this objective? I think it's going to be a big determination on who's going to be winning this match.
I want to say, like, a lot of it kind of rested on Mark's ability to catch Pagu with the push, with the implosion. Pagu wasn't even able to get a push or a punch out there to kind of shut him down, which has been the real keepsaker for S2G Esports when it comes to that Bedang. He's been doing a great job of still being able to maintain and push that distance and keep Birthright at bay. So it's all going to come down. Can Mark get the set that he needs without getting interrupted by Pagu? You see there, even Danu goes up there, gets hit by Pagu, and we are just at a standstill, a stalemate for this Lord as Mlbb juggling around up the front. They have vision on Pagu, looking for an angle, and right now, basically at a standstill.
Yeah, and it's a hard set, but I think S2G is very happily waiting this objective out, right? They have the top side pushing. It's a very, very big minion wave. Birthright might have to send the Suyo onto the top side here, so S2G is in a great position. They don't look to defend, so I think that top is going to be going down here. S2G, with the right opportunity, looking to go for this objective. I think it's the right decision here.
Ooh, I saw a conceal play come out there, but it immediately got interrupted. Split is out on Lunar. Implosion comes out. Wicked finds the kill. Levi with one onto Pagu as well as 2 down for S2G Esports. Lord has been reset, but it is a 5-3 game right now. In comes Kazoo. We do have a shadow kill onto Mlbb. Wicked finds a kill onto Siggy Bum. Kazoo running for the hills gets taken down by Levi. Signs of life coming from Birthright as they secure the Lord.
A 4-for-1 with the objective taken out. Sensei is going to be the only one alive, and you talked about it, Private. You said Mark needs to be able to find opportunity onto Pagu. He finds one onto Pagu, and Lunar both go down immediately before the team fight even starts. And here, Birthright coming out ahead. They have the objective. Do they have what it takes to get some of their inner towers here?
Ooh, yeah, you see that split. Lunar in a little bit of trouble here. Wicked does find himself a tower. They're still trying to make some work. Terrified onto Lunar, who might not make it out of here. Levi with the finishing touches. They're now mounting on some pressure onto this bottom tower. Danny from the flank. Lord still pushing at mid. They're looking to close this thing down if they can. Levi takes a heap of damage, taking some tower shots. He goes down. Kazoo with the shadow kill. Is that going to be enough to offset Birthright? They are looking to close this one down, maybe biting off a little bit more than they can chew. Fist crack from Pagu, misses wide. Mlbb there to cover the escape from his teammates.
I don't know if it's a small hesitation and over-aggressive coming out from Levi, but I felt like that was kind of a bad play coming out from him, right? They have the minions being pushed onto the top and the bottom side. Lord was already down half, so the more disciplined play that they could have gone for is, let's say, hey, 5v5, look for a pick. If they don't get a pick, they can push some of the towers on the side. But Levi decides to go head in first, dive straight into the deep end. S2G finds the punish, and the defense here looking to go a little bit more aggressive.
Ooh, a couple of missed plays there. Force out the IMU. Real world manipulation from Danny. Thankfully, Birthright and everyone and S2G Esports both split apart. No worse for wear. Nobody taking any deaths. Ooh, we do see that BOD being put on by Kazoo. So I want to say these shadow kills are going to have a much different effect once he dives into that back line.
Now, still anyone's game, Private. The middle tower is down, but that's the easiest lane to clear for the side of S2G. You just have to send some people on mid. It's the side lanes that may be quite hard, especially when the Lord comes through. So S2G is still in a very good position in terms of the gold lead. It's great coming out from both teams, right? Birthright finally gets a little bit more, you know, gold, especially in this game compared to the last. But here is where S2G, I feel like, shines a little bit more. The Rithel into that late game, especially if he doesn't get Implosion on our CC, it's going to be quite good here.
Ooh, big push. Mark does catch the marksman. Big pop up. Is Siggy Bum done for? Gets taken out. Immortality has been procced. Down goes Siggy Bum. Danny finds a kill onto Kazoo. That's 2 down for Siggy Bum, or for S2G Esports. Split is out. Luna running for the hills. Mark trying to create some distance from Sensei. You can see Wicked in tow, putting on the damage, trying to hide in the bushes. Real world manipulation is not enough to protect them. S2G Esports on the back foot. Only 2 left to protect this base. 90%, 50, down to 10. Birthright capture themselves game 2.
You know, I just have to say, Private, what is that game? S2G dies deep in Birthright's side of the jungle. I feel like it's a little bit not giving Birthright enough respect, especially when the game was so even in terms of the gold, right? Birthright, yes, they came up on that match, but it was honestly, for me, due to some of the mistakes that the side of S2G did, right? When we talk about the very first mistakes, the Rithel died between the mid first and second tower on one of their sieges. Number 2, the Eve got caught without the Purify by the Implosion onto the mid lane once again. And then when we came to some of these objectives, it just did not look like S2G had, you know, the wind on their side. And again, they looked to go aggressive on an even matchup. They felt like they could out micro the opponents, but Birthright came out with a good punish here. coming out with a victory 1-1. This is something we as casters love to see.
Yeah, and it's amazing for me, especially because of that first game where Birthright got 0 kills. And in your own words, that match went as bad as it could possibly go for Birthright. And they're able to kind of dust off their shoulders, come back, a reasonable composition, they're for the most part, very disciplined when it came to. There were a few plays by Mlbb that I was like, maybe he could have held off a little bit, but for the most part, very disciplined for them, and to the point where it turned the pressure onto the side of S2G, where they were the ones making these huge mistakes, really underestimating the damage that could come out. That was one of the mistakes by Mlbb, where he jumped in. But for the rest of it, man, it was just a great game coming out from the side of Birthright.
And, you know, I still think it's just throwing from the side of S2G here. This is where the first throw happened, right? 6-2, they're up in gold, and boom, gone, first throw. Second throw comes out. I believe they're gonna show it right here. Tig gets a 2-man implosion into a wombo combination. Boom, gold is even. And here's the thing, right? S2G has the opportunity, has the time to slow things off, to find better micros, but they just keep getting picked off over and over and over. Mark had an amazing game this time around, but I think everyone from the side of Birthright just made less mistakes than the side of S2G.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head too, is that I dare I say, like, didn't respect the damage, is they were playing like it was the first game and they had a 9k gold lead, and they were really kind of counting on being able to kind of steamroll, especially well into enemy lines. As soon as you lose one, it's pretty much over for that entire engagement, and then bam, straight to the core. A great game. MVP definitely deserved here by Wicked. 0 deaths that entire game, and you could even see it even from the snipes he was landing. A huge amount of damage. Kill participation, 86%.
Yeah, well deserved by the side of Birthrights here, playing a great game, right? Even Wicked here, 5-0-7, and I'm just a little bit upset. You know, I felt like SUG threw that out the window. Imagine in the last team fight, your jungler and your marksman dies first in enemy territory when there's no.
So, I mean, especially when it comes to CC, I'm not even sure where you go. Beleric kind of has kind of the same thing. I don't know, maybe even a Lolita. It just depends on what type of composition we're going with.
Yeah, I think Suyu is going to be a priority. Yep, SG picks it up completely. Irithel should be a very high priority as well, but Irithel has lost the last 2 matches, right? There's not much confidence on that hero. Maybe both teams have prepared quite well against that pick. Moskov, Bruno, Claude again just opens up the endless possibility that you talk about here. Matilda is available, especially if they want to go for the Matilda Alpha combination, right? That does go well against majority of the junglers. There's still, you know, the Eve that's possible here, the Farce if they want to go far range, but there's also like the Phoveus. There's a lot of things are open, and you talked about the Tigreal being banned out here. What is Birthright going to prepare up against a possibility of the Badong being picked up once again, right? We saw in game 1 did quite well. Game 2, Pagu got picked off a few more times.
Oh.
It has to be a mistake. It has to be a mistake, Private. There's no way. I'm not gonna say anything about it. It's a mistake.
We'll see what.
No way, dude. No. You cannot have an alpha in the XP lane in the professional play. There's just something we don't see. Okay.
Not allowed. It's not allowed. It's in the rules.
Cannot happen.
We've got the big thing for me has been especially too, because like there's been a lot of focus on the Irithel when it comes onto the marksman lane. I don't feel like she's a number 2 marksman in the meta. I feel like she is the #1 counter to Granger. I don't like what she provides to the team outside of that. And that's why I say, like, you eliminate Granger, you put on, then you open up a world, especially because you're picking an Irothel into a Beatrix. I don't see that Irothel shines in any type of thing like that. We're going to have the alpha. I'm assuming it's going to be in the XP lane. For all we know, it might be there to match up the Bedang roam. For all I know, with how some of these picks have been going, it's interesting. Honestly, I can't even be upset because one thing that I have been super happy about, especially when it comes to casting for EU, casting for Mena, when it comes to Turkey, is to see different twists on things, to see how they want to deal with the meta. Bedang, for all we critique it, has been doing all right to be able to create distance, to push away a lot of that engagement that is so profound in the current meta. And he hasn't been doing a terrible job. Last game, yeah, dealing with the Tigreal, had a huge problem. I'm assuming that might be picked up here. And the Matilda. So it is going to be an XP lane alpha. It's going to be a roam Matilda. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. I mean, alpha, he can do all right. He usually alpha shines because you're able to snowball with him. You're able to get him ahead. He's be able to get a lot of that regen and damage that he can put off and really kind of have an effect in that jungler position. Here in the XP lane, I just feel like there are picks that can just outshine him. Layla actually being crossed off the list here, which is a very interesting. I'm wondering if this is a redraft because Layla, I mean, especially when the enemy just picked a Beatrix. And was able to do well against you. I can see the wheels in your head right now are turning as you're trying to compute this.
You know what I'm doing right now, Private? I'm looking at our caster chats, and I'm just waiting for the director to be like, "Yeah, we're redrafting this." It's looking very close to that. Yeah. You know, in my book, the alpha is not allowed to be anywhere but the jungler. And Hayabusa is also not allowed to be anywhere but the jungle. So I'm going to call the redraft right here.
Calling it out.
However, we could look at the very first pick and maybe the bans that they have set up, right? 2 marksman bans, 2 mage bans, the Tig gets taken off, and the Joy. Soyu becomes the priority. The counterplay, it does look like Birthright's looking to grab either the Hayabusa or the Alpha here. I think it's going to be the Alpha with the Matilda. I feel like that's a decent setup. Or they could go for the Hayabusa, but these picks are not in such a big rush. They could pick up the Matilda, and they could grab one of the mages here. Right, so they could go for even the Matilda Phoveus. They could go for the Lucas Matilda. You know, lots of damage coming out here. But again, yeah, you're asking the same question as me, Private.
Well, I guess we're about to find out here. It's very interesting too. I do love how when these best of fives kind of come out, there's a lot of adjustments going out there. From game 1, we immediately learned that Granger needed to be taken off the table. After game 2, Tigreal is the next adjustment that kind of went out there as well. And I'm very eager to see where we go with these next picks, where the gold lane goes. I was actually very kind of concerned about the gold lane because I didn't want it to be the same 3 pickups there. I still feel like gold lane has a lot of potential that it can, like, as far as being this wide and diverse of thing that you can put out there. I think we talked about it before. I can't remember if it was during cast or off that you've even seen the Sun in the gold lane actually be able to do a lot of, have a big impact for a lot of teams. It's something that I like to see, especially in the gold lane. It started even with, I want to say last season when we were seeing Edith, when we were seeing Ruby in the gold lane, having, when it came to these double fighter compositions. It's something that has been so flexible in the last few seasons. So it's going to be very interesting.
And yeah, we're definitely going to get a redraft here. You talked about the gold lane matchup. You know why we are not seeing more of these like 1-3-1 picks like the Sun or the Ruby? It's because Kelra is too damn good, right? That man, he's able to take any marksman, especially the Granger Bruno matchup. He picked up some of the Harith and the Rithel, especially in the grand finals, and was able to do God's work with it. And that just really shows you how heavy the meta is leaning towards some of these long-range marksmen, right? Not only the Granger, Harith, the Rithel is available. I think Moskov, especially with the spear going across the map, I still think that is available. We did see Moskov being banned out in our very first series, so that is available. However, Rithel is good against things like the Claude and the 1-1. So if they do pick up the Rithel, you're kind of left with just Moskov and Bruno. You go for a Brody and a Clint to go early on, but the Brody and the Clint is not so good in the meta right now because the Malefic gun, right? They don't do that well with the Malefic gun. They're a little bit more like physical damage heavy marksmen. They're much better going for something like a BOD or very heavy damage item, Blade of Heptases, right? So things like the Moskov, the Bruno, the auto-attacking marksmen, they're gonna shine here at the Badong, being showed 100% in our series here. There's so many great roam.
Because if this alpha goes in the XP lane, I think Yui might lose him, might lose it.
I'm clocking out here, Private. I'm going.
9 seconds. What that?
I love. Okay, I'm gonna say this. I like the Badong on the XP significantly more. Okay, I like it a lot more. The Franco is also very interesting because it is a complete opposite type of roamer compared to the Matilda. Matilda, sustain, right? Looking for Ube, looking for fast rotations. The Franco goes back to that heavy pick meta that is very dominating in kind of like the China region. They love the Kaja, they love the Franco. This is something that we've seen quite before. And if Birthright has prepared this special pick against S2G, I would say they have to be extremely careful on how to execute this. Birthright can snowball out of control, especially in the objectives. Now they have a beefy front line once again here with a suppression. This is going to be tough, I think, for that S2G.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, both teams tied at 1-1 apiece. S2G Esports taking on Birthright in our last series of the day, but it has turned out to be the most exciting, like we said, sitting at 1-1 apiece.
Yep, and both junglers, actually going opposite this time. The Alpha is looking to go into that gold lane rotation, and the Soyu potentially looking to go up top unless he wants to go, you know, in terms of that like kind of like a reverse rotation here. But again, Birthright, they just haven't had such a great early game. Now with the Franco pickup, if they get a couple of good iron hooks, it's going to be quite good. But Matilda also provides the side of SG a lot of mobility, right? Even if the iron hook lands, Matilda can use the guiding winds to kind of pull and help out his teammates back. So although this Franco is a very interesting pick, it depends on how Birthright executes it. And I honestly think Franco might be harder to find an advantage compared to Matilda.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing too, is because I'm trying to feel out what is the burst damage that comes out after Franco lands the hook. And I mean, if you get an alpha charge maybe out there, but I want to say Beatrix is going to, Danny gets taken down a first blood. Birthright putting themselves on the board at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, coming out with a little bit of a fadeaway. It kind of reminds me of game 2 where S2G, you know, just isn't respecting Birthright enough. right? And Danny able to get the very first kill. Now they're looking for an objective here, but Kazuya is in a good position.
Oh, man, and what a great engagement there. And the fist crack comes out. Lunar is down. Danny with the finishing touches on there. Now that, they come out. They try to get onto Sensei, but a great guiding wind pulls them away. Real-world manipulation to keep them at bay, but all it does is prolong the inevitable. Purple buff goes to Birthright as well.
Yeah, we see Pagu here on the Matilda, able to use the guiding winds to save Sensei. He did have to use the flicker, but Mark and Danny both also popped their flickers. So a lot of spells being traded from both sides here. Birthright is going to be the one that is up in the overall gold. But again, having success on a Matilda is going to be a lot easier than having success on a Franco. Franco has to kind of use that flicker bloody hunt on cooldown, right? Every time he has the flicker, he should be able to get a kill. And if he doesn't get a kill, I feel like the sustain, the utility coming out from Pagu is going to overshine. It's going to outshadow the impact that the Franco has here.
It's really interesting, too, that you mentioned that, because I want to say S2G Esports are very confident in their ability to not get hit by hooks, because you don't see a single Purify on them. So they're pretty much confident that they're not going to get hit by those hooks, so they're not going to need to worry about trying to Purify out of them. And yeah, it is going to be onto if Mark can get those flicker hooks all the way deep into the back line. But the problem is, and I was trying to talk about before we saw some of those kills, is that there's no immediate damage. Oh, we do have a little bit of a sustain there. Danny finds the kill there after the suppression from Mark. He doesn't even need the hook. He just came in there with the bloody hunt, locked down S2G, and that's another kill. 0-3 for Birthright.
Yeah, I was going to say SCG has some good lanes coming out, right? The top was looking like they were winning. Mid lane has a priority on the clear, but the side of Birthrights, they're grouping up so early, using this bloody hunt pretty much off cooldown. He has the flicker available, so for the next time, you're going to try to get another kill.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Some pressure coming down at mid a little bit from their side of Sensei. Kazu comes in there. Levi misses the alpha charge. Levi does find a kill on the Pagu. Nice little group up there. Is it going to be enough? A flicker comes out, Kazu, but Wicked comes in, takes him down, but that might be it for Wicked. Lunar finds the kill on the back. Split, lands on the head of Mlbb, but they are looking for the kill. Sensei goes in too deep. Levi looking for the kill. Down goes Lunar as 4 members of Birthright escape into the night.
Yeah, looking, just take a look at how fast Birthright is looking to kind of group up as this 5 versus 5 death ball, right? Looking for picks. Mark is already 4 assists in, but Danny leading their team into success. He was able to get the first blood, and now he is 7 out of 7 kill participation. This man is the one that SG has to look to kind of shut down. Now that SG, all of their members has died once, I think this is time where they have to kind of slow down the pace. They can't just out micro because they're just down in terms of the gold. They have to look for macro opportunities just like this one.
Ooh, they are able to find a kill onto Danny. That's going to raise their kills to 2. Still behind Birthright right now by 5 kills as this game continues. But I want to say, as this game kind of progresses, as we move into the 6-minute mark, those early kills might not matter as much as we're looking at some of these engagements. And it seems like S2G Esports have kind of found their footing in these games. They're not getting surprised by these immediate groupings from Birthright.
Yeah, and I would say Birthright, that kill on Danny is a pretty big mistake, right? That's a shutdown onto, Danny for Sensei here. So he was able to grab up a lot more gold here. Now Birthright's up 2K with the 3rd turtle being available here. They have a much better way of, getting the pickoffs on these objectives here, especially with the Alpha and the Franco here. But Lunar on the backside.
Yeah, Wicked just skipped over him. You do see the alpha charge go out there. Big deeps coming out. Mark's not in a position to help out. 10%. Kazu able to find the turtle, and no answer from Birthright. Both teams kind of back off here. Danny actually takes a little bit of damage from Pagu, and pressure mounting at the mid lane.
Yeah, interesting enough. I felt like there was a little bit of hesitation coming out from S2G. I felt like they could have gotten a kill on top of that, but the Bloody Hunt.
Ooh, yeah, very quickly dispatches Lunar. But at the bottom, Siggy Bum uses that opportunity to take the bottom and a top tower for Kazoo. 2 towers for the side of S2G Esports. Really puts that 2 and 8 into perspective now that they're starting to macro up.
Yo, I've never seen a Magic Boots on a Badong on the XP lane. I've also never seen a Winter Truncheon first item on the Franco. I know it's decent. I know it could work. But don't you think it's a little bit greedy on the professional stage?
Oh, we got so many ultimates out there. I want to say 2 real-world manipulations out there. Levi goes down. That's 2 down for Birthright. Now they're on the looking for an escape as S2G Esports give chase, looking for an opportunity. A little bit of a slow onto Wicked. Greeting them is Mlbb at mid, but the flank is already out there. Birthright in trouble as S2G Esports begin to circle around Birthright.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of mistakes coming on from both of the teams, right? They just lost 2 on the bot side deep in enemy territory. It's almost like they're just not really calculating correctly, or they're not really respecting each other, or they're just not playing at a very high level here. I think both teams have a lot that they kind of have to look back on, because it's just mistakes after mistake. You can even take a look on the top side. The positioning is just so interesting here. Beatrix stuck in that bush, looking to clear, but gold is even for both teams now. It's anyone's game here. 9 minutes in, first Lord is going to be coming out. In terms of that advantage, Mark, again, has to find a hook onto a Bloody Hunt. So again, Pagu is going to have a much better times, having impact just from putting on some shields for his teammates.
Ooh, they do have Lunar trapped, but the Guiding Winds is going to pull him to safety. That cues for the rest of S2G Esports to disengage from the Lord. They don't want this fight, and Birthright is actually looking for an opportunity. It's very interesting that S2G Esports immediately back up from the Lord. Mlbb on the back end, dealing with Lunar, trying to get some CC in there. Now the Lord down to 50%. Mark finds himself a Bloody Hunt. Is it going to be enough? You do see the Ice Crown on the Mark. Gets taken down. Kazoo finds a kill. Pagu, another one onto Wicked, and you can see Levi behind 2 members. A Lord down for S2G Esports, and they have taken the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Mark came out with a flicker, Bloody Hunt. Mlbb also came in with a flicker. Unfortunately, it backfired. SG was able to kind of come out ahead. And again, right, it's very easy to play Matilda and have an impact on this match, especially when you compare it to Franco. Franco has to get a hook, has to get a good Bloody Hunt, or flickers Bloody Hunts. Versus Matilda, you just use your second skill, float around, save your teammates, get your teammates, and disrupt the enemy with your circling eagle. So I feel like S2G is just much more favored in terms of the draft. But if Birthrights can execute the Franco properly, just like how they did early on, I think it's going to be hard for S2G to find a winning team fight here. But right now, Birthright is on the back foot. They have to rely on a hook, and Mark is just not able to find them.
I don't like it flickering into a Bloody Hunt onto Lunar, because you've already, now you're at the tankiest person you're trying to burst down. Most likely you're not going to be able to get it, because you're also competing with the Guiding Winds from Pagu. As soon as he comes up, he's going to be able to kind of get him out to safety. We need to be very selective about our targets, and I feel like that's the biggest problem that we're kind of coming out with here. Any other person that would have landed on besides Pagu, I feel like would have been a victory for Birthright, especially when it comes to that engagement. Sensi, Kazoo, even Siggy Bum. But he didn't, he found it on the Lunar, and that should have been, I mean, I don't know what you do once you've landed that. Like, does your team just let you die, or do you all just have to go all in on that because of that? And that's just kind of a small mistake that kind of happens on Mark when it comes to these type of Francos, especially when S2G is trying to do their best to kind of keep those tankier players up in front.
I mean, it's kind of like playing the Chow, right? You get a kick off of, you know, one person of the enemy. If you can find the right team fight, I think it's going to be great, right? Especially if it's like you're up in numbers, you get a pick off, or you get a clean pick off without, you know, one of your members dying. If they could get something like that, it's the best case scenario. But right here, if the side of S2G is looking to group up 5 versus 5 as they're doing right now, it's going to be extremely hard for Birthright to be able to find a pick off. You know, especially with things like a Kaja or Franco or Chow. Now that SUG has set up a slow push on the far side, which they've done so well throughout this whole entire series, is always setting up the slow push on the opposite lane. They're just gonna do the rinse and repeat strategy of hitting the Lord a few times, looking for a decent team fight. They don't have the team fight, they're gonna let Birthright hit the Lord here. And you know, this is just a very good situation for the side of S2G.
Yeah, I'm really looking for Mark to see if he can land a good hook here. It'll be great for his team, but without that, I feel like there just is no engagement opportunity for Birthright right now. Minions starting to come out. As soon as they show themselves at the minions, you're going to see Wicked is going to show himself at the top or at the bottom there. That's going to signal to S2G Esports to go ahead, pedal to the metal, look for an engagement, and there it goes. They go onto Mlbb, but creating the space that they need to be able to potentially take down this Lord.
Yeah, you know, we saw the hook coming out from Mark there. It literally just barely missed Lunar. And that just shows you how hard, you know, Franco is as a hero. You really have to hit those skill shots. And that's just kind of the same thing when it comes down to those single target CCs, right? The Franco, the Kaja, the Cho, it's just extremely hard to play and depends on how your team fights it. You cannot hesitate on any opportunity. You either pick off the front line or, you know, you get a flicker hook or you get a flicker suppression onto the backside. And unfortunately, Mark is unable to provide any of those. Last time he did that, he did get a flicker and a bloody hunt, but end up backfiring onto his team. So now he has to find an opportunity to either do it again or just play a little bit more defensive.
Yeah, and it's so funny, too, how they have the timing down. As soon as the hook goes out, the entire team moves forward to put on some pressure. Once the cooldown comes down, you start seeing them back off again. Oh, caught one with the flicker. Here comes the Ice Crown. Is that going to be enough? Suppression is out, and they burst down Pagu. Wicked with the kill. They just need to do that about 11 more times, and they might be... Another hook lands! That's number 2! Siggy Bomb goes down! Okay, now down to about 10 more times that they need to do that.
Yeah, we're just counting down at this point, right? And this is exactly what Birthright needs to do in order for them to get back. Mark needs to land these crucial hooks. And I almost felt like Pagu was kind of like, yeah, please hook me. I got that Winter Truncheon coming on. I desperately want to use this item. Ends up backfiring. Not only do they get Pagu, they get Siggy Bum, the priority target, and here Birthright gets a little bit of real estate back into their favor, but they're still in a pretty horrid position. Top and bot, both the far side lanes are down. The inhibitor tower means the minions are going to be pushing into their base, and S2G, they've done such a great job slowing down a lot of these objectives where it doesn't even feel like it's a 50-50. They bait Birthright out. They look for either a fight or out of position, or they just wait for the far side here.
Circling Eagle comes out, does land onto Mark. He's looking for an escape. They do have the real world manipulation come out. Ooh, Winter Crown comes out, is going to be able to save Mark, who flees for the core back to his base to kind of re-up there. Still now putting on the pressure is a Lunar and the rest of S2G Esports, who are very quickly going to move to get position on this next Lord.
Yeah, not bad. The Winter Crown does save themselves from the glue ultimate there. But again, Birthright still has to look for a pick. If they're unable to do so, S2G, especially with the Matilda, is just gonna sustain back up in terms of their team. Birthright is just, it's like an uphill battle, always. Mark always has to get a set. That's the problem with these suppression heroes.
Oh man, and now that they know that that Valentina is back at the base, they're gonna go ahead, try to take on this fight. Kazoo finds himself the Lord. We do have a Winter Crown out as well. Levi gets a taken down. Kazoo with the kill there, and that was just some great, I want to say, macroing by S2G Esports. They saw that both lanes were pushing out there. They had to bait out the Lord long enough for the minions to push onto the core, which forced Birthright to have to answer. One person goes back, and they immediately start the fight. Now they're going to go out looking for the defense here. Daddy gets taken down. That is going to be the last high ground. They are pushing onto the core. S2G Esports looking to close this down. We do have a suppression. Lunar almost gets the last hit there. Sensei finds a kill. Wicked returns the favor, and Birthright might actually survive this 4-2 right now, looking to defend, but that might be it. Wicked looks for the security of the core, trying to whittle down, and that is going to be game 3, going to S2G Esports.
Yeah, we could thank the Badang for that match. Not in terms of the Badang being in the XP lane, but the impact of picking the Badang in the first phase just was unable to kind of do anything, right? SUG, they had the Matilda. They were able to take these team fights for a very long period of time. They even had the glue to force a lot of Winter Crowns being bought up by the side of Birthrights, and just overall, it just felt like S2G just had the objectives a lot more in that late game. This is the team that we were looking for in game number 2. S2G should be able to take Birthright head on, but there's just still a lot of mistakes coming out from both of these teams. I don't think S2G is playing on their their best behavior. They're that disciplined. I don't think Birthright is also, playing the best of their abilities. Both teams are struggling a little bit in this game.
Yeah, and
like the Herrick definitely has a better laning, and Carmilla, no. Oh,
not even close.
Yeah, I mean, I expected the Vexana, right? The Vexana is very good against heroes that kind of look to dive you heavy, right? And Vexana has a very, very good stun, or kind of like that suppression fear thing. So the Hylos and the Joy is going to have trouble kind of getting onto him. The Joy is going to be interesting because it's going to be hard to hit the Guinevere is going to be hard to hit the Joy, but they come out with the Lucas. It's a lot of beefy front lines coming out from the side of S2G. But, I might just depend on Mark again.
Guinevere trying to catch Granger, trying to catch Joy, trying to catch Valentina is going to be like trying to round up kittens in the backyard. It's like you're going to have to be surgical with that Guinevere. We'll see out here. He has not had really a bad game yet, so I don't want to take that away from him. We'll just have to see how it goes out here. It's something that I wasn't expecting, and probably something that the side of S2G Esports weren't expecting either. But ladies and gentlemen, it's all on the line for Birthright. They need this victory to stay in the upper bracket against S2G Esports, who are looking at game points.
Yeah, and throughout this series, it definitely feels like S2G has played quite well, but Birthright is slowly catching up, right? And besides the first game, Birthright has had opportunities to be able to take the lead. They got game 2. Game 3 was, quite hardly fought, although in terms of the team fight wise, S2G felt like they had the much better draft in terms of the late game. But this time around, I think Birthrights have kind of taken, a hard look on how they want to deal with the draft here. But S2G already up a little bit in terms of their gold. They got the deny on the top side green camp, and this is going to push that Hayabusa back a little bit in terms of the XP differences.
Ooh, we already see a little bit of a game kind of happening up at top, but Kazoo gonna go ahead and try to get away. Down here at the bottom, Mlbb actually might be in trouble, taking on a heap of damage here, looking to get away, pops him into turret range, and taken down as Lunar finds the finishing touch, and that is gonna be a first blood for S2G Esports.
Yeah, big brain move coming out from Pagu. Does a solo level 2 gank onto the XP lane. This is just one of those things where, you know, the Hylo sees that the XP doesn't have an escape spell, doesn't have a flicker, so it's like, hey, it's free real estate, just be a little bit aggressive, bait him out, and then you get a free gank. So Pagu with the big brain plays here, able to take the first blood for the side of S2G here, but Lucas getting take dangerously low.
Oh my God, and this is what we were talking about. A big damage shock, a shockwave blast comes out from the Lucas there. Kazoo comes in with the electrifying beats. Mlbb tries to come in with that demonic force, does not catch anything on the end of it. Sensei actually takes a bit of damage, is gonna have to disengage while the rest of S2G Esports pull out the turtle, looking for maybe the reset. Pagu on the side, looking to help out there. Levi finds himself a kill, so still a little wiggle room for the side of Birthright as they catch the first objective.
Yeah, and they've been doing so much better since that very first match, right? They're getting a lot more objective. It's been very competitive. And S2G, again, is a M series team. So they come back with the global international experiences. They pretty much they're the contenders in this matchup. Birthright here is the one that's looking to see if they can match up to the expertise of S2Gs. And I feel like they're doing it quite well here. But again, this is still early game. It doesn't really mean too much. Depends on the rotation and how they play this out.
They're going to go ahead and go in there. Pagu takes a heap of damage from that shadow kill. Not enough to shut him down. And I want to say, I'm really waiting for Mark to kind of have an effect right now. Still kind of being held at bay. Not able to find the jumps. Not able to find the CC he needs to really be a factor in a lot of these fights. But we haven't really transitioned over and away from the laning phase just yet. So maybe it might come online more once we get to that turtle fight, once we get to those objective fights where our entire teams are kind of leaving the lane. But Wicked now starting to have a much better time up at top, more so to the fact that S2G Esports actually is going to have to answer this.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. We're still waiting to see how Mark does with this Guinevere. But again, I think he's going to shine a lot more when the objectives does come through. Birthright's able to pick up the very first objective. This second one, I feel like S2G just has a little bit more of that beefy front line, right? The high.
Ooh. As we talk about it, we did get a little bit of a pop-up there, but they're going to go ahead and get out of there. Mark in trouble here. Sensi able to find the kill there. Shadow kill comes in. Wicked finds a kill onto his nemesis there. Levi finds his own kill as well. Lunar takes down Wicked. 2 down for Birthright. 2 down for S2G Esports. And it looks like Birthright going to take the initiative, start on the turtle.
Yeah, it's a 2 for 2 for the side of, both of these teams, but it seems like S2G has a little bit more of the presence in the objectives. They're able to take the first one, now snowballing onto the second one. And this is an assassin versus an assassin matchups. And typically, I feel like you would think the Joy has a little bit more advantage, a little bit more presence on these retributions, but Levi is just taking over with these objectives. And I think it's just the setup coming out from Danny, coming out from Mark here. They just have a great winning matchup.
Ooh, I like this pressure that they're mounting up at top, trying to hold back Siggy Bum so that they can go ahead and put some pressure onto the tower, which Wicked does immediately. But are you going to be able to get it without the cost of a member? And they are not. Mark goes down. Mlbb looks to be next up on the list. 4 members competing for that right now, as they need to mount some type of pressure in another lane to make up for it, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. You see Wicked there, lays down the Zaman Force, putting some damage on the Kazoo, who's going to dash his way back to safety.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a throw coming out from the side of Birthrights here. They didn't have to give 2 kills off of an objective, and now S2G is able to counter that siege with a tower push onto the top side and even more pressure onto the bot. They take out the jungler, who Levi has been doing so well in this game, gets taken off the board. This is a 1.7k lead for the side of S2G, and it's just going to be building up slowly and slowly.
Ooh, Glorious Pathway is out. Mark in trouble. Is going to have to use his dash to get away. Electrifying beats plus Siggy Bomb able to wrap up that kill, and a tower at mid. Mlbb taking a heap of damage. A lot of pressing coming out there. Mlbb comes in with the demonic force. It's not enough. Lunar with the Unleash the Beast and that final shock wave blast. Not able to put the finishing touches onto Danny.
Yeah, and Pagu 0, 0, and 7. He's just dominating this game with the high. I mean, he's dominating this whole entire series here, right? Having one of the highest kill participations on their team, first and last out. And he's on this high list, which doesn't have the greatest win rates, but he's making it show. He has so much impact. Free push onto the bot side, going for more now.
Oh man, in goes the demonic force from Mlbb, but too far without any backup from his team is going to wrap that up. And that's kind of the punishment that happens with a Phoveus, is you got to really be on that communication with your team, because if they're not ready, you're basically setting yourself up for failure. Phoveus is one of those all-in type of heroes. Once he activates that demonic force, there is no escape, no way to get away. You're in there until the end, and there it spelled his demise.
And you know, Phoveus is those types of heroes that you should be able to blind pick into any draft, right? He's solid in laning phase, he's solid in objectives, but here he's just not getting anything done. Another team fight.
Yeah, Danny gets taken down. Wicked follows closely behind. 4 kills down for Birthright there, and that is a complete team wipe. They are looking to close this. There are 14 seconds left on the map. They don't have minions. They won't be able to close this up just yet, but man, what a statement from S2G Esports at the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, disaster for the side of Birthrights here. 6k gold lead, 8 minutes. This is probably the biggest gold lead that the side of S2G has, and they're going for more here.
Yeah, you see the Zombie Force has been laid out with the Vengeance and a big pop-up there, followed by the Violent Requiem. Levi finds a kill. Wicked finds another onto Lunar. Pagu in trouble. Levi looking for the kill, but that horsey has a thick behind, and they're gonna have to need the help from Danny to take him down. Siggy Bomb comes in looking for those Death Sonatas. You can be able to find it. Mlbb trying to escape if they can. Look at the damage coming out. Demonic Force comes out, putting the damage onto Siggy Bomb, but he does find the damage to be able to take him down with the Rhapsody. Kazu now looking to come in with those electrifying beats. Wicked trying as hard as he can with those dashes, is not able to compete with Kazu.
Just a lot of, you know, mistakes coming out from both of these teams. Very aggressive, and I feel like, you know, this is game number 4, right? Birthrights, they have to find a way to kind of come back in these games. If they even find a 1-for-1 trade, it's going to be advantage for them. But S2G, they're just playing kind of the whole entire map, right? They're getting these objectives without sacrificing anything.
Yeah, and 5 and 18 right now. We're looking at a pretty large and substantial gold lead starting to mount for S2G Esports. Only high grounds left. A little bit of pressure down at the bottom for Birthright. They're able to kind of maybe exert that, but you can see very quickly Kazu notices it. He's going to go ahead and shut that down as the Lord makes his way through the mid lane.
Yeah, and with the gold lead that S2G has, it's just a matter of time before they kind of siege it down. You could see the Granger having a lot more impact in this game, right? He has the range and he has the poke. And if Birthright is unable to find the shutdown onto him, it's going to be a little bit hard here.
Glorious Pathway laid across the mid lane. In goes Mlbb deep into enemy territory. He gets taken out by Siggy Bomb. Now Kazu trying to mount off the front. We do see another, big pop-up lands with the Violent Requiem. Is it going to be enough? Kazu goes down, but Siggy Bomb finds the finest kill on to Mark. And that is a double kill for Siggy Bomb. They lose the Lord, they lose some pressure, but will they be able to close it out? from the back end. In goes Levi with the quad channel. Takes a little bit of damage, down to about half health. And it does look like Birthright are going to be able to survive this push. But, I mean, they definitely do not have many more of those left in them. Ooh, they're going to go on to Lunar. Shadow kill is out. Glorious Pathway lands, as well as Pagu and Lunar do find themselves an escape. Diving too deep. Mlbb goes in for a demonic hunt. Oh, they find the kill. Siggy Bum is down.
Okay, so good news for inside of Birthright. They're able to grab up that Granger, which is one of the priority targets that they're looking for. However, the Lord is up in 60 seconds. The Granger is going to be up and about here. The gold lead, 3-4K apart, 12 minutes in. It's not that much. And in terms of the towers, right, SUG did grab up the mid tower, but again, the mid inhibitor is, probably the easiest lane to clear for the ones that don't have it. So I think Birthright is still in a pretty decent position. Now, do they have the micro ability to take this game here? Pagu coming in and dealing some damage.
Kazoo able to take down Mark, and on the back end, Mlbb completely separated from his team, getting the boots to him by S2G Esports. That's just an old-fashioned mollywop that happened back there. And Lunar coming in with that Lucas, trying to take down, almost able to take down Wicked. Is it going to be enough? And down goes Wicked. Sicky Bum picks up the kill. It is just Danny here to stave it off, but this is going to be game for S2G Esports, looking to close this down. Danny finds a kill on the Kazoo. Oh, they actually may have bit off just a little bit more than they could chew. A little bit of a celebratory stance there as they dive into mid. They're going to turn their attention now to this Lord.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get the defensive off, and, this prolongs the game a little bit. Are they going to be able to get the retribution, though?
Yeah, we'll see how this kind of goes out. You see Danny kind of well into the back end. Mlbb. I mean, this is the unfortunate point as a Phobius on the team that is losing. You're going to try to go in there. Your team is not going to be able to follow you, and it's just going to be a kill for the enemy. A big pop-up actually lands onto Lunar. Is that enough? That is another kill for the side of Birthright. So, but I mean, you get the kill, but it was, it's kind of insubstantial here as an Illuminous Lord coming through mid, still have two high grounds on either side of the map for Birthright.
I mean, I think that pickoff is actually quite okay here. SUG is going to be down a member. The Lord is going to be straight hard pushing onto the mid side. So the side of Birthright is going to be able to get a clear. And SUG looking to grab up maybe potentially some of the side towers, but they might get the bot side, but it's still going to be a 4 versus 5 here.
Yeah, you see Siggy Bum is able to take himself down a high ground tower. Ooh, Kazoo actually takes a heap of damage, even with Electrifying Beats active, is looking to run away. The team Birthright, I mean, they lose another high ground tower, and while I would say it is a successful defense, it just seems like S2G Esports are just slowly trying to whittle down Birthright, slow and steady, without really trying to put into a huge push.
Yeah, and it's a pretty good defense, again, coming out from the side of Birthrights, but it's just based off of the mistakes that S2G is doing, right? Lunar did not have to go so deep. He got picked off. The Lord was marching down onto mid. SG able to grab up the bot side, but they're not able to close this game out. And it's only against Birthright that they're able to kind of do this without being punished here. Against any of the C region teams, it's going to be hard. Even against the game winner on the very first series, it's going to be a very hard fought out. So SG, I feel like they have to play a little bit more cleaner here.
Ooh, Lunar dives into the back line there. Does get caught by Mlbb, but the rest of the team is going to have to back off. S2G Esports decide to back off from the gates of Birthright. Now starting to get a little bit of a position, trying to make their stand. Ooh, we do have a Zaman Force goes out there with the Violet Requiem as well. Immortality has been procced. Mlbb finds a kill on the Kazoo, but Mlbb immediately goes down. Levi comes in with the quad shadows. The rest of S2G Esports Esports looking for the chase as Siggy lights them up with some Death Sonatas just for good measure. Oh, actually comes in with a shadow kill, takes down Siggy. Sensei is very close to being taken down. Lunar on the side. This might be the opportunity that Birthright has been looking for. They're going to be able to get their purple buff. 13 seconds left on the Lord, and just under a 1K gold lead for S2G Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Birthrights is able to find a pickoff onto Siggy and you know, that's one of the priority targets again, right? They take care of Kazu early on in the team fight, and now they're looking for more. This is time to see if Birthrights, they're able to grab up the objectives. But the Joy, he's in position. It's gonna be a 50-50 here.
Yeah, Mlbb's going to try to stop this push at the bottom, the split push here from Lunar, while they are fighting up at the Lord, trying to gain some space there. Oh, Kazu does find a kill on the Levi and the Lord. This might be it for Birthright as two XP laners duke it out at the bottom, but Lunar says, I've already won the war. I don't need to fight anymore. I was able to keep you here for the time while Birthright lost their jungler, and that allowed S2G Esports to pick up this next and possibly final Lord.
Yeah, we're just watching kind of like the two tankiest member just brawling it out on the opposite side of map. But S2G here coming out with another winning pickoff. A Winter Truncheon coming out, and a lot of utilities being wasted by the side of S2G here. Birthrights might have an opportunity, but the Death Sonatas, the Grange ultimate is just too much damage right now.
Yeah, I see that shadow kill came out. Levi returns to the back line. Ooh,
no way.
Force has been out there. Wicked looking for an opportunity. Pacu taken down very low. Is it going to be enough? Quad Shadow is out, taken down. Siggy finds a kill onto Mlbb. Mark finds one onto Lunar. The flicker has to come out from Sensei. He has to escape. And another defense coming out from Birthright. They're going to have to answer the mid and the top lane, but they're going to be able to do it successfully. S2G Esports really having just a little bit of hurdles in the way of taking down this last tower to get that final push onto Birthright, who seem to be getting stronger each and every defense.
I 100% agree. I think Mlbb has scaled into that double digits death timer where, you know, now he's just going to be unbelievably strong. He's gotten that 10 deaths now past 11. And again, Levi gets another pickoff. We've seen this already before on the Granger. Now he gets one on Kazu. This is the time where I feel like it's a little bit shaky from the side of S2G. They're not playing as disciplined as they should. And Birthright is able to potentially capitalize here.
Yeah, and they're even able to find a tower now, just like that. For some reason, now on the back foot, two towers coming out. A big Violent Requiem lands onto the back line. Sensei gets caught. Wicked finds himself a tower. S2G Esports are on the back foot. Out comes the glorious pathway. Danny with the finishing touches onto the tower, and the rest of Birthright decides to back up, especially now that they have minions at the core.
Yeah, man, momentum is now shifted in the hands of Birthright. But again, the side of S2G, they still have, you know, the opposite lane tower, right? They have two inhibitors still available. They have even all their bottom towers online. So, you know, S2G here, yes, right here, the Lord is coming up. They're looking to put a slow push on the opposite lane. Unfortunately, they're not able to get so because the minions have cleared on both sides. So it's going to be a 50-50 on this objective. Birthright has the momentum behind, and we've seen the pickoffs and the damage coming out from the Harith and the Hayabusa. Potentially, Birthright might be able to take this game around.
Yeah, you see right now they're already starting to kind of get that zonage that they need onto S2G Esports. Oh, but it does look like we might have a little bit of a problem here. Phobius, the Mlbb is taken down early. You do see that Siggy able to find the kill there as well. Now Lord has been reset. Rest of the team, Levi on the back end doing the best he can to kind of elongate this fight, give the little chase for S2G Esports. Oh, Lunar gets taken down by Wicked, who's looking for another kill. kill onto Siggy Bum, who's going to be able to dash his way to safety. Now, I mean, there's just a huge fight kind of going on here between them and the Turtle, and the Lord here, Mark, looking for an opportunity to kind of get in there if he's going to be able to find this jump. Goes in. Kazoo still finds the Lord. A big pop-up onto Kazoo, but Lord down. Kazoo finds it, and this might be it for the side of Birthright. They're going to have to look for an escape. Sensei comes in. Levi finds a kill onto Pagu. That is another one. 2 down for S2G Esports. Levi with the shadow kill. Kazoo might be in a little bit of trouble. Uses that Winter Crown. Frees himself to keep himself up from all of the damage. But at some point, Birthright is going to have to answer this Lord at mid.
Well, the answer is going to be coming through. Wicked is still alive, and Wicked has been dealing so much damage for the side of Birthright here. He's so hard to catch. He's just able to spam up to his buildings. Look at this defense coming out from Wicked. He's just taking care of the whole entire front line of S2G. Now, that is another Lord down. Birthrights have the members advantage and have the map in their favor here. I feel like they both should look for the objectives here, but S2G, they might just panic, right? They have thrown games before, so Birthrights might have the opportunity to be able to take this. I feel like Birthrights have the micro and the team fight. They have the draft, especially with the Harith and the Hayabusa mixed damage. But on the same hand, S2G also have the Granger and the Joy. That's also mixed damage here. So both teams have that. It's just Harith is more of like that lock on, burst, while the Granger is looking for a long range poke. So S2G, they want to make sure that they have vision early and they get a few pokes off before the team fight starts. Versus Birthrights, they're just looking to have an all-out clash. It's all or nothing from them. And I feel like I'm slowly leaning towards Birthright right now.
I mean, it's hard to kind of go against Birthright, who, like we said, every single defense, they get stronger and stronger. Wicked laying down that Zaman Force is having a heck of a game right now. It doesn't look like it from the stats, but he's about 4-4-7. Not just that, but Mark has been doing an amazing job late game, catching a lot of these Violet Requiems onto the team. He's not able to do the damage by himself as a tank Gwen, but it's more than enough to kind of keep the enemy team stationary for the rest of them to kind of come in and put that damage down. This next fight, I doubt we're going to see anybody get it free and clear. It's going to come down to, actually, my love here. Glorious Pathway is out. We do see from the backside. Electrifying Beats has been used by Kazoo. That might be a little bit early now. We do have a Winter Crown out there. And down goes the enemy mage. No, Immortality has been proc using the Flicker to get away as well. 16-29, 23-minute mark. This game is going into the late and final moments.
Yep, and some quick hands coming out here. Hayabusa hits his ultimate, but does not really do too much. SUG do have a slow push on the opposite lane. You're just able to do so extremely efficiently. And they're always looking to kind of pick off this Phobius, but that might be an issue if they waste too much spells on the Phobius, that the Harith is going to be out freely. Here, Birthright defending the opposite lane. Is this going to be a free objective again?
Yeah, and this is the problem too. As soon as they see them out there, they know they can go pedal to the metal. Big Violet Requiem might land up here. 10% left on the Lord. Are they going to be able to get in there to find some space to be able to find this Lord? Can they find a steal? Levi goes in. Is he going to be able to find the retry? He does. He finds it. The rest of S2G Esports forced to disengage.
Is this it? Is this the setup that Birthright has been looking for this whole entire series? This is going to be a very important siege, right? Birthright is able to get the retribution off. They fought that 4 versus 5, didn't even have the Phobius there, and Levi was able to get the retribution off. Now with the Lord marching down onto the mid side, Birthright is going to be able to get all the towers on the side lanes. That's going to be the best case scenario. Right? Worst case, they get the top tower and then, maybe SG defends the bot side. But this is a 25-minute Lord. He's going to be quite beefy here.
Yeah, we're going to see how well they do. You do see that Kazoo doing a good job trying to put that pressure down in the bottom lane. But now Lord coming in through mid. Glorious pathway out there to go ahead and shut them down. Oh, big Violet Requiem catches 2 members. Wicked finds a kill onto Sensi. We do have the Zaman force out. Levi finds a kill onto Lunar. And Birthright snatch victory from S2G Esports to tie up this series.
Oh, Lord. Game number 4. Birthright is able to take the reverse game here. 2-2 in a best of 5. We are going all the way to the end here, private, on our very last series. And honestly, I think Birthrights really deserved that game. S2G had so many opportunities to close the game. Have 10 deaths last game. They did decent, but it's a hard pick. I still think it's solid here.
I'm assuming it's going to be a Matilda and Joy here for the side of
Matilda.
An extra
Obvious.
amount of mobility that they can kind of extend through here. There goes the Joy pickup. Oh, and they're going to go with the Badang. Lord help us. We're going to see how well this pick kind of comes into this competition. It did not do great for Birthrights in their third matchup with him. They also put him in an XP lane too, which for various reasons isn't one of the top tier picks. Ooh, I want to see S2G Esports scooping up Beatrix very quickly here, with the assumption that Irithel will be the pickup from Birthright. I wonder.
Yeah, but this gives Birthright the opportunity to pick up something that counters the Beatrix, like the Bruno, which has done quite well, or even a split pusher like the Moskov, right? But S2G picks up a very early Belleric, and I kind of went over this, how I felt like the Belleric is a decent counter to Joy, but it's not 100%. It's not like you pick Belleric and you automatically win. It is still a pretty decent matchup. However, it's still quite slow. And if Birthright's able to find something a little bit more long range, let's say like a Sicilian or even a Farsa, it's going to be hard to catch, right? But for side of Birthrights, they don't have the Granger, they don't have the Harith, they have to pick a marksman, or else the marksman's going to get banned here, or they could opt to go for, the long range mages, like I said, the Sicilian, but no.
They're going to go with the
They go for the Gwen. If it worked last game, why not this game, right?
Yeah, Guinevere out there is going to be able to. But like I said, we need to see that 20-minute Guinevere at the first minute for Birthright, because I want to say it was absolutely complete and utter silence in the first 10 minutes of that when it came to the Guinevere. They weren't able to find many picks. They weren't able to get many opportunities there. And especially when I say, like, at the early game is when Guinevere can find those picks and actually do a decent amount of damage to the enemy, when that tank emblem hasn't really completely taken over through your entire build, when you still have a little bit of burst on you. So we'll see how well this kind of goes into it. I'm expecting nothing but marksman bans coming out from S2G Esports. Oh, actually, Sicilian ban comes out.
Yeah, they take care of the range, which I think that's what the Belleric is lacking to deal with, right? Belleric doesn't have a flicker, so he's just kind of a sitting duck. So taking out some of the long range caches is going to be good. But both teams looking to ban out some of the mages. I feel like S2G can go for some of the marksman bans. We saw the Bruno do quite well against the Beatrix. So I think taking out the Bruno is going to be something that they should look forward to. But Birthrights here, they're not exactly lacking in magic damage. They have two front lines. They have the Joy. They're looking for some, late game marksman damage, late game mage damage here. They could go for some like a wombo combo stun, like an Aurora or a Vexana for a double knockup. They could go for a Moskov or even a Claude, but the Claude's not going to do too well against the Belleric. So I think the Moskov might be the pick here. The Bruno is going to be left open. A lot of magic being taken off the board. Birthrights gets the first dibs. Maybe the Vexana.
Yeah, I mean, Vexana's the immediate guess for me to come out there. especially for two heroes that can kind of really want to get up into your face. Vexana kind of shines about that, even though you don't really want her to kind of be that close to enemies. She does a better job than most of her counterparts when it comes to that, and immediately picked up, which is important too. S2G immediately pick up the Farja.
I mean, Farza is going to be good against all the stationary mages like the Vexana or even the Marksman, but it's gonna struggle a little bit against the Joy. We kind of saw the matchup against the Farsa Joy in your previous series, how the Joy kind of just dominated the Farsa. But this Lucas being picked up once again to deal with the Badong, I like it because it does have a lot of immune on the CC. I think Birthrights didn't really expect Lucas being picked up here. I think it's still a very strong laner and definitely stronger than a Badong. And this is something that can really make or break the whole entire comp. Birthright set up with a 1-1 last pick, and I absolutely love it. Besides the fact that the Farsa is going to 2-hit him late game. Everything else looks great.
Yeah,
Everything else.
And then that comes down to is Farja going to be able to get those opportunities? We've seen from the past series, Farja can be absolutely punished, especially with a Gwen on the opposite team. You know, he's just going to be waiting. Are we doing a feathered airstrike? Is there a feathered airstrike? As soon as he sees it, that's what I need to see. I need to see that flicker Violet Requiem come out there from them to be able to find the kill there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely going to happen. That Farsa is a sitting duck. There's going to be the Guinevere, there's going to be the Badong, there's going to be the Joy that's looking for him. So the Farsa is definitely going to struggle. However, if this Farsa is able to get, you know, a single burst off on the 1-1, it's going to be devastating here.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. And we have two pauses, ladies and gentlemen. Notice a single pause here, trying to keep things, especially with so much on the line. Both teams tied up 2-2 apiece here. S2G Esports and Birthright here. Everything on the line. No matter which way it goes, this is going to be game point for one of these teams.
Now, the traditional counter for the 1-1 is these long range mages. Right, I talked about the Farsa 2 hitting the 1-1. It's a very known strategy for a lot of the C area teams where, you know, the feather airstrike is just too big of an ultimate for 1-1 to dodge. And if 1-1's able to get a few auto attacks off, especially with the corrosion scythe, he starts jumping extremely fast. However, if you fight her with a range spell, like let's say the Sicilian First or even the Farsa ultimate, she's going to struggle a lot. So I feel like if they're able to get the Violent Requiem off, like the 1-1, I mean the Guinevere onto the Farsa ult, or even the Joy or the Badong, as long as one of them is able to save their spells and get him, the Farsa is going to struggle to deal with the 1-1, and Birthrights may have an edge here. It just depends on how S2G sets up, especially with something like a Lucas, where he can tank so much CC. It's an uphill battle once again for the side of Birthrights.
Oh, actually, it seems like Pagu actually might be in trouble. He's going to have to activate that Revitalize. And it does come across relatively unscathed for the side of S2G Esports, but more than being a little bit of annoyance to Birthright for that first buff.
And interesting utilities coming out. I think Mlbb opted to go for either a tank emblem or a support emblem. So that's going to be something that we kind of have to watch out for. But some early aggression coming out from both sides. Mark is definitely going to have a little bit of edge in terms of that survivability. But, you know, the Belric is going to be that beefy boy that's looking to take some damage in the front. But he does have to be careful, though.
Ooh, already you see Levi in a little bit of trouble there. Is going to have to use that electrifying beats and finds himself an escape. I want to say, though, that Evil Queller coming from the Kazoo there actually chunked Mark down to half health right before that fight even started. Just a big thing on that Suyu damage that can come out, especially in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Suyu is definitely a hero that you don't want to fight or get caught early on. His damage is just really, really unbelievable, in my opinion, right? He has so much spells that are on low cooldown. He could just burst a single target out. Now, Suyu is going to be the one that leads the objective first. Pagu is being that annoying tree in between the objective here. Seems like S2G is going to get this uncontested.
Yeah, and I'm even unsure as to why Danny and why they even decided to kind of go in there for that. That should have been at this. Oh, goes in, looks for the spatial migration, does not find it. But I want to say this is to be expected. We're definitely waiting for that 17-minute mark for Mark to hit his targeting lock on mode.
Yeah, I mean, Birthrights definitely has shown that they are kind of like that late game macro micro team, right? Once they get some edge going on, they typically do quite good. And you can look at the flicker being traded out on the bot side here, but the first blood going in the hands of S2G.
Oh, and already Wicked able to find a kill with that crossbow of Tang. This is the 3-minute mark. You definitely do not want to be giving a 1-1 kills that early in the game.
It is a 1-for-1 trade. So yes, Birthright's able to get that kill back, but the gold lead is still slightly in favor for the side of S2G here. Beatrix is a strong early laner, especially compared to Wicked. But again, this 1-1 is something that we don't see often. And I feel like Belric is going to struggle to deal with the 1-1. And, you know, Lucas might not do good against the 1-1 here too. So I'm interested to see how Wicked plays this. It could be a pocket pick. It could be something. It could be something that we need for the side of Birthrights.
Oh, Wicked even steals away that gold crab from S2G Esports. Oh, it's perfect timing there. Off screen, Kazoo does find himself a kill onto Mlbb all the way across the map, bringing it to a 2-1 game in favor of S2G Esports. Levi comes in, electrifying beats are out. Not going to be able to find a kill onto Lunar, who very quickly throws out that vengeance to try to counteract the damage coming from Levi. Now they're going to go ahead, spread their attention onto this turtle. No team really finding the advantage just yet. You can see Mark trying to measure out. He wants to find himself a spatial migration, wants to be able to come in with that Violet Requiem, but not able to find it just yet. We do have Feathered Airstrike is out. Mark comes in, finds a spatial migration into the Violet Requiem. Is he going to be able to find a kill onto Kazoo, who dashes himself to safety? Electrifying beats from Levi. He's not able to find it just yet, but from the back end, Levi gets taken out by, it looks like it was Sensei who found the final kill, or the final button mash onto him, and that is going to be minions crashing at the mid-core there. Mark's going to have to try to clean this up, but what's saving grace there? Lunar came in from the flank.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good for the side of Birthrights for a few seconds, right? They were able to get the objective. They also got Pagu on that pick. And then you see Lunar just coming up from the backside and boom! There we go with the Feather Airstrike. Sensei coming out on top. This is kind of that range that I was talking about. Wanwan's not going to have a great time. She just doesn't have the range. She doesn't have the escape or the dashes available to deal with the damage that comes out from the Feather Airstrike.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate. I mean, you bursted down Wicked very low, and if it wasn't going to be the actual... Oh, Mlbb in a little bit of trouble there. Kazoo dives under, maybe a little too deep for likely. So do have the Vengeance being popped out there as well. Oh, damage coming out. Lunar getting a little greedy, gets taken out very. I don't understand why he went into that fight. So that's just all confidence right there for some reason. Siggy Bum finds himself another tower in the meantime, as Birthright kind of struggling on the macro side of this game.
Yeah, S2G able to break that mid tower at that 6-minute mark with pretty much no contestation, right? Birthrights really have to put a little bit more emphasis on just protecting that mid tower altogether, but they're doing a great job on Wicked so far, right? Wicked, decent in levels, decent in gold, and they're looking for more.
Oh, yeah, they go in, find the Violet Requiem. Wicked finds a kill onto Siggy Bum. Mark on the backside. We do have the crossbow Tang. Out comes the damage from the Feathered Airstrike, but they are able to create that distance. Lunar coming in. Mlbb might be in a little bit of trouble. Catches himself a blast, a shockwave blast to the back end for his troubles, but no worse for wear. Kazoo finds himself the turtle as we see a tower get taken off by Levi at the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's a tower for an objective. Birthright's not really holding back. They're still able to do quite well here, but the stun coming out from Levi, he's chunked dangerously low here.
Yeah, Kazoo, they're not going to be able. They're already starting to find themselves very comfortable in Birthright's jungle. Wicked finds himself a tower of his own. And I want to say these feathered airstrikes, for all I thought that we might see more play coming from Mark, these feathered airstrikes are basically coming out uncontested. The sensei is able to kind of lay them out there, put damage where he wants it, and not be punished for it.
Hey, I mean, remember, it's that like 15, 20 minutes scaling that we're looking for the set of Birthrights. They're able to make a lot of good mistakes here. Oh!
Yeah, we do have a nice little fist crack comes out there. Lunar in trouble there as Mark puts the finishing touches on there. Oh, we do have an ultimate coming out from Pagu. Is it going to be enough? Levi trying to put on the damage there. Takes a heap of damage from Siggy Bum. Hiding in the bush, but Wicked finds a kill of his own. Kazoo from the back end looking for more. Danny running to hide, but he is not going to be getting out of this. Wicked coming in from the back end decides against that engagement. 9-6 in favor of S2G Esports.
It's still really close, Private. 1.8k apart, 8 minutes in. This is anyone's game, and you can see, you know, S2G going for some aggressive plays. They're getting countered. Birthright's able to pick some up, but S2G still out ahead in terms of all the damage that's been dealt, right? It's 9-6 overall. They have the lead, but Birthright is not far behind. And if you have this 1-1 at 3-1-1, he's gonna be a lot of trouble, especially if he's able to get onto that super late game mode. Yes, they have Sensei, but can Sensei be that carry that, you know, denies Wicked? That's going to be kind of the issue. And SUG, again, not a very disciplined late game team. When it comes down to these objectives, they're not always doing extremely well. Now, they even have the Joy on the opposite end, seeing their, side of Birthrights is baiting SUG here.
Ooh, they are going to go ahead and push back at Birthright now, looking for an opportunity. Pagu, taking past 50% health right now, is going to have to create some distance between himself and this fight. S2G Esports backs off from this Lord, while the rest of Birthright may be looking for an angle if they want to take this. You see Wicked putting on the damage right now. Lunar coming onto the backside, looking for a flank. Meanwhile, at the bottom, you can see from that little picture-in-picture, Minions MVP at the bottom. They want to go home. They say, we're not going to wait on Birthright. We're going to go ahead and solve this ourselves. Now, Lunar goes into the back end, looking for the kill onto Wicked, who does find himself an escape, but the rest of Birthright is disengaging. This could put the Lord down to 50%. Are they going to be able to come in? It has been reset. Wicked gets back to top himself off to almost full health. Comes in, Violet Requiem. Sensei finds a kill onto Markazu, finds the Lord, while Wicked unloads with the crossbow of Tang, finds a kill onto Pagu, and a double kill as well. That is 3 down for S2G Esports. They find the Lord, but at what cost?
Yeah, Wicked has done such a great job in some of these team fights here, just, making sure that he's getting his crossbow Tang off, right? And Birthrights overall as a team, they're just doing so good as a 4-man unit, denying S2G, just wasting their time. It took so long for that Retribution to go down. The Violent Requiem landed on the right target. Unfortunately, the Retribution was just a little bit far away, but Birthright's here coming out with the lead at 11 minutes. This is good news for the Birthrights fan. S2G do have the Lord in favor, but this is kind of like a momentum shift early on in this match.
Yeah, I mean, and I have to hats off to Wicked, who took a heap of damage, went around to the backside of the orange buff, got himself topped back up, rejoined the fight. And like you said, absolutely perfect execution by Mark. Comes in with the spatial migration onto the right target. It's just that Levi was not in a position to come in, get that retribution. And I mean, a little things, the birthright, that could have very easily been a Lord for them as well, but they lose the Lord, but do pick up some kills in the on the back end anyway. So good. Oh my God, the damage, the combination of that feathered airstrike and the snipe shot coming out there. That is I want to say at least the second time that has landed on Wicked like that. Oh, look at the spatial migration that lands onto 3 members. Big DPS coming out. Do have the crossbow of Tang Kazoo running for the hills as Wicked 4-1-4 right now.
And, you know, usually we see S2G kind of be out ahead in terms of, you know, getting a slow push on the opposite lane, fighting 4 versus 5. But it seems like Birthrights, they have what it takes, right? They had the joy on the bot side the whole entire Lord fight, and now they're able to even find another pick off. The 1-1 is going into scaling. He is 2k above the Beatrix here. Almost full items. This is a dangerous 1-1. And when it comes down to that late game, the 1-1 should be able to beat out just pretty much any dive that SUG has. SUG needs to make sure Sensei gets the feather airstrike off the 1-1 so they could start the team fight. And if that does not happen, Birthright may just be able to steamroll through this series.
Man, we've been talking about it too. The later it gets, the more surgical Mark becomes with these spatial migrations in there. That last one, I didn't even know what angle he was at to be able to catch them. Now in a great position is Birthright to go ahead and start up this Lord. Lunar does have a little bit of vision, so he's going to be able to kind of keep his S2G team in, I want to say, with some information on there. But I mean, we've seen this before. As soon as Levi goes to answer that top lane, I think that's when S2G Esports is going to probably conceal and try to run, to try to make something happen at this objective fight.
Yeah, I mean, Birthright is playing this very strategic, right? Even though they're the ones that are up, they don't even mind doing the objectives or not, right? They actually want S2G, even though S2G is down in gold, for them to be the one that starts the objective. It just feels like Birthrights, they feel like the Joy has the mobility and they could take care of business on the opposite side of the map, but the Lord is gonna be coming down a little bit quickly. Not sure if any teams are gonna bite here.
Ooh. Actually, you do see that Levi's in a great position there. Feather airstrike is out. Looks like Levi's going to be able to clean this up. Clean and steady. A great zoning out. Great presence on the map as well. Able to push that top lane and then return for the fight just in time for the Lord to be taken down.
I mean, Birthright's here showing us a side that we really haven't seen before. Not only in the early game, they're able to find a few picks, they're using this 1-1 to another level, right? They're getting some of these team fights set up. They're even having the Badong proving us wrong that this XP Badong does wonders, and they're able to fight this 4-1 strategy, right? They have the Badong 1-1, Guinevere, and Vexana. 3 solid frontline CCs paired up with the 1-1 is just enough to take care of all of S2G's members. They have to figure out if they can find this feather airstrike or not.
Mark tried. Now he's going to get caught there. Does have to use that winter crown to get himself to safety. Sticky Bum's going to pick up the kill there. Maybe a little too eager on that. He dove in even with the flicker. Kazoo finds a kill onto Mlbb. That is 2 down for Birthright, and they need to be very careful about the next few plays here, because we've seen this before from S2G Esports, where they can kind of get a little too eager when it comes to some of this offense onto the enemy's baseline, and just like, ooh, Danny just narrowly gets out of range of that feathered airstrike.
Yeah, S2G looking for a potential siege here, but it seems like Danny's gonna be able to defend that mid lane with no problem. Levi on the bot side. the Joy is going to be able to see him. Nope, he gets away safely. So SUG looking to go a little bit aggressive here on this push. They did get 2 of the members. They got Mark and Mlbb on that last siege, but now the lanes have reset once again. SUG sieging onto the bot side gets the objective here, and now, you know, it's an even game once again, Private.
Yeah, absolutely even when it comes down to, well, I guess there's one tower in favor of Birthright right now. They do have that mid, not quite taken down to the high grounds at the mid lane yet. So this is an even game right now. It's all on to whether S2G Esports are going to be able to kind of find some of those engagements. I mean, this is kind of on the opposite end, to the point where it's kind of on Birthright to either get a successful engagement or mess up an engagement, which is what happened earlier here, where they kind of like locked in on that bottom one. Mark jumped in with the spatial migration and the flicker, but missed it. Was not able to find himself an escape, and that's kind of what started the domino effect of S2G Esports being able to push onto Birthright.
Yeah, and you know, both teams are looking to, you know, make sure that they get this slow push on the opposite end, right? SUG looking to put a lot more pressure onto the mid side here. Mlbb does get the flicker out. That is a utility wasted, but that is a feather airstrike. Marcus in a great position. Side of SUG has to open these bushes here.
Oh, big damage goes on to Lunar, who's going to use that Winter Crown to hopefully get himself to safety. He does outlast the damage there. Does issue out a shockwave blast to the rest of the team, but it didn't do too much damage to him. Lord down to 50%. Oh, Sensei weeds out Wicked from the back line. Is this going to be it? Kazoo finds himself the Lord for the side of S2G Esports, but the rest of Birthright trying to get into Wicked, trying to close the distance onto Kazoo, looking for the crossbow of Tang. Is he going to be able to find it? Finds a kill onto Kazoo. That is 1 down for S2G Esports, but they are going to have to answer a Lord at mid.
Yeah, it seems like Levi is just a little bit slow to the party, right? SUG has already pushed the Lord up so far down, and Birthright's unable to kind of de-aggro the Lord here. They do end up getting a kill on Kazoo, but is that going to be enough to stop the siege here?
Ooh, you see them kind of flying in there. Mark's going to have to back away, even with the spatial migration. Danny taking very low. Wicked gets caught up there. Is going to have to use that. Has the crossbow of Tang. Is that going to be enough? Finds a kill onto Lunar. The rest of S2G Esports backing up as Birthright put the finishing touches on the Lord.
Yeah, and I kind of felt like the feather airstrike was just a little bit too early to build a zone out Wicked, right? If they could get the feather airstrike onto the tower, that would have been a free objective for the side of S2G, but just a little bit fast pulling the trigger here. The gold lead is still even for both of these teams. And again, the solution to the 1-1 is just not working out yet. Although Sensei, 4-0-4, doing good for himself. Wicked is just doing a little bit better. 6-1-4, and especially with the front line that the side of Birthrights has set up. The amount of knockups, the violent Requiem, the ultimate coming out from Danny. Also, right, Mlbb with the fish crack is just a little bit too much for the side of SUG for anyone to handle. We saw Lucas being burst twice by the crossbow Tang. Pagu doesn't even want to come close to any of that. So it just really depends on how both of these teams are setting up. But it seems like Birthright is getting a little bit better in terms of the team fighting, and SUG just sets up for the objective a little bit better here.
Sensei is forever teleporting back to base up at the top there, just kind of waiting for an opportunity. I don't think anybody from Birthright even has a clue that he's up there. But it kind of gets down to, especially since we're up at the next Lord about to spawn in 30 seconds, how big of an impact is that placement going to have, really? And how quickly can Sensei clear that lane and become part of this fight to where it might actually matter?
Yeah, well, SUG loves to set up for that slow push on the far side. Birthrights have been sending the Joy onto the far side for a 4-1 split. And Birthright has the 4-man to kind of control that 4 versus 5. However, Levi has always and always been late to all these objectives. This time around, Birthright seems kind of not wanting to go for that 4-1. They know how important this objective is, and they're just all waiting down. But two of the members are split on the bot side here. They're not going to get a 5 versus 5 engage. And Birthright's actually having majority of the map owned by them here.
Yeah, you see a big group of minions up at the top. Meanwhile, it looks like S2G Esports is going to have to answer something down at the bottom. They do see 2 down there. They're going to go ahead, start on the Lord. Maybe more of a bait here for Birthright. They're kind of slow playing it. As you see Farza up at the top, going to put some damage out there. I think they see that, and they are waiting for Mlbb to go ahead and answer that. Now, I mean, as soon as they see Mlbb, I think they're going to go ahead and go for the engagement.
Full engage.
They have to know, oh, Big Violet Requiem comes out there. Wicked does not go in just quickly, but Levi finds the quick kill. Lunar in trouble on the back line. Birthright swarm around him. You do have the Winter Crown out, but Mlbb with the finishing touches. And you can see there as well, Mark able to find the Violet Requiem. They are pedal to the metal onto S2G Esports, looking to put the damage on Wicked. Very close to going down. Mlbb finds the kill onto Pagu. Birthright looking to close the deal on this core. Can they do it? Core down. Birthright out from nowhere, able to find the finishing touches and take down S2G Esports.
Oh my gosh, game number 5. The side of Birthright is able to come out with an explosive victory. And, you know, every single member from the side of Birthrights played so well here. They're able to take control of the whole entire macro of that last series. Even with the top lane push, they were able to defend that out. And it just, honestly, Birthrights just have that mentality on dealing with a lot of the strategies of that late game. When it hits that 20 minutes, it just seems like Birthrights has all the confidence to make the correct calls here.
Man, what a sensational game played by each and every member here. We gave Mlbb a lot of crap for the last game, but he was instrumental here. Levi put a decent amount of damage in there as well. Mark with these huge sets that I did not expect him to get on a Guinevere at this point in the game. And it wasn't even the targets we expected. It wasn't even Sensei that he was really aiming for. He was going for multiple targets out there, which was enabling Wicked to really kind of hone in and find these kills on that Wan. And man, and for me, the biggest thing here is playing a Wan into a Farja and still being successful says so much for your skill on the Wan, says so much for your teammates being able to provide that suppressive power to the team.
Yeah, I mean, the Farza was supposed to be the counter for the 1-1, right? And then the side of Birthrights, they were able to take 2 stunners, 2 knockups to be able to cancel out Farza's ultimates. So he forces the Farza to take the Purify, and then Levi just completely rushes her late game. And that kind of just set the side of Birthrights up for success there. They're able to get a few trades here, but look at it. 1-1, able to get an early advantage, which sets him up well for that late game.
Yeah, and then here you can see that. I mean, even having the Bedang was doing such a great job to get like those initial sets for a lot of these team engagements. He wasn't able to hold them down immediately, but it burnt out a lot of those ability, allowed the rest of the team to close the distance as well. Man, it was just an awesome job here by Birthright.
Yeah, and I mean, Birthrights, they were able to come back for, you know, it's not a reverse sweep, but able to come back in this series after like a 13-minute one-sided 0-kill loss, right? That really shows you how strong of a team Birthright is. They just have the experience and the expertise to kind of just, you know, show that they're not going to be able to give up on this match. And again, I feel like 1-1 into this Lucas, it was just too good. Every time that Lucas was looking to go in, Wicked was there to be able to just kill him off. There was nothing that the side of SUG can deal with in terms of this 1-1 besides the Farsa. And if the Farsa's dead, it's over there.
And MVP absolutely deserved here. Birthright Wicked 6-1-7, 752 gold per minute, and an 87% kill participation. That is the gold standard for gold laners right there, and especially playing a Wan against, I want to say, a composition that was pretty much made to kind of be able to take you down, and they just did it so well.
Completely well deserved by the side of Birthrights here. A best of 5 series all the way to the end. Liz, how do you feel about this?
Steph Weezy said it's gonna go to the distance, and mark his words, it did go to the distance. That being said, in the 4th game, I almost thought it was done deal, but at the end of the day, Birthright held on to their seats, defended for dear life, went from 8 to like 30 minutes and put on a formidable fight against Turkey Giant S2G. And now, with that, it's a reshuffle of cards. Papaya Supermassive and Birthright made it on top into the upper bracket compared to S2G as well as some of the crowd favorites, GK Esports. Did you guys believe it when you walked in today? I mean, you actually said S2G will for sure have it this game.
I mean, you know, I was wrong, and it's good to be wrong, right? You want these underdogs teams to perform well, and they were definitely the better team coming out. Even Papara, you know, in the first game against GK, they really showed that they are prepared in this matchup. Same thing with the Birthrights here. Felt like SGG was supposed to be the better team, but Birthrights just took them off the board, Private.
Man, both of these teams, especially going against the more veteran, the more experienced teams, really kind of set the tone. Especially, I mean, I kind of have to fanboy for Birthright because I've casted a lot of their matches, whether it's here at the Snapdragon or European Cup finals. Birthright continue to perform, continue to press forward, and continue to improve to the point where it's, I mean, there's just no ceiling for the skill level that they're able to kind of have out there, especially Supermassive. Hats off to them as well. Did an amazing job.
Yeah, amazing job for all of the teams today. And looking ahead to tomorrow, we'll have the Group B matches between Incendio Supremacy versus Elevate in the top half, and the bottom half, BJK Esports versus Team Falcons.
I mean, those are going to be great matches. I know Elevate is the fluffy fighters back in the days that we were kind of looking out for, and Incendio also has an extremely strong lineup coming back from the M series. Very exciting, Private.
Yeah, and it's amazing to me because I mean, this is just day one that we had from all of these teams, and like there's just so much excitement, such great matches that just happened here. I cannot wait for tomorrow to see what these other 4 teams can give us.
Absolutely, guys. And for all of you guys watching at home, make sure to follow in on all the actions with our socials. That's ESL Mobile on X, on Instagram, and on Facebook. And make sure to join us on our Discord server at Snapdragon Pro Series. And casters, you guys did a wonderful job today. I mean, especially Private, you sat here through all the hours. How are you feeling with the first day of the SPS coming back, and what are some last words for today?
I mean, it doesn't even seem like it was a long cast because it was an exciting game, especially for it to go to 5. I know sometimes we talk about like, oh, 5, it's going to be a long cast, but just the amount of energy that was coming from both of these teams, how they were able to answer back. My question is, for Yui, as a Rome main, am I going to be seeing Badang in your future?
You're not going to see it from me, but I'm excited to see these teams take Badang to the next level in the upcoming days. We have a lot of matches, so I'm excited to see more of the Badang in the Rome.
Yeah, and I expect us to see more of the Badang Badong into tomorrow's matches, but in the meantime, we're gonna Badang Badong out of today's series. We'll see you at the same time tomorrow for Group B. Guys, get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away, edit, ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat.